Hello and welcome everybody to day one of our 2025 spring promotion tournament for NACL. That's right, don't trust your calendars. I know it says 2024 right now, but this is for who's making it into the league next year. I'm your play-by-play for the day. I'm Kangas, and I'm joined by a man who just before going live admitted he's not caught up on our favorite musical that we're listening to together.
I can't believe it.
Joshi, and yes, I will out you right now.
This is supposed to be the Wisdom Saga. You're supposed to showcase that you're wiser than that, Steve. Come on.
I mean, you have to be wise to
I still
listen
have all
to
my
the
wisdom
rest of
keys,
the
so
drop.
I don't know. I still have
ago.
the wisdom. It's still here.
Okay. All right, if anybody doesn't know, check out Epic. You're welcome. But for now, we're going to be talking about the promotion tournament. This is a big moment for a lot of players' careers here in Tier 3 and Tier 2 League of Legends in North America. So to give a quick recap, after every split in the NACL, it's a relegation league, so we have a promotion tournament, and that is what we're getting into today, Josh.
Yeah, and we have the bottom two teams coming in from the NACL and the top four circuit point earners between the qualifiers for the first one and the second one. And we have a couple of teams who are looking very strong right now, but the top two teams out of this bracket will be earning their spot in the Challengers League going into 2025. And that means for a lot of players, this is their first opportunity to play in Tier 2, and for some of them, their third opportunity to promote.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll talk about some of the players that maybe are on their third run here shortly. But first off, I just want to take the time to acknowledge that this is a big moment for a lot of these players, especially when we see so many success stories. We're sending more rookies to Worlds than ever before these last 2 years, or at least in recent years for the LCS level, and that all trickles through NACL, but it starts in Tier 3 in the open qualifier. So let's catch everybody up on how the open qualifiers actually shook out with our points update. Now, there are 2 open qualifiers per split, and these are the points that you earn from participating in them. Dragoons, yes, you tease the name. Dragoon is going for his third ever promotion into the NACL. It feels like this guy's just the mercenary of the OQs.
He really is. He's joined alongside classic jungler Kizno. They've been going together at it for quite a while, but they're going to be joined by Lotus, Ducky Getters, and Polestar as the other teams that are coming in for the qualification. But I want to give a couple of shout-outs right now to Reluminat Egg and Team W's as some of my favorite names that we've seen so far in the current iteration of the qualifiers. Fortunately, they didn't make it this time around, but we still have a lot more opportunities for them to try and make it into the tournament come future splits.
You're just going to overlook Pepe Tinky Winky? I mean, come on.
There's a lot of good
names. This is League of Legends, everybody.
This is classic esports.
This is classic esports. This is literally the grab friends, go into the OQs. If you're all good enough at League of Legends, you can earn a couple points and get at least your graphic on this screen, if nothing else. And it's so fun to see that type of spirit. But we also had throughout the OQs coverage from the Tier 3 broadcast team, and they awarded a couple of awards for some of the players, specifically all pro teams, along with things like MVP. So I'll take a look at who were the top performers from the last OQ summer here. Up first, we have our third team, second team, first team All-Pros. A couple names that you might recognize on there, obviously Dragoon, but even players like Dardog, Robbie Bob, Array, all having, time spent at the NACL level.
Yeah, and some of them even beyond that. But we also got the newcomer of the split, Bio, playing for the Ducky Getters, most improved Dr. Calculus from the same team, and of course, Array. And there was a big talk on the Salty Run Back recently about whether or not Array was having the most dominant split of all time in the qualifiers level. We've had other players like Arrow who have just been absolutely dominant. Bradley before was having a fantastic split last time around, but Array has been looking so good this time through, and now is an opportunity to qualify right on back in the Challengers League.
Yeah, I mean, Array obviously has had a lot of time at the Tier 2 level, playing for teams like, Golden Guardians Academy, and has even had stints in collegiate as well. So it's exciting to see him making a comeback into potentially earning his way back into the NACL. He's one of those players that we did expect to see on an NACL team this summer split. But hey, promoting yourself in is almost more impressive than just getting a starting spot. So let's take a look at the bracket for how the tournament could shake out. We have the 2 teams that were 9th and 10th place in the NACL advancing already to the upper semifinal, so they will be kind of the raid bosses of the upper bracket. But already to start things off, we will have the top 4 points earners from the open qualifiers in seeding order. So Goons, the 1st seed, versus Pulse, the 4th seed, and Lotus versus the Ducky Getters. And again, I just gotta say, the fact that we have a team named the Ducky Getters and their logo is just a duck with a knife brings joy to my heart.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome to watch all this come through. Dragoons Goons, definitely one of the favorites that we currently have in this bracket. Pretty much everybody has been saying that they are the team to beat, so everyone else is at least just trying to get that second spot. But we got to have another team that is going to be making their way through, and it sounds like a lot of people are kind of mixed opinions as to who that second team will be, so we'll get to learn exactly how that's going to be going over the course of this week, because we have games every single day leading up to finals going into LCS, which is at the YouTube Arena.
And notable storylines as well to keep track of: CCG promoted in to the summer NACL, but are now back in the promotion tournament as they were not able to maintain a dominant position throughout the NACL summer split. Now, a lot of the roster has changed from the last time we saw them in the promotion tournament, but players like Crimson and Trevor will still be coming back. So I know a lot of eyes are on Crimson specifically as a player. You know, his twin brother now going to Worlds. That's a big storyline in North America overall. So eyes will definitely be on CCG and how things shake out for them in the bracket. But for the matches today, like I said, we're going to start off with the upcoming matches and our schedule of Lotus versus the Ducky Getters, and then Goon versus Dragoons Goons. Sorry, Dragoons Goons. Let's actually just get it up on screen here so that way everybody is aware of the fact that this is official broadcast, everybody. But it's Dragoons Goons. There we go.
The Dragoons Goons going up against Team Pulse. Whenever I see their tag, I always think please, Team Please. But either way, Goon versus Please is going to be going up as our second match. But Lotus versus the Ducky Getters is going to be our start off. And Lotus is a team that you should recognize a lot of their players, especially their top half, because Porsche, Dardoch, and Robbie Bob are players that we have all seen at the Tier 2 level in the past, but Sushi and Mixture are a couple of newcomers to the Tier 2 scene, and hopefully they can show us exactly what they can do this time around.
Yeah, and going up against the Ducky Getters, I mean, that's going to be an exciting matchup. We'll talk more about them in a moment, but first off, just getting the Lotus up on screen so we can actually take a look at the roster itself. Dardoch is the big one a lot of people are going to have their eyes on. Obviously, he's a storied player in North America, and he's back in jungle. I mean, he's swapped to support. He was playing in collegiate. Now he's back here at the Tier 3 level playing in the jungle role. And anytime you see a player with that type of history, that type of resume, obviously a lot of eyes are going to be on him. But I also want to take time to talk about Robbie Bob, who's a mid laner that showed a lot of promise at the collegiate level, winning championships and then trying to make a push in NACL. And never quite getting his foothold and, sea legs at the NACL Tier 2 level.
Yeah, he's always been a player that seems to perform better in summer than in spring, where he just goes absolutely nuts. He has some of the best performances, especially when it comes to CLOL finals every single time. But now he has to showcase that he has what it takes in this series going up against the Ducky Getters, who have been some of the most exciting new players. But Dardoch, the one player of the picture, really the player we're going to be focusing a lot on, because he has been a massive carry, not just on his time on Lotus, but throughout so much of his history.
And also when you hear the broadcasters that cover the Tier 3 leagues, the mid-jungle priority is kind of the name of the game for this roster. So eyes will be on those two that we talked about. But let's take a look at the other side of the rift with Ducky Getters. And it doesn't get more grassroots esports than this. Not a photo in sight, and just again that little duck up in the top left corner. But as we kind of dissect this team, there's a lot of newcomers here, Joshi, and that makes me very excited for a roster like this, especially when you hear about how they actually play the game.
Yeah, they are fascinating to watch. They really focus on some interesting things with the mid-jungle duo in particular, and Rough Beans is a player that I was like, that name sounds familiar. I actually recognize this guy from even more grassroots esports that I was doing back in like 2017, 2018, where we were playing for the Seattle Surge up, just like a really cool thing in Super League, and he used to play alongside players, what was his name? Silent Steps was one of them, and Wonder Kid of Washington. He used to play a lot of Lee Sin. Oh, come on, Steve. He used to play in Australia for a little bit.
I can't help you out with this one, Joshi.
I'm gonna come back to it. Their whole thing was Rough Beans and these other players would swap their roles over and over again, so you never knew who was playing what champion when they actually would get there. But either way, Ducky Getters play some fascinating League of Legends. One of my favorite things that they do is play Rengar in the jungle and Ivern in the mid lane.
Okay, yeah, the Rengar in particular, and even the Ivern, I've heard 100% win rate. Is that correct from the OQs?
That's what I've heard.
That's pretty terrifying, but it is a best of 3 Fearless draft, so there's a chance that we can just deny those from the side of Lotus. But either way, like I said, it's exciting to see a team and a roster like this come together. That's a lot of new players that we haven't seen punching up into the Tier 2 conversation, and they have an opportunity. If they play well throughout this tournament, they could earn their way into the NACL. And at the end of the day, that's kind of what the whole idea of the promotion tournament is. It's a 5 friends in a dream potential where if you're just good enough on the right day, you can actually make that push.
I remember the name, and by remembered I mean I looked it up. Shorter Ace was the player that he used to swap roles with all the time. So we're going to see exactly how they end up playing.
Card game enjoyer.
Yeah. Wait, he's a card game player too?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Unless he's the player I was confused with the other card game player. And then every time I talk with him about it, he's also equally confused. But
that's all right.
That happens a lot.
Yeah.
Either way, though, this matchup is going to be exciting because the way I hear Ducky Getters play the Rift is very untraditional. They play a little wackier than the normal, like, scale or like everyone in their lane assignments. They like to lane swap. They like to put their opponents in uncomfortable positions. But from what I hear, they are very comfortable playing in those uncomfortable positions. And I think that kind of freestyle jazz style of League of Legends is very fun to watch.
Yeah, you can get a little bit of La La Land in there. One of my favorite adaptations we've seen between these two teams actually during all the drafting that we have seen is in the past, Lotus has taken away the Rengar. Dardoch has played that one because we know he's a Rengar enjoyer alongside Chad Jungle in the past. As we jump into this one, because we know that Ducky Getters likes playing the Rengar and the Ivern, if you just take away one of those pieces, well, the other one suddenly loses a lot of power.
And they're both gone right off the bat. It's actually the Ducky Getters that banned the Ivern on their side. And then, of course, that Rengar ban from Lotus. Funnily enough, some of the history between these two teams in the OQs, I hear that we did have the last time Dardoch matched up against this team, they even picked the Rengar away from them. So, interesting to see just the different ways that teams can approach pick and ban against a team like the Ducky Getters. Lotus are on blue side, though, so they'll get that first pick here. And the Nasus ban with Senna. Weird that Nasus ban is becoming kind of meta with the recent surge of the popularity of the champ.
It used to be something that only Dragoon would ever really play, and he was a huge Nasus, apologist. He would always defend that. But going into this one, it is important to remember that this is also going to be fearless, just like we had during the OQs, just like we've had in Challengers League. So pick something one time, it is no longer available for the rest of the series. And Sushi are going to start things off by picking up this Varus. That leaves a number of fairly strong picks. I also, as far as I know, Aurora is still available in this league simply because it's also available in Challengers League, so the fact that it's not picked up right away also thinks back to the Fear versus FlyQuest, where it was kind of kicked down the road a couple of times.
But instead, we're opting for the Rumble here, Red 1. Let's see if they go for something like Aurora afterwards. But, I mean, you already have a lot of AP with that Rumble, so you'd be doubling up there. Braves Hover. Let's see what Bio wants to go for. A reminder, the, what was it? A Best Newcomer, I believe, award that Bio was able to pick up from the awards of Tier 3.
Yep.
Eyes will definitely be on this. Player was also 3rd team All-Pro, so choosing to lock in Vi.
Yeah, a number of very different hovers coming through from the Ducky Getters. Just showcasing that they can play a variety of different things and showing some threats across the board. In particular, from what I've been hearing, both of these two teams rely a lot on their top half of the map, with Sushi being one of the stronger exceptions across the board. But now as we do see this Uyghur come in, it has been something that Porsche has played a lot in the past. It has been on and off as a counter pick to the Rumble, but also something we know that Dardoch has had a long history of playing just because of how much damage and how free you are to run around on this champion.
Expecting more so that Porsche would play it than Dardoch, but either way, it is flexible, which to me says maybe they hold it for either a mid lane pick or a support pick now, so that way they can keep that flex up. And Aurora was available, so they will actually lock it in.
Yeah. I mean, it goes halfway through the first draft. A bit surprised to see it even goes through here, but Robbie Bob, a renowned mage player throughout the course of his history. I know him mostly as a Victor and also a Zed in Jar, even though that doesn't come up nearly as often these days. But Lotus has already drafted a lot of magic damage for themselves, so it's going to push Sushi towards more of an on-hit style of build. Maybe Blade of the Ruin King, looking for all these different things to chew through these characters. But as we see the Galio come through, a classic combination with the Vi, trying to put a lot of threat immediately onto Sushi in particular.
Talk about Robbie Bob champions. Robbie Bob pulling out the Aurora. He played a lot of Galio, a lot of Lissandra back in his time in the NACL. These more facilitated mid laners, and Rough Beans now going to give him the receiving end of that. Theoretically, I see why you would want something like this against the Aurora. You get that magic shield. You can try and survive her in laning phase, and then you follow up. The Vi engages so well, so that backline's going to be under a lot of threat now.
Yeah. Interesting to see that the Sivir ban comes through. The Nautilus one is definitely much more meta, but as the Sivir does come through, you just know that Ducky Getters, they create so much chaos on the top half of the map that they need to buy a little bit more time to scale on the bottom half. And they're just like, let's take Mixture off of all of these hook champions. Not going to give them an opportunity to set things up. But I look at this Ducky Getter composition, and I feel like you could have afforded to let a lot of these characters just get hooked because of the amount of damage that they can do and how difficult it'll be to take them down.
Yeah, it's funny when you pull a Vi or a Galio, sometimes even the Rumble closer to the team, it's actually worse for you. But either way, they don't want to give Mixture the potential of that type of outplay. Now we have the top lane, jungle, mid lane locked in. Ducky Getters are waiting for their bot lane as their last locks, and it's a Vayne for Enthrall.
Very aggressive. I really like this. You can go toe-to-toe with the Aurora. Udyr is never going to do anything to you as long as you time your Condemn in the right moments. You know, as long as he doesn't have the Unstoppable available, Vayne is going to tear through all of these. But it also says that it's the kind of thing where Vayne does not have a strong early laning phase. You generally want to put this champion in a lane swap position. So Ducky Getters looking to opt into that right off the bat, whereas on the other hand, Dardoch going to be locking in this Poppy, trying to put a stop to any aggression that Bio will have.
I think it's Mixture Poppy.
Yeah?
I mean, if you get that steadfast presence on a Vayne, she can't tumble away. It's also good value against a Vi gank or even a Galio potential roam. So I don't know if that's going to be Porsche or Dardoch on the Poppy. Okay, never mind. It is actually going to be heading up. I was trying to get in the heads of the players, but instead we're going to go for the Karma, which is more range advantage over that Vayne. You factor that with the Varus. Vayne can get poked out in a lane like this.
Yeah, definitely says that Ducky Getters are going to want to try and go for a lane swap, and that gives you some freedom to try and figure out what support you actually want to go for. They are a little on the low damage coming in from Ducky Getters, but it's not as though there are super tanks other than the Udyr, and Vayne will take care of that one themselves. It is going to be the Melio coming through for Hiccup, and that gives them a lot of freedom. Vayne with the extra range becomes incredibly dangerous with the better ability to go for target selection, but we'll see how evolved the lane swap meta has actually become from Ducky Getters. They have Coach Kellex, who has coached at higher levels before. We know that they have a good understanding of the macro and a complete willingness to throw the game into utter chaos.
But you're right in that Enthralled is going to have to step up a lot here. This is a comp that feels like it's in a way designed for the Vayne. I don't know. I don't typically think of Vayne as a champion AD carry that excels at diving backline to follow up a Vayne, a Vi and a Galio. They won't want to go too far forward there. But with Emilio and with all the space making that a Galio gives you, it will come down a lot to Enthralled to do that DPS to get through the health bars of Lotus's composition, as you were saying. But concern being, can they get through that lane phase versus a Varus and a Karma, a very oppressive and a lane bully style from these two.
Yeah, one of the major advancements we've seen in the lane swap meta over the past month or so has been sending the marksman and the top laner to be in a lane together so they both end up getting some of that experience instead of starving at the top lane. You starve out the support because nobody cares about that role anyway. Either way, it is going to be on Lotus to try and match and put their very strong laning phase from this Varus Karma into the place that they wanted. That means you're going to need to get a lot of early vision, a lot of information, or you can just guess. That's all. That's the other option.
Yeah, I will say though, already here in the early draft, or game one draft early on, we're seeing how creative Ducky Getters can be. If you told me this was game 5 of a full Fearless, I would say, yeah, the draft makes sense. But game 1 showing up with Vayne, Galio, Melio. We'll see if it works out for them as game number 1 will begin for the kickoff of our promotion tournament.
And immediately here, Kangas, we need to note that Sushi has opted to go for the Arcane Comet on the Varus, not going for the on-hit style of builds like you would usually expect. Instead, going to be having a lethality build coming through, maybe an AP build, but you already have a lot of magic damage. Dr. Calculus, run!
Yeah, he's going to get caught out right here. Has to flash early. That's going to be a rough laning phase now for the Rumble. So Lotus already getting a slight advantage, if not just a sizable advantage, with their level 1 read.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Dr. Calculus has both the Ghost and the Flash available to make sure that you can keep some distance from Porsche during the entire laning phase. However, it means that there's no teleport available for Dr. Calculus. Instead, it's being put onto Enthralled. So that tells us a lot about how Ducky Getters are going to be trying to play this one out. You need to make sure that Enthralled, one of the best side laning champions in the game on the Vayne, is going to have opportunities to do all of that side laning. But Dr. Calculus, no Flash available now. Porsche has the ability to path towards the top side and really make his life miserable, because Dr. Calculus still one of our top 3 all-pros, but Porsche was right up there with him.
And Dardoch is doing just that, starting on the bottom camps. Presumably will head up top as Porsche has taken this time to get an early health bar trade over Dr. Calculus, who notably has Ghost with Flash, so does still have another defensive summoner spell, but if you ever do go down to a gank, you can't teleport back to the lane, so you will get punished for that. And also, important to note too, no lane swaps. Ducky Getters will have traditional lanes set up here, as they at least will spot where Dardoch's pathing. That will give Dr. Calculus the information that, you know, in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes time, you're going to be in a little bit of danger.
Yeah. I'm very surprised that the Ducky Getters opted into this normal laning phase, just because, like we said, the Vayne does not have a great early lane, especially going into characters like the Forest and the Karma, who have so much pressure, have longer auto attack range, and even with the Milo giving the shields and the heals to come through, it's not the largest heals nor the largest shields, but Dardoch coming down for this early gank is a big commitment.
Yeah, this is a dive. Rather than a path topside to take advantage of the Flashless Rumble, this is a let's kill Enthralled early. Flash early from Enthralled, and he gets headbutted away. First blood picked up by Sushi, as Mixture will survive with the flash away. First blood to Lotus.
A really good gank coming through from Dardoch, but you instantly see the response coming through from Bio, moving towards the opposite side of the map. You already see the pings coming through from Lotus to say, hey, we need to make sure we don't lose too much here. If there's anyone who can move, Porsche would be the one to do it, because Rough Beans, I mean, at the same time, doesn't have a lot of HP. They stop the invade, and Enthralled just goes down here. They commit a lot to try and keep him alive. They do get away from the stun, but I feel like pulling them underneath your turret, taking extra turret shots, might have actually been a better play.
And it looked like Enthralled actually did have the Condemn. I couldn't quite tell, but I think Mixture flashed mid-Condemn, so he actually got pushed further away from the turret. I'd have to get another look at that one there, but almost a trade from Enthralled, as it was Mixture tanking up. But either way, not going to be a trade at all. It is Lotus now with a little bit of a gold lead, and that gold is on Sushi on the Varus, which I think is pretty notable, because we already said how hard this laning phase could be. Well, now the enemy AD carry is getting even further ahead while you don't have some, so Enthralled and Hiccup, their job's only going to get harder from here.
Yeah, getting the tier really early alongside the Longsword does mean that the lethality on this Varus is going to be difficult for Enthralled and Hiccup to try and deal with. At the same time, Porsche, trying to play against a flashless Dr. Calculus, has been having a good time, does have a little bit of a lead there, whereas Bio, even trying to go for that invade, not able to find anything. So we got to see a little bit more of the chaos coming through from the Duckies if we want to get the Getters.
It took me like a half second to understand what you were trying to say there, but
you got to get the Getters before you get got.
Gotta get the got, and then Ducky gets.
Yeah.
There we go. We got some Raptors, as Bio did go for an invade right there. Dardoch now spotted, and we'll see. Wait a minute. Those should have been there.
Hey.
And
those aren't
on
ducks.
vision the whole time.
They're supposed to be
No.
other kinds of birds, like chickens. Either way, Bio is found in the bottom
Ducks
side.
hardly count as birds.
Yeah, it's an interesting hill to die on.
Oh, come on. Yeah, they're more like water.
Yeah, they're basically fish, but either way,
badgers or
Dardoch
something.
going fishing
Yeah.
for Bio.
Okay, another attempt. I don't think we'll die for this one, though, because with a 3v3, it's much harder to pull off. Instead, it's just pushing Bio away from the Gromp. Bio will now have the confidence to walk back forward, gets a good trade there onto Dardoch. And I don't think Dardoch actually has any business here, unless you just go for the 50-50 Smite steal, which, of course, it is Dardoch. So he's going to go for the 50-50 Smite steal. 1Q plus timed with it. I didn't actually see who got that, but I think it's Bio because he hit level 5. Yep. So I don't think Dardoch actually wins out there.
I mean, it puts a decent pressure on the bottom side of the map as well, and Enthralled and Hiccup need to respect it. But Dr. Calc is at the same time still down a level. I don't know if he's going to be getting... Yeah, he will be getting it off of this Canyon Minion, so he does have the flashback available, so this will start to get a little bit better for Dr. Calculus now that he can actually play the lane, but it's still going to be 1,000 gold nearly in favor of Lotus right off the bat. And in particular, Enthralled has been suffering down his bottom side. You can see nearly 2 waves down already. Down a kill up against Sushi. And Sushi, the second All-Pro AD carry behind Array, you know that he's going to be very safe, and it's going to be tough to get to him with this composition.
It's just been constant waves shoved in onto the Vayne bot side. It's like that's where the gold lead is. It's the first blood alongside this CS advantage that we see Sushi picking up here over Enthralled. But eventually, Vayne will hit critical mass. It kind of is inevitable. It's just, can your team be far enough ahead that it doesn't matter at that point? So even when the Vayne's online and can do damage, you can just absorb all of it here. And so far, so good for the early game of Lotus. No focus on that Dragon, but we are onto the Grubs as Dardoch will start up that objective. And Hiccup's almost just dead. I think you're going to have to reset there now.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how bad this laning phase was going to be. Feels like it's getting worse than it probably ought to have been because of that early dive that Dardoch did commit towards the bottom half of the map. Also, like you called out, getting those early grubs and not a trade coming through from the Ducky Getters. They're not going to be getting the Dragon just quite yet. Instead, just getting some farm. We have not yet seen a lot of movement around the map that has been successful from Bio just quite yet. I don't think we should be surprised. Dardoch is kind of that guy in a lot of ways. He's going to put a lot of pressure onto a lot of teams, has a lot of experience, and also you have a lot of strength coming through from your solo lane, so he's very free to move around the map the way he wants to.
Yeah, just a reminder, Dardoch has been playing professional League of Legends since I believe like 2013, 20. No, well, no, you're older than Dardoch, but I didn't mean to out you like that. But Bio is the winner of the best newcomer. So yeah, we can expect a slight experience discrepancy here, but Bio not deterred by that. He's just gonna dive under the turret and get his top laner a kill. Now bot lane though, they could be in some trouble. Mixture going forward. Flash from Sushi with a Chain of Corruption locking down. Hiccup still has the flash available on the Emilio. Will use it, but it will not save his life. Sushi grabs his second kill of the game.
That was a really bold dive in the top half. Glad it worked out for them because that could have very easily gone the wrong way. But now Dardoch looking for a repeat gank in the bottom side. Lotus looking to extend the lead.
Please, he's already dead. Oh wait, no, never mind. He's not gonna go for it. Maybe he expected Sushi and Mixture could just tag team kill.
That guy.
Dardoch, you have flash. Just now you know what? Romp is worth it's like 100 gold. Okay. So
sometimes, you know, one thing I have learned from the musical we were talking about before is ruthlessness, is mercy upon ourselves.
Oh, it's
looking
gonna
for
work.
this one.
It's fine. Hiccup just walked up.
Nice.
Oh, had the Q. Trying to block away the heroic charge, and then Thrall can TP back into lane. You know what? All things considered, Ducky Getters, that could have gone way worse. And it did. All right, Hiccup went down as he tried to ward up the Tri-Bush.
Okay, that one was a little bit unforgivable, not going to lie, but it is going to be a big lead coming through for Lotus, and Porsche still uncontested in the top half, but Mixture just waiting around in his bush, not getting the full condemn off, and allowing Sushi to get in. It looks like Hiccup panicking a little bit in this game, perhaps a bit of stage nerves coming through, flashing before the Q comes out from Sushi, which gives an easy target for the bars, and then also just walking the bush. You know at least 3 people are there. The fact that Robbie Bob was there was the only thing that was a bit of a surprise, but it ultimately leaves just another kill. 3 deaths coming out from the Ducky Getters bottom lane.
And I believe that is now the 3rd time that Hiccup has walked bot side and not checked the line brush in the wave. That control ward's been there for quite a while, so just that amount of information that Lotus have to say, yeah, we can go for these dives at any time because we know when they're warded up and specifically when they're not warded up here. But again, like you said, stage nerves is important. These are very young players, very new to this level of play, so not to hold it against them, but it is important to note some mistakes are being made as Dr. Calculus pops the ghost here. Porsche is able to just run away, and Dr. Calculus has the backup of a Vi, but a very low health bar, so it's very scary to even go for this type of play.
Yeah, and Bio being on the ward does mean that Porsche should be absolutely okay in this one. And we see Dardoch looking in the bottom half of the map, potentially going to be looking for another dive on the bottom side. We have to remember that that turret is on less than a single plate remaining. As Sushi and Mixture just total control of the bottom side, and with Enthralled and Hiccup so low, no big surprise.
This turret's gone.
I
think the turret's just gonna die, and then Dardoch can dive after. Dardoch should just go high here, Bio is trying to cover, and I think Ducky Getters fancy themselves and engage, and they're not going to realize in time. But, oh wait, we had Galio come down. Teleport from Rough Beans actually turns the play. Ults to save Enthralled. That's one picked up here for the Ducky Getters. Now they're turning their attention on to make sure that's a flash away. Darduck's now the front line, but he's getting re-engaged upon as Rough Beans dives into the back line. It's traded back as Enthralled and Hiccup go down. A double kill to Robbie Bob, the mid laner, with the roam answer. And now it's another re-engage from Rough Beans as Galio is just popping off. Weird Need will save Robbie Bob's life right there to give him the space he needs, as Bio didn't want to go back in. Robbie Bob played that so well, but so did Rough Beans. That turned into which mid laner could have the clutch factor, and I gotta say, marks to both. That was incredible.
Yeah, Rough Beans coming through for the teleport. Even we were noticing, because look at how deep it actually was in the lane. By the time anyone on the side of Lotus found out, it was far too late. Sushi just instantly goes down to the combination of Bio and Rough Beans, gets him immediately, but Robbie Bob still playing the rest of his fight fantastically, and it really becomes super chaotic with Bio being on one side of the fight, Darduck and Mixture trying to fight them at the same time, but it is Rough Beans who eventually finishes off so many of these kills. Robbie Bob just moving to the other side. They didn't interact with each other hardly at all because they were busy killing the opponent's rest of the team.
Yeah, Between Worlds almost locked Bio in there as well. That could have gone even worse. But the fact that it was a relatively even trade, I think the Ducky Getters can feel good about. But at the end of the day, 3,000 gold lead for Lotus as they'll go for the second rotation of Grubs here. Darduck has just been winning in terms of the jungle efficiency. I know down like one camp basically, but just ruthless focus on these dives. Bot lane has gotten them ahead, and now with 6 Grubs picked up, these turrets will continue to melt. They've already taken one down pre-12 minutes.
Yeah, the Dragon also coming in very late. We'll take a look at how the plates go after this one, because Lotus looking for potentially a dive, but Ducky Getters just going to accept that their bottom lane does not have the strength to do a lot for a while. Instead, going to be giving over more and more plates, and with the Grub again coming through, it is so easy to chew through these turrets. Robbie Bob, you are the play on the game, so he's got to run.
As Enthralled will jump forward, but they just don't have any hard commit. Bio's on the other side, and now Bio's actually going to look for it. Throws out the ultimate, locking down the Aurora. That will get flashed out of Robbie Bob as goes in between worlds and just breaks their ankles. Doesn't get a killer response, but Darduck has now gotten the time to join in on the fight. Maybe he doesn't want it. Their heroic charge forward. Lands a stun, but then he's in full retreat mode. Nobody falls on either side, but Robbie Bob showing us what Aurora can do.
Really showcasing why this character is nuts. Fighting another kill.
And Dr. Calculus, unfortunately, on the rotation, runs straight into Sushi and pays the price.
I mean, we're getting to see what happens. The game's so chaotic. Bio also getting run at by Porsche, not quite going down on that last one. But all said and done here at Kangas, we got to take a look at the plays, because no more going to go down here, but 500 gold already going over to Sushi and 400 to Mixture, because they get the entire top lane turret, nearly the entire, or the entire bot lane, nearly the entire top lane, because Porsche got one to himself earlier. Just so much money already going into the Lotus bottom lane. And as we take a look at the gold, you can see Sushi over 1,000 gold ahead of Rough Beans, the richest member on Lotus, and even Mixture, not the poorest member on his own team because of how effectively they played this bottom lane.
Sushi is 2.6 thousand gold ahead of Enthralled. The Vayne, the carry, the champion that we were saying needs to be online to do damage for this comp to work, is the second poorest champion in the game. That is not the position that Ducky Getters want to be in, and they're going to have to find a way to funnel gold into Enthralled, because if Vayne continues to fall further and further behind, the champion's just not going to do anything against the range advantage of a Vayne, of a Karma, of an Aurora, and it's going to just be a nightmare to play out these fights.
I'm really curious to see how the Ducky Getters are going to try and navigate this one, because my big worry here is normally in a lot of games Vayne becomes a side laner, but I don't know if you're going to be able to do anything into Aurora, who is also an incredible duos champion, because of how difficult it is to lock that champion down. But Lotus putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane. They just have so much more money across the board than their opponents. They can afford to try and make a lot of these crazy things happen. And the Ducky Getters, they don't want the chaos at this point. They would love to try and find some picks, but the chaos generally just means that Lotus is going to be moving first because they can get front.
Yeah, I mean, everything that we were saying. Oh, never mind. We're going to get back to that point. Enthralled is going for a deep Vayne teleport flank play as Rough Beans is absorbing a lot of the cooldowns, but the rest of Ducky Getters find Dardoch on the side. Rough Beans survives. Equalizer goes down to slow down Sushi as Robbie Bob is going to try and buy some space for the team to retreat, and they will do just that with the help of Mixture. Still good for Ducky Getters to find one. Dardoch, it seemed, was just caught out of position from the rest of the team. Oh, but we're into Between Worlds. Robbie Bob with Porsche behind him. They're just going in aggressively. That is so much AoE damage. And Enthralled yet again, getting sniped by the Varus.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen how oppressive the lethality Varus can be. Most of the time, if we see some kind of Q-focused Varus build, it's because they have a Nashor's Tooth and just a lot of magic damage. But this time around, Sushi just chunking through his opponent's HP bar. And we get to see that even with all of this, there's a lot of chaos coming through, and Robbie Bob just says, yep, it is my time to shine, jumps in and goes for the invisible Between Worlds, catches 4 different members. The only way to get out of that is to flash or to wait it through, and look at this Q. He was like a half.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where I'm thinking, how did that hit me? But it registered the hitbox. And Between Worlds as well, it's got the Leandry's burn. So Robbie Bob with a build I haven't actually seen on Aurora. Typically I see Malignance rushed right away, but I do like this idea, this concept of, I can just burn everybody locked in there. And also gives you some more HP shred over a champion like Galio, who you're going to have to get through a pretty big health bar. And it just worked out beautifully right there. Everything landing heads for Lotus, 6,000 gold ahead, and there's only one dragon picked up by Ducky Getter so far, so I don't even think they're really in a position to threaten a dragon stack, and this game's falling apart quick. Maybe they can make a play here onto Porsche. Ghost is just coming off cooldown. He has no flash, so Porsche probably just going to try and buy as much time as possible, but he is tanky. And now they have a teleport coming in, so there was the play. Lotus said, trap set, trap sprung, as Bio will actually dodge out Dardoch's ultimate with his own, and here comes Rough Beans. Maybe the carry that the team needs. The Galio doing a lot as Dr. Calculus moves on to Robbie Bob. They're burning each other down, and it's Robbie Bob that falls first. Dardoch will fall as well, and it's Ducky Getters finding their first successful team fight of the game.
But at what cost? At the same time, Lotus is pushing here in the mid lane. They have 6 grubs, and so they're going to be losing an inhibitor turret for those kills. The gold lead remaining around 6,000 gold. Maybe they can get back onto the map first because they have more players alive, but the dragon is still available. Lotus still have more control over the map. It has to be a counterplay from Duckies right now.
And the fact that Lotus were able to actually keep their gold lead. I mean, that did not move at all. The mid turret going down and all those waves crashing in really helping them out. And it seemed like it was a good start for Lotus going for the teleport flank up top side, but nice for Ducky Getters to at least have more members there and get this second dragon. So right as I had said, a dragon stacking doesn't seem like it's going to be a very clear win condition for them. Hey, it still is on the table, and it's a Hex Soul. So if they can get the next 2 dragons, that could really get Ducky Getters back in the game.
Yeah, it's a long-term win condition, but they might be able to do it because Rough Beans in particular on this Galio finding some great taunts, some great control over all of these engagements. So Lotus, have to be very careful. We have to remember, the Ducky Getters love playing this more chaotic style. Lotus was beating them at their own game, but
Ooh, you're talking about Enthralled in his side lane against Robbie Bob. Almost just solos him, but Hiccup was there as well, and now Enthralled realizing, wait a minute, the rest of the enemy team's collapsing on me, but I got my own. Dardoch trying to lock down the Vayne. Can they keep Vayne out of the fight? Robbie Bob jumps back in with Between Worlds and just gets punished. Enthralled with a kill credit, and Ducky Getters are roaring back to life in this game. Lotus fancying another fight top lane, but this is not their lane. This belongs to the Ducky Getters. They will take a 4-for-0 trade.
And the Baron is spawning in a couple of seconds. This is going to be Ducky Getters potentially getting a huge turnaround in this game because of an overextension yet again from Lotus. We got to see they're trying to overengage, but you have to remember there's a Galio in this game. They're never alone. Rough Beans showing up yet again, finding huge taunts across the board. And with Dardoch nowhere in sight, it's going to be a huge turnaround from the Ducky Getters. They were down 6,000 gold after this. They'll be less than 2,000.
I gotta say, The Vayne being behind felt about as useful as deadlifting on leg day, but Rough Beans is the real carry here, picking up everybody on his back on the Galio, constantly turning these plays around, and has now gotten Enthralled back into the game. Enthralled would have died there if a Galio ult was not coming on top of him to save his life and then get that kill credit. As we look back at the gold here, Enthralled, I mean, he's still behind a substantial amount, but he's getting back into the game.
Yeah, in particular, the fact that the solo winners of Rough Beans and Dr. Calculus have a lot more money. They're also champions that don't interact very well going up against the Lethality Virus, because you just get in, you do not take the poke, you just try and get the fight started. Lotus are not really playing to their composition strengths right now and is really putting them in a tough position. There's a Warmogs now completed on Rough Beans, so he can move around the map faster, he can stay in these side lanes longer, and he's not going to get chipped out by players like Porsche and Robbie Bob. So suddenly Dr. Getters have the ability to split the map, but also come together much faster when they need to.
And the concern that I had was the range advantage of Lotus over something like a Vayne. But so far, Lotus have been just getting real aggressive and trying to dive onto Enthralled, which allows the Galio to do what Galio wants to do.
Oh.
Speaking of what champions want to do, we're just going to dive straight onto Sushi right here. And he's popped like a balloon. Robbie Bob between worlds trying to turn the play and will at least survive through it, but does not find an answer.
Yeah, Sushi, if we wanted to play this kind of game, we could not be going with Lethality Virus. This is the kind of game where it's just all-out brawls. You do not do the same kind of damage with the Lethality builds as you would with some kind of on-hit, and they're just going for these long, extended team fights. You need to have more control over the map, and now, Porsche, I mean, he's threatening a flank, but it's not a real threat.
And they're chaining the teleports to keep the minions alive. We have Rough Beans finally making it in. Enthralled there as well. They're diving onto Dardock, who will get Dr. Calculus, but falls in response. 1-for-1 trade right there. But the turret will go down. Ducky Getters get an advantage and are slowly getting the gold back to their side. It's now only sub 1,000 in the lead for Lotus. Based on how that early game went, this is a bit of a miracle play. The fact Ducky Getters have been able to pull this off speaks to why people were so excited about this team coming into the tournament.
They have a lot of pressure in this play. We do get to see, yet again, Rough Beans coming in for a teleport to keep the minions alive, just making sure they can take down this structure. You got to keep the minions around. But Dr. Calculus taking a couple too many turret shots does go down to Dardock. But it's enough. You still have enough control over the fight. And now, as we take a look at the gold graph, the Rally Cry Baron buff, plus 2,500. That 6,500 gold lead that Lotus had for a little while is completely gone from this position, and the scaling power really comes through on the other side of the map. We're going to be looking at Robbie Bob from this position, who's not particularly wealthy. He does have 2 completed items, but he's the one who's going to need to chew through the massive HP bars that Dr. Calculus, Rough Beans, and Bio are going to be presenting.
And that dive, I think, is very emblematic of what happens when your bot laner, who is the gold lead. Let's not get that wrong. Sushi's still like 3,000 ahead of Enthralled before that fight had happened. When he dies first, Sushi needs to play very respectful to the fact that Bio is going to focus you, but Dragon is up and we've started it up. Lucky Getters on it early here, but Bio's taking a lot of damage in the pit as the tanks are tanking each other on the front line. Robbie Bob throws out between worlds just to block everybody away. Good poke from Sushi to start things off, and Enthralled now throws that ultimate. They're just diving onto Robbie Bob. Rampage for Bio. Lotus lost the script a little bit there. They didn't know if they wanted to stay in the pit or take the fight, and they dilly-dally, so that is Ducky Getter's 3rd dragon in a row.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, at this point, I think the choices that Lotus made, in particular with how they chose to play this Varus, are going to lose them the game. This Lethality Varus does nothing in this position. They cannot kill the front line, they cannot kill Galio, they cannot kill Rumble, they cannot kill Vi, and the rest of the team is not setting up in a way that allows them to actually leverage the fact that they are uncontested in this game in terms of the poke that they actually have. They're going for fights right away. You saw Dardock goes in, throws out the ultimate, Robbie Bob goes in and misses his. So what's the point of having a Lethality Virus, right?
Look,
You're trying to take these long fights.
At this point, I think it's one of those solo queue games where you're like, laning phase went so well, and I itemized for just that, and then you get to the team fights, you're like, what have I done?
Wait, yep.
Wait a minute.
Ducky
I
Getters.
was doing so well. We took turret at like 10 minutes. Then we took top turret at 12. Then we win the game, right? Like it's just like a 1, 2, 3 step process. No, there's gonna be a couple steps after that, and I think Lotus, that's where they've struggled.
Exactly. We have been seeing that the Ducky Getters have just been better at bringing more members to these fights for longer periods of time, and Rough Beans, Bio, and Dr. Calculus in particular creating a lot of space, allowing Enthrall to actually play the game when he was not supposed to be able to. Now Lotus, they're trying to be a little cute with it, but there's nothing on this side of the map for Ducky Getters to come over for, and there's also a Baron spawning in 30 seconds, and so that's where the real pressure is going to be coming through. Lotus are no longer the team that gets to decide what plays are happening.
But I have to say, I think regardless of the fact that the build is not doing a lot to the front line, I think it still comes down a little bit to Sushi here. Enthralled is getting close to Wit's End. Once that's completed, it's going to be so much harder for Robbie Bob to kill Enthralled. It's got to be Sushi. It's got to be Sushi sniping out the enemy Varus, hitting these chains of corruptions, not dying to Bio, who's coming over the wall with just laser focus on Sushi. Time and time again, they're diving deep onto the Varus Arcs, keeping them alive, and Enthralled will take down Mixture, who was just in Narnia away from the team right there. The fight is completely split, and it is Ducky Getters that are rewarded for it. A double kill, making a triple kill for Enthralled as he'll chase down the Quadra. Sushi does not matter how Lady Phase win, buddy. Enthralled comes back roaring online with the Quadra kill.
Great stuff coming out from Bio. You saw that he smited away the spell shield so that you could not use the spell shield to make sure that he stayed out of the ultimate. You're going to be losing the mid lane inhibitor. This could potentially be the game if they want to push the whole thing. They're posturing like they want to.
Hard to get through the Aurora wave clear, but maybe they fancy that they can do it. No, it's going to be take the Hex Gate to run away, and actually maybe lose a couple members in the retreat path here, but no, I don't know if Robbie Bob's going to be able to keep him on. Teleport goes into the mid wave. That is an Udyr, as Dr. Calculus will actually... Oh no, he wasn't teleporting away. We were getting teleported in. Rough Beans has rejoined the fight. Lotus say, do not let them reset. Do not let them spend their gold. We got to fight them right now, but Robbie Bob almost just dies to Bio, who is just 1v3'ing in the back line. Flashes away as Rough Beans is buying space for everybody else. Now between worlds, Robbie Bob might just be able to hero play this one. Gets one, gets a second for the team, and that's 3 that have fallen for Ducky Getters, but the front line lives. Rough Beans and Bio just are relentless and say, Sushi, this is for what you did to our bot lane in laning phase. Rough Beans just takes no damage, man. 1v4. I got to imagine he'll die eventually. Bio thinks I can go back in. I can back up my Galio. And unfortunately, that was not the case. Rough Beans should fall here, but it just takes a comical amount of time, man. That is ridiculous. Shut down the Porsche, but Lotus find the ace.
And they're also going to be fighting this Baron. It's going to take them a while, though. And Drawl does have a teleport. I think we're setting up for a potential vein spotting moment, Genghis.
I mean, you have the Emilio running there, too. So with the Hex Gates, Emilio can set up a Vayne to do some crazy things. No flash, no ultimate. Enthralled is now being hunted, but he did his job of keeping him off of the Baron. So even if he goes down here, you know, it is what it is. That's an 80 carry to deny the Baron, and now Lotus need to take their resets as Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Joshi, this game is insane.
It's absolutely wild. I just love the fact that we call it the vein spotting. They go for it, doesn't quite work out, but as we take another look at this last play, Ducky Getters are the ones getting jumped upon, and crucially, Dr. Calculus has no equalizer, so unfortunately, the equation just does not add up. But Bio and Rough Beans take forever to die in this upcoming fight. But you know who doesn't take forever to die? Enthralled and Hiccup. Look at that damage coming through from the Aurora, picking up Hiccup on the backside. And then Enthralled's like, I really wish I was somewhere else right now. But then it just takes forever to, actually find the last bits of damage to take down Rough Beans. Another Dragon looking to be going over to Lotus at the same time right now. So Lotus, they have reestablished some control over the game, but it's not a comfortable amount of control, and they're just doing the Baron.
Okay, they deny the Dragon Soul, but Ducky Getters are just straight on the Baron. They do not take it very fast. Enthralled was still respawning and running from base. Vayne is their DPS onto that objective. Look at Robbie Bob on the flank right here between worlds. 1v4 locking everybody down. Keeper's Verdict will buy more space for Robbie Bob, but he's getting chased by Dr. Calculus, and he will fall shortly to the burn. Ducky Getters now have a 5v4 scenario. Low health bars, though, on a lot of their carries. Enthralled's in trouble. Rough Beans in trouble. Same with Bio. So Dr. Calculus is actually all alone on this side. The rest of the team just could not make it there in time. But the Warmog's healing up Rough Beans. He's not flashing over the wall. He does not have the Summoner Spell available. Enthralled now running towards the turret. No, guys, there's a turret there. You got to take the path into the jungle instead. Lotus up to end this fight fast, though, because their waves in mid are killing the turret. Can they take down Rough Beans, the Galio, the health bar? Sushi this time can actually free fire, but it's lethality Varus. So he's not killing him very fast. The backs are getting stopped by Rough Beans. He stops another back. The supers take down both Nexus turrets as Bio snuck away from the fight to help them out. And we're back out of the Baron. Joshi, I don't even understand this game. What is going on?
Dude, I wish I could tell you. This is absolutely wild. Ducky Getters are dragging them down to the mud and beating them with experience because they are fighting so many different ways in this game. But
Sushi, don't die.
Gotta be very
Please
careful.
Don't die.
Dodging out on that one. But still, Bio not going to be fighting anything there. It's a big wave farm on the bottom side of the map. And now Lotus finds his second Rally Cry Baron buff of the game. They are once again in a gold lead, but they have no Nexus turrets, and they still need to play up against the continuous threat of the Hextech Soul that the Ducky Getters can play for.
Day one, game one of the Spring 2025 NACL promotion tournament, and this is the most fun I've had watching League of Legends all year, man. Give me more of this. Ducky Getters relentless. They were 6,000 gold behind, but they have fought tooth and nail to get back into this game, but Lotus do not want to give them that game. Picking up the crucial objective now, and this gold graph is going to look crazy if we can take a look at that later, but for right now, it is still, at the end of the day, Sushi ahead, but look at how much Enthralled is caught up.
Yeah, it used to be Rough Beans and Dr. Calculus. I would love to see all of their individuals, but here we go, Robbie Bob.
Okay, between worlds, gonna try and take down Hiccup. That is the focus, but the flash away from Hiccup will outplay. Enthralled still alive with the shields. Finally goes down. Sushi lands the snipe. Hiccup falls as well. Double kill to Sushi as Lotus punish Ducky Getters for attempting to make a play on Robbie Bob in the side lane, but they want even more. Bio flashing forward onto Sushi yet again. They just have no chill, man. Sushi cannot play this game. Ducky Getters now have the burn damage between the Galio, between the Rumble. It's got to be Dr. Calculus to do the DPS. Bio can give a little punch here and there, but it's Dardock trying to outplay, but he gets burned to a crisp. As Porsche will trade one back. Porsche still alive. Nobody got on the mixture. The shields are going to be huge for Porsche. I actually think that the Udyr can do it in this scenario. There's not enough damage left for Ducky Getters. They're not hitting the Karma. Just hit the Karma. You're not going to kill. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, Beans. Take him down. Now focus Porsche. Ducky Getters win the scrap in the craziest way possible. A double kill to Rough Beans.
I think that's the longest team fight I have seen this entire calendar year, Kangas. They just sat there swinging at each other for so long. But that is going to be the Baron buff completely gone off the members of Lotus, off of this pick that started onto Robbie Bob. But then the fight just keeps going. They keep on fighting because it takes so long to take down Rough Beans, Bio, and Dr. Calculus, and the equalizer that Dr. Calculus puts down ends up buying so much space. But like you called out, one of the major parts of this fight was who was able to live. Sushi dying too early in the fight means that even though it's a lethality bars, it's still your biggest source of DPS in these fights. And then my favorite part of Dardock,
I didn't know Karma had a camouflage. I did not know that Mixer, like, she could just go invisible like this.
Well, look at this, Dr. Calculus. I thought for sure he was dead, but the Q doesn't come out from Dardock. And that's a massive difference. But just like you called out, you just gotta kill the person who's making the Udyr super powerful. Turns out it's not the Udyr the entire time.
Yeah, look at all these shields. Look at the value that Mixture's getting here. Eventually they do take down Mixture. Eventually they do take down Porsche. And now we have an even gold state as we're just fighting again. You know, why not? We've been doing it all game. Let's just keep it going. Look at the flank. Bio's looking. Sushi's like, no, not again. And Dardock says, nay, not again. Throws up the steadfast presence. Robbie Bob in between worlds has to flash away himself, actually, as Dardock is deep in enemy territory. Porsche trying to be that front line as well. Nobody's going to go down, but nobody got onto Enthralled. The Vayne, relatively unscathed in this fight, is fantastic for Ducky Getters because, yeah, if you don't have a threat onto that champion anymore, then you cannot fight if you are Lotus.
Yeah, Ducky Getters also do not need to fight right now as a heal comes out from Hiccup, because the Ducky Getters can get the next Hex Tech Dragon. It doesn't matter which one you get for the soul, but Rough Beans is going to be mogging his way back to full HP, and now Enthralled also full HP again.
Yeah, I never heard that one before, but you know what? We'll have time to recover later. For now, it is a second dragon in a row picked up by Lotus. The fact that they've denied the Dragon's Soul from Ducky Getters is good, but again, you have to think back to 20 minutes ago when they were 6,000 gold in the lead, and how could they have held on to that? Oh, look at that gold grab, man. That is crazy.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. I definitely feel like, you know, you have Death Valley right there around 20 minutes. Uh-oh.
Well, Enthralled just gets wombo comboed to the grave. Well done from Dardoch right there, catching out a Vayne who, like, if we're just being honest, completely out of position. No reason to be there.
That's all right. Now Lotus, what can they do with this? Because that's 45 seconds that Enthralled is still dead. There's no mid lane inhibitor turrets. And Lotus, they have the wave mid lane, they have a wave bot lane that they can play with. This could be 2 inhibitors, or they can try and play for the game right away.
I mean, if this is the game, that is the craziest, most anticlimactic way that this game could have ended. It has been back and forth. Enthralled was fighting tooth and nail to get back into the game. The team was getting him there, and I don't think that they will have enough in the tank. Beans trying to be that frontline bio, about to go down. Force locking him in place, but Rough Beans will take that run. They got Sushi too. What is going on? Nobody's peeling for the backline. They're so focused on killing bio, and they didn't even get the Vi. Ducky Getters hold the line as Lotus just run at them, trying desperately to end this game, and they get giga punished. Dr. Calculus might just go down here. Make sure has the shield flash forward. No! They didn't get him! Hiccup with the miracle play to save his top laner's life, and Enthralled Spawn said, nah, screw this. I'm teleporting into their base. They got no Nexus turrets. They're all dead for 40 seconds. This game should end right here. Enthralled gets picked in the jungle. Lotus throw their lives away in the 5v4, and Enthralled TPs in to end the game. That was game 1 of the promotion tournament.
Jeez, the Duckies got him, man. That was absolutely wild. Going back and forth, we got to see a lot of rolling around in the dirt. I loved every single one of those fights that we were seeing the entire time through. Enthralled being less than nothing to being the second most powerful player to suddenly just ending the game by themselves.
He mind controlled them. He was like, yeah, I'm not on the map anymore. You're just going to do this now, right?
Yeah, just seeing them dive onto Bio and the amount of shields and heals coming out of Hiccup throughout this fight, and Bio just living. Meanwhile, like you said, wait a second, Sushi and Robbie Bob, they're gone. They just disappeared because the Rough Beans and Dr. Calculus did too much damage and nobody cared. But it turns out with all that damage, you're never winning these fights.
I gotta say, I don't know what your opinion is. Rough Beans, I think, has to get most valuable or player of the game from that one. The Galio keeping them in it for so long and played these fights perfectly. Well, maybe not perfectly, but just incredibly well, buying the space that he needed. And also the pick itself just feel like it threw a wrench in the entire game plan of Lotus. Rough Beans, for a debut in the promotion tournament, one hell of a performance.
Honestly, fantastic watching Rough Beans. It feels good to see this guy come back in from their days in all of the super grassroots stuff that we used to do together. Come in and just dismantle players like Dardoch and Robbie Bob on this galley with having fantastic teleports, so much control over where it was on the map, and amazingly, died only twice with 25 takedowns, 9 kills, 16 assists. That is absolutely nuts.
He did 774 damage per minute as full tank Galio.
Yeah, boy.
What?
Yeah, this reminds me of games I used to play when I would play like Maokai when he was Giga Broken, and I would do top damage on the team. And I'm like, yeah, I deserve that one. Rough Beans deserved this one on the Galio, so well done. But you're only halfway there. You still got to win another game to even have a chance to play some of the former Challengers League teams.
Yeah, Rough Beans making Galio still look broken in that game, that's for sure. But you're right, Joshi. That's one in the books for the Ducky Getters, but they need to win another one. There's a chance that Lotus can come back with a 2-0. This is a full fearless best of 3. So while we send it to break, remember that, everybody. You don't want to go anywhere. I'll be right back after this.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we're preparing for Game 2 of our Best of 3 Fearless draft here for our first series of the Promotion Tournament. And Game 1 delivered, man. That was some fun League of Legends we got. What a crazy way to end the game.
Yeah, and as we go into that post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost was the toll that Rough Beans was taking in that game, but also, look at the damage that Dr. Calculus did. We didn't talk about him nearly as much because so much attention is being paid to this Galio every single time. But the gold grab there, look at that. It's got a huge mountain. You got Death Valley, and it kind of tapers off. You know, you got a couple of hills. But overall, this game was absolutely wild. People getting caught back and forth, and then completely ignoring saving your damage dealers from a Galio.
But hey, we said going into the game that the Ducky Getters thrive in these chaotic game states. That's something that we learned about them in the open qualifiers. And I'll say that game got pretty chaotic. It was just Lotus time after time throwing themselves at this the Vayne, even like trying to find out the Rumble in the side lane, but specifically Beans on the Galio. That was, I think, the big difference maker. And the fact also that Bio was always in the right place at the right time. It felt able to turn around the plays so many times and actually walk away the victors. A lot of that gold fall off there was when Lotus made that egregious overplay topside and then got punished for it. Because again, like I said, Galio ults in and then, you know, everything turns around. But it is a fearless draft. So that means we will not have any of those champs that were played in game 1. You see them grayed out on the screen right here. Means that they cannot be picked again.
So now, as we go into the second game of this best of 3, we are going to not see any of those champions. And so, I wish I knew more about all of the champion pools. I remember Rough Beans would play a lot of wacky things back in the day. I don't know what his champion pool really looks like now, but the Rengar banned away once again, and we saw the Ivern ban in response from the Ducky Getters last time around. I wonder if we're going to see a very similar style come through, and it is making sure that Dardoch cannot play the tree in the jungle.
Yeah, I imagine maybe the same 3 bans for the start here. There's not really a big reason to change things up. But I also do want to note here, just because I'm noticing it, that Lotus being Seed 2 and Ducky Getters being Seed 3, in case anybody was curious about that. But either way, it is the Seed 3 that got that first win. They're a decent amount of points behind Lotus, actually. They were barely ahead of even Polestar. I think only like 5 points ahead coming into the tournament. So they kind of were coming in as the wild card. I remember hearing on Salty Runback, shout out to the podcast that Hawk and Grapes put on, talking about the fact that this could be the team. We oftentimes see at least one of the teams be a dark horse in these promotion tournaments, and I think Ducky Getters already early off starting off with that reputation.
Yeah, and we'll see how this next one ends up shaking out, because with the amount of pressure that Sushi and Mixture had on game 1, the amount of power they had in the bottom lane, it didn't necessarily translate. Part of it was definitely the itemization. Part of it was the fact that Lotus was like, yeah, Sushi, we know you're the richest player on the Rift, but, you know, you're good, right? You got this. Yeah, I figure you'll be able to take care of yourself, but it's going to be the Nasus tech coming through. Again, this used to be one of the most banned things, or one of the most played things by only Dragoon, but instead it is going to be grabbed immediately by Lotus and the Ducky Getters. Now they have to figure out how they want to play against it and also figure out where it's going.
Yeah, typically we've seen it more in the mid lane as a counter to these ranged mid laners, because you're able to wither and you survive lane phase. You actually out poke a lot with your E, and then you're able to just wither and chase down the carries later on into the game. So part of me thinks that that's Smolder mid for all those reasons. I'd actually be kind of surprised if Rough Beans is opting into this type of matchup, especially when we just saw the Galio and you're talking about the wacky picks that Rough Beans might be able to pull out. I want to see something fun and creative here, even something like the Garen mid into that Nasus.
It's very possible. I know he used to be a big Irelia player. You don't really want to play that one into the Nasus, but it is going to be the Curse of the Sad Bullet time alongside the Nasus, and it makes me look, hey look, Lotus is playing all old champions, and then Ducky Getters are playing all new champions. Lulu's not that new, but you know, it is still very funny to see like
Ruining
the
your
difference.
narrative.
Yeah, you're ruining it. Go ahead and pick something new. Pick the Milio again. I know it's banned, but that would be great. Still, either way, Lotus have a very classic composition, a lot of armor shred, a lot of magic resist shred coming through from Lotus, and so the resists of the Ducky Getters won't matter as much.
Yeah, I mean, the Spirit Fire from Nasus, the big AoE circle he places down. The fact, I actually haven't seen that paired with the Misfortune directly. I know that the Amumu combo with Misfortune is a little more direct, but if you also get the Nasus Spear Fire on top, you're shredding armor, meaning that the Misfortune is going to do even more damage. This is kind of a terrifying first 3 champions to see locked in, but it is pretty clear what the game plan is with all 3 of them. It is that big wombo combo set up the Misfortune to just shred an entire team fight. So Ducky Getters, I think the Lulu is a bit of an answer into that to say, as long as Lulu's not hit by the Amumu, she can at least save one member that's locked up in there, because the wild growth plus the shielding of the champion should be enough to save them.
Yeah, and one of the major reasons why this composition comes from Lotus even works is because the Milio was played game 1, meaning you cannot play it anymore. Milio, one of the classic answers to the Amumu, and one of the reasons why we haven't seen this champion quite as much is because everyone was like, well, what if we just weren't crowd controlled and could walk out? That would be awesome. But still, the Ducky Getters, they now have the opportunity to see what they want to do with the rest of the map. We expect this Nasus probably going into the mid lane, but the top lane still available for a portion. It's going to be a Kog'Maw coming through, so a very classic composition, and that pushes the Smolder to very likely be in the mid lane. A ton of damage coming out from the 2 marksmen that the Ducky Getters have drafted.
Now, typically when I see double marksman comps like this, I think of the Melio being the support to go alongside it. If you're going to go for an enchanter, obviously that was already picked, so the Lulu's kind of that second string, but we're learning a little bit about Hiccup's champ pool as well here, opting to play more of the enchanters for the team and enable these carries to do the damage, as it is Renekton picked for Lotus, so that should say that, yeah, Nasus going into the mid lane, no surprise.
Yeah, a lot of Shuriman pressure already coming out from Lotus. I wonder if they're going to finish it out with one more. They're a little bit low on magic damage, and that's instantly solved by picking this Zyra. That's a lot of danger circles that we have already picked up for Lotus. Seem very confused.
Is it Zyra support
or
a Mumu
Zyra
support?
Jungle.
So then a Mumu support would be picked for mixture then.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is how the math works.
Yeah.
Now we have the Cassante going up towards the top side. We did get to see this in FlyQuest versus Fear. So it's going to be a decent matchup here for Dr. Calculus going up against Porsche. I know that Porsche is generally a player that doesn't prioritize the laning phase quite as much, so this could be an opportunity for Ducky Getters to take control of the top side, but I look at the amount of damage that they do, I see the Nasus and Renekton combination, and as long as you have a Mikhail's Crucible so that Enthrall can get out of the Wither, you're going to shred through this front line very quickly.
Yeah, well, backs against the wall here for Lotus as they are down in the series, but as we're ready to hop into game number 2, reminder that it is a double elimination tournament, so even if they do lose this one, they're not out of it yet. They will still have a chance to go through that lower bracket, but Ducky Getters, man, this type of composition is what I think we can grow to expect from them. A little off the cuff, off the beaten path here, as it's Kog'Maw Lulu in the bot lane for Enthralled and Hiccup. And I will say this is another one that can lose that early game. Misfortune will have a little bit more power and just oomph that she can pull out here. But let's see if that's going to give a victory for Lotus in game 2, as it did not work in game 1.
Oh, look at this interesting tech coming through from Rough Beans, choosing to go with the Grasp of the Undying on this Smolder. Typically, you see Fleet Footwork as the most common one taken on this champion, but instead, the Grasp of the Undying, knowing that he's not going to be under a lot of pressure from Robbie Bob, just going to try and make sure that you are as durable as possible, become a very tanky Smolder with this style of build, and I worry that Lotus don't have easy tools to take him down. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Mixture to try and get onto Rough Beans.
It's creative because it lets you survive the laning phase about as well as the Fleet Footwork will, but it allows you to go more into that tree, specifically taking things like the Demolish, because Smolder in the side lane actually can be a bit of a problem for a comp like this to lock down. It's really only a Mumu that can get on top and stick on top of a Smolder. So you're able to take those out faster, and of course second wind's going to be great in this matchup. So eyes will be on Rough Beans. How does the Smolder survive the onslaught that is Nasus mid?
probably be okay. He's already got the 1 stack. I looked over, it's like, what is that 1 again? Oh, right. It is not the level. It is going to be the stack. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one. In particular, Rough Beans has the tools to take control of this game later on. And crucially, the Wither doesn't affect Rough Beans very much on this smolder, just because you don't rely that much on attack speed.
True, and you do have the flap to get away from the movement speed, but still will help Robbie Bob get on top of you as Hiccup. Early Ignite comes down for Mixture. The second bandage shot means flash from Hiccup, flash forward from Sushi with a double up. Will bounce off of Enthralled and get first blood.
That's not something we've seen in a long time. You're seeing the double bandage shots take down supports in the bottom lane, this time at level 1. A little bit of an issue coming through to see that Hiccup already going down, but as soon as the Biocane Mirage from Enthralled disappears, it's like, well, now is my time. Jumps onto Hiccup, lands the first one, lands the second one, and the double up at the end, angling in exactly the right way for the Misfortune to find the kill in. Hiccup loses a lot of pressure and a lot of extra gold going over to Sushi's way, right the same way that we saw last game.
The only way to stop that, I think, is if Enthralled is a homie and flashes as soon as he sees double ups start to come out. But unfortunately, not the reality that Ducky Gitter's bottom lane lives in. Yet again, that's 2 games in a row now where Sushi gets first blood with a reset here, picks up a longsword. So we'll already be able to try and push this lead. Like I said, though, last time, it did not work out for them. Hopefully Sushi can right the wrongs of game number 1.
We'll see what they end up doing. It's definitely easier to pilot this Misfortune a lot of times than the Lethality Varus, but Enthralled now will also have some tools to play around because he was able to get more experience by staying in the lane. One of the major things about this Kog'Maw is how much damage it really does on 2 items. And then after that, it's like, well, you already do crazy DPS. Mixture looking.
Okay, Hiccup and Bio are both here. Dardoch lands the roots onto Hiccup, and he has no flash, so he's just going to go down yet again. That is a second kill to Sushi as Mixture turns attention onto Enthralled. He still has flash, still has cleanse. Bio has flash as well, but now Dardoch slowing him down with a red buff. Flashes forward, misses the root, but one final auto. No! The Q will not land. Bio just barely gets out of there.
Really lucky from Bio, actually not losing his nerve and not flashing into any of the plants that Dardoch was throwing out there, but it still ends up being a 1-for-1. Kill goes over to Bio, but his second kill goes over to Sushi already. So far ahead in this lane with those 2 kills, and then Thrall not even getting a single up. We gotta point it out. That's the second time the Hiccup has died. It's not even 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I thought that he was safe because, of course, Bio was in the neighborhood. But the fact that Mixture on the Amumu can lock you into place and you don't have flash means that even if you have a 2v1 at the beginning, it's not going to stay a 2v1, and you got to be careful and respectful of that. Hiccup was not and is punished.
So, 4 minutes in, again, about 900 gold lead already coming through, but across the rest of the map, Ducky Getters are doing all right. Unfortunately, they have a bit of deficit topside. Rough Beans?
Rough Beans might just solo Robbie Bob right here. There's a flash available. Flash auto. You can't flash away from that one, Robbie Bob. Rough Beans just straight up solo kills his lane opponent.
Either way, I mean, it just comes through. Rough Beans showcasing that they are still able to play all kinds of different champions, being more aggressive into Robbie Bob. We said that it was not going to be a big issue for this Smolder, and fighting a solo kill as a Smolder early on into Robbie Bob is going to give a lot of extra pressure right on over towards the Ducky Getters, because this Smolder super accelerated already in the game.
Yeah, the fact that you have stacked up early, you got a solo kill onto the enemy Nasus, get the flash out of them as well, means that maybe Bio hitting level 6 here soon can try and punish Robbie Bob and get even more kills and gold onto Rough Beans. Not a bad answer from Ducky Getters. The bot lane is still in trouble, but the fact that they have other lanes to play through now is really big.
I'm really excited to see what Rough Beans is going to do on this Smolder, because it is a champion that is going to be tough to lock down. We were already looking at how Mixture was being aggressive into Hiccup previously, taking a lot of damage now, but this is a champion that relies so much on having access to that flash in order to get onto characters like this Smolder, because of how far away Rough Beans tends to play in a lot of these games on a lot of these marksman style of characters. And And now, with the priority that the Ducky Gators have gotten on the bottom side of the map, they're going to be starting up the Dragon, trading it for these early grubs.
Yeah, Bio's playing towards the bottom side here, whereas Dardoch happy to utilize the Zyra, one of the best junglers at taking those grubs. You just clear them so fast, so can even run back and affect mid lane here before the Dragon goes down. Rough Beans needs to respect that Wither lands, but the flat means that Rough Beans is just fine. Dardoch will keep walking forward, though. Yeah, the control ward there, so he's confident enough. Hiccup trying to keep Rough Beans alive, but now here comes Mixture locking down the Smolder, and even follows back up on a Hiccup. Now Enthralled has rejoined, so with the Kog'Maw there, it looks like Lotus don't want to push for much more. They'll just be happy to take out Smolder.
Yeah, Rough Beans not expecting that Mixture was right around the corner, and that Amumu, we were just saying, they need to be finding these vantage tosses, they need to find those engages onto the Smolder. They do just that. And already, Lotus once again building up a bit of a lead early on in the game. 1,500 gold in their favor. But Genghis, we have to remember, this is not the first time that they have had this kind of lead. It was much larger last game, and now Ducky firing back.
Yeah, Dr. Calculus in a 1v1 against Porsche right now, and Porsche has to flash away with Dominus used. All out, Dr. Calculus not going to get enough damage to kill Porsche. We'll at least have a summoner spell advantage as Bio is actually in the neighborhood here. Porsche's Dominus has expired. I think he should be just fine to back. Oh, actually, maybe he doesn't. Bio could be in some trouble. Porsche with the slice forward, gets the stun. Dardoch with follow-up, and Bio's all alone. Not fast enough, but from Dr. Calculus, but no, it is. Bio actually turns it back with the Impale. Dr. Calculus gets one, gets two. Robbie Bob will equalize, making it an even trade. Double kills for each team.
A 2 for 2 overall, but Robbie Bob pulled out of lane. Mixture misses.
Oh, that's really big. Now the Kog'Maw can unleash. Bullet time comes through, and Thrall has cleanse, is able to get out of that one. And again, Hiccup just keeping the AD carry alive, keeping the AD carry safe, and Thralled at any time could look to flash forward, but Sushi has barrier available still. Mixture goes for another bandage toss. Maybe not the wisest move. Hiccup use the polymorph flash forward from Sushi to get the kill. As now flash from Hiccup will survive, and the Kog'Maw passive maximizing efficiency. That's a double kill to Enthrall.
Absolute chaos yet again coming in this game as a 2 for 1 going over to Enthrall and Hiccup. In that last one, they've been bleeding out in the bottom lane down several waves, but Enthrall should be able to get back into the bottom lane to get most of that wave on the backswing. But we get to see Enthrall, the fantastic cleanse, gets out of the bullet time. And you can tell that both sides really touch and go with how they want to actually play this fight out, because Sushi and Mixture going in different directions. Also Enthralled and Hiccup both going different directions. I was wondering if Enthrall was just going to turn onto Sushi, but instead they find the angle onto Mixture, and even though they end up losing Kog'Maw, that passive is crazy.
Oh, Mixture still has the flash available, but is caught here in the jungle, or rather river. Flashes away, Bio flash to follow. Now, bandage toss to try and get something done. Mixture was not making it out of there, and did not make it out of there. And Thrall picks up a third kill, equalizing the bot lane.
I can't help but notice a theme coming through these games so far, Genghis. Sushi starts off with a fantastic early game, and then Enthrall just finds their way back in. Rough Beans flaps his way out of that one, but still, Robbie Bob.
Yeah, underneath the turret, Robbie Bob tries to chase down Rough Beans, but not able to get there fast enough.
Ooh, damage.
That Bio-Arcane Barrage just doing so much.
Yeah, wow. We are really going to see Enthralled take big parts in this game. It's going to have a ton of damage, especially once those items start coming in, and then a lot of really good targets for Enthralled to be shooting as well between Porsche and Robbie Bob and the Renekton and the Nasus. Just having access to all the percentage HP damage in the Gwynsus does mean that Porsche and Robbie Bob are going to have to be very scared during a lot of these fights. Really have to know exact limits on how much damage they can take, because once they get in, they won't be able to leave a lot of the time.
And the ability for a Kog'Maw and a Smolder to kite you means that it's also hard to even get in the first place. But it's actually the Ducky getters that are getting in right now, as Bio's going for a dive on the Porsche here. Dominus is popped, but it will not be enough. The Impale, Chain CC from Bio will guarantee the kill. Dardoch can maybe try and equalize something. Robbie Bob's running all the way up as well. Flash forward from Dardoch will get the kill on the Bio. All out from Dr. Calculus, trying to lock down the Zyra. The plants will be enough though. Dardoch almost got the 1v2, but Robbie Bob will come in and say, I'm helping. Press E, guarantee the kill.
Really impressed with Bio's ability to look for all of these dives. That's the second time I saw a dive top lane. I don't know if this is going to work. And then Bio and Dr. Kelk just go, oh yeah, don't worry about it. We got this one coming through. But a third kill going over to Robbie Bob. A ton of plays getting picked up on the top side of the map. That's effectively an extra kill coming through for the Nasus at the same time. The Grubs, all 6 of them yet again going over to Lotus. This teleport coming through from Dr. Calculus. Has to be careful. This is when Nasus is incredibly scary.
Yeah, has the ultimate available still. No all-out for Dr. Calculus. So Robbie bought that armor shred. You see it. Oh, it does a lot of damage once that goes down. Doesn't kill the turret fully. I think is sticking around maybe in case there was an angle there, but Dr. Calculus can clear out the wave and deny that. But it is on the precipice of dying. That would be, again, 2 games in a row where Lotus are able to take a very early turret. It was about 12 minutes the first time. It'll be a little over 12 minutes this time.
Yeah. Remember when Enthralled was down like 2.5 waves? Yeah, they're up about the same amount now, so really good stuff coming back in this game already. But Bio going to be starting up the next dragon, getting a lot of early pressure, but it's being contested by Dardoch.
Dardoch's here trying to get the plants down just to be annoying. Push them off of the dragon because the prio and the bot wave and the early run from Mixture means Ducky Getters don't fancy themselves that fight win. While that was happening off screen, Robbie Bob does take the turret topside. Dr. Calculus cannot hold it indefinitely, so Robbie Bob getting more gold in his pocket feels great for the side of Lotus, because bot side, they had an early lead and then they lost it. Mid lane is maintaining that lead.
Bio still looking for a potential fight here. Dr. Calculus doesn't have the teleport available, so it should just be going over to Lotus. But I do want to pull attention to a number that is continuing to get larger for Rough Beans here. 125 stacks already at only 13 minutes. This is a very fast stacking Smolder, really ahead of the pace. Normally you're supposed to speed up later on in the game, but it looks as though Rough Beans is right on track. And crucially, we've talked about this before, Kang, is whenever a Smolder team has that first dragon, you just breathe a sigh of relief. You no longer need to play for 4 straight or the 4th dragon. You can wait for Smolder to get that extra bit of time to get to that 225, to get that execute online.
I'm always impressed by Smolder players that are able to have more stacks than CS, because it shows that they're able to hit the poke damage, stack up on things like that. Robbie Bob has to run away, play respectfully, because Hiccup is hanging out nearby Rough Beans. You buff up both the Kog'Maw and the Smolder, about the same effectiveness, so you really need to respect whenever that Lulu appears on screen.
And already, I'm a little bit surprised to see that we're just now sending Rough Beans off to a side lane. But one of the major issues that you always have with this Nasus is it starts off in the mid lane and it goes off to the side lane. And, you know, you do try and snack. Robbie's at a pretty normal number so far from this Nasus, but no single player can deal with Robbie Bob on this Nasus for a while. I don't even know if this 2v1 will be in their favor.
Stun into the wall, no Impale used though, because Bio, like you said, does not think that they necessarily win that. No need to burn the big cooldown, as Robbie Bob didn't even use the ultimate. And mid lane, ooh, look at that blade of the Ruin King slow onto Sushi.
Whoa.
Sushi's in a lot of trouble. There's the curse of the sad bullet time. Cleanse Flash from Enthralled does not get the damage, does not get the kill on the Sushi.
A lot of summoners burn on both sides. Enthralled and Sushi both lose all of them, but as this Rift Herald is going down, Bio's walking over, trying to contest. Too late.
And there's the smite, guarantee from Dardoch, even picks up the eye, and is out of there now. Mixture re-engaging on the Bio. No curse of the sad mummy though, so has to flash away, as the Zyra ultimate will whiff there. Hiccup locks down, but now everyone's turning on to Robbie Bob.
Oh.
Now they have the damage. Now they have a Kog'Maw to try and shred through this Nasus, with Rough Beans teleporting in as well. Throws down the Mom ultimate. Robbie Bob, he's got nowhere to go. It's just buy as much time as possible. Maybe get 1 stack before you die. Give the shutdown over to Bio, as Ducky Getters will find a kill.
It's a huge commit of resources on the map. Sushi and Porsche both just wailing away on these structures. Bottom lane turret could very easily go down here from the teleport from Rough Beans going to the other side of the map. And in the mid lane, you see a big response coming through from the Ducky Getters, but the turret was already so low. Lots of gold going over in favor of Lotus, regardless of the kills going towards the Ducky Getters, and the Rift Herald still in their opponent's hands.
And this mid turret's about to fall here, so Lotus will have a pretty open map once they get that. Despite the fact that Robbie Bob did fall in that fight, I think that they're just fine. He will continue to stack up, and they'll have a little bit of a gold lead, but that guy on your screen right there, Rough Beans, is still what feels like the primary win condition for Ducky Getters. Enthralled as well. The two very strong scaling ranged marksmen will be a problem as this game continues.
Yeah, more than 10 stacks per minute. Rough Beans is continuing to maintain that speed. Means that the Smolder will be well on track for Dragons 4 and 5 as Enthralled very far forward here.
Yeah, here comes Mixture. Hiccup has to flash away. Bandage Shots lands, and we had the combo again. Cleanse and Flash are surprisingly not as short of cooldowns, so you cannot do that twice. Lotus find the play, and now we'll look for more, establishing this mid push, establishing vision control around the bot river.
And Porsche just uncontested up on the top side of the map. Dr. Calculus teleporting away from the Dragon side. Really rough movement on the map coming through from the Ducky Getters as Lotus picks them apart, pulls them in different directions, and by spreading the map out as much as they have, it gives more time for Robbie Bob off on the side lane to be a menace.
As Porsche will even get away from that one, was collapsed just barely there by Bio, but no hard commitment. Bio seems to be very particular of when they want to use the Impale. They're going for the high success rate plays. Dr. Calculus will get that wave and now start to walk down towards the dragon that's spawning in 25 seconds. But that means the top lane will still be priority here for Lotus for a little bit, as Dardak has already established vision priority around the bottom side. After taking that turret, they got all these wards down, so they'll see when Ducky Getters are approaching and try and set the trap. It's only onto the tank, though. It's only onto Dr. Calculus. Best person for Ducky Getters to have absorb all that damage, and now they can walk forward to try and establish their own vision line.
This is very fightable, actually, for Ducky Getters because there is no Curse of Sad Bullet time. Neither part of it is currently available, but you only have a small window before those ultimates do actually come up. So Ducky Getters, they want to fight fast, but the other major problem is you still don't have the Smolder fully online, so Ducky Getters have to try and find a small window before Lotus takes total control of this upcoming fight.
I'm watching Porsche here. He's got Flash, Stun, and there's no Flash in Rough Beans, no Flash in Enthralled. There is a window to get onto the back line and set up the team for success. Mixture could also be the one to do it, but as you said it, the time's been delayed. Curse of the Sad Bullet time is back online. Sushi's ultimate is just now coming off cooldown, so Lotus can actually go for the big engage fight yet again.
Yeah, it is just the second dragon going over to Lotus, so it is a nice dragon. Getting all of these mountain dragons can really accelerate your ability to win this game, because if you just slow down the damage that Rough Beans and Enthralled are going to be doing to you, it's going to be massive for Robbie Bob and Porsche's survivability in this game. And now Lotus once again showcasing that they're moving a little bit better on the map by having more people around this dragon, whereas this turret, probably not long for this world. Bio making sure that he can do something.
Ooh, uses the Impale this time
Robbie.
around, but there's the combo! Mixture heroically dives under the turret to save Robbie Bob, sets up the big wombo combo for the team as Dr. Calculus will barely limp away. Rough Beans goes down, Mixture will fall as well. As a trade so far, but Lotus fancy themselves more of a fight as they'll walk forward. Enthralled will be enough to delay and deny the engage, but 1-for-1 and the turret, Lotus still walk away slightly ahead with the trade.
Yeah, getting that bot lane turret, they extend the gold lead to about 4,000 at this point as we are about to cross the 20-minute mark in this game. Rough Beans going down. We said Mixture had a big responsibility in this game. They live up to what it is that they need to do by finding their way onto Rough Beans, getting the bandage toss into the ult, making sure that the entire bullet time goes through, allows Robbie Bob to get a couple more stacks off of that little dragon. But everything after that is just about damage going into this turret. They're able to stick around long enough because Enthralled, as soon as that W goes down, not enough damage to chew through this front line.
And Enthralled even had to flash at the very end there, so yet again, no flash available for at least one of the carries. Rough Beans died before he had the opportunity to even try, so we'll have that up for a potential Baron fight, as that would be the next objective, or we can just keep playing for the side lanes, playing for wave push, and stack up these dragons. We'll see what Lotus's game plan is, because right now, we do have some wards down around the top side, but actually, as I say that, no, it's all red wards, so Ducky Getters currently with more information on the big purple worm.
Yeah, it's all right for the Ducky Getters to take this a little bit slower. Again, 217 stacks onto Rough Beans. Going to be getting it before the next dragon actually spawns. And as we talked about, it's not going to be Soul for Lotus, so you can take your time a little bit longer. But Dardoch on the Zyra, clearing out all the vision around the Baron. So that gives Lotus a lot of leeway in how they move. They've done a really good job splitting the map. They know the Ducky Gators on the Galio were really good at preventing themselves from being outnumbered in every single one of these fights. But Ducky Gators now with Rough Beans on the Smolder, barely getting away from that bandage toss, and also have to be more proactive about how they move instead of just relying on an ultimate.
I love this from Lotus right now. If you're watching the minimap here, they're utilizing the Fog of War very effectively. Ducky Getters are so terrified that Baron's been started that they keep walking up here, meaning that Porsche was actually able to shove in the bot wave and then get it back off here, make a purchase. Now we have teleports coming in from Ducky Getters. So they're going to be down TP on Dr. Calculus. But yet again, Porsche just runs back onto the Rift. Lotus were really utilizing the lack of vision control and lack of information the Ducky Getters had to make their own play. As now we're just going to scrap in mid lane. All right, throw macro out the window. We are just fighting. Mixture says thank you. I'm going to get deeper in, but God dies before the ult goes off. Bullet time canceled early by Sushi as the fight is not going Lotus's way. Ducky Getters can now utilize their double marksmen who are not locked down, not touched in that fight to just win this one. Sushi has to flash away as Bio actually goes over the wall right there. Support turns back onto him, and it's there with Robbie Bob. Robbie Bob will go down. Beans gets a double kill and a kill as well to Enthralled. Ducky Getters, they absolutely smashed that fight. The burn from the Smolder, a triple kill on a Rough Beans. Welcome to a stacked dragon as they will turn their attention to the Baron.
Rough Beast was the one that did the damage, but Hiccup was the hero in this fight. Watch the polymorph that she puts down onto Mixture in just a moment, because as soon as he flashes in, he can't use the ultimate. That gets Bio and Dr. Calculus to a position where they can actually start playing. Rough Beans walks away with that flash, meaning he is so safe for the rest of the fight. And just as you called out, suddenly this Rough Beans has the 225 stacks, has the damage that they need to do. And again, Hiccup is going to come through and keep Bio alive for so much longer, requiring so much more DPS into that Skarner that is not going into the rest of their members, and gives so much space to Rough Beans to do the damage he needed to.
Did not notice the polymorph in the moment, but you are absolutely right. Hiccup saving the play right there. If Mixture got that Curse of the Sad Mummy off, I think Lotus can actually just crush that fight. So one key press is the difference maker in a won or a lost fight. Now we're back to another fight, though. We're still just scrapping for mid lane here. This time around, though, Baron is on all members of Ducky Getters.
And the other major thing that we have to note, neither Mixture nor Rough Beans has access to Flash. So watch this Amumu. Can it find its way onto the Smolder? We saw that Rough Beans traded the Flash earlier to find the last kill onto Dardoch. Whether or not that comes back to bite them can be a huge part. They find Enthralled!
Mixture found it that time around. The Zyra ult on top with the Curse of the Sad Mummy and Bullet Time combo. But look at Dr. Calculus just pushing everybody back off. Wild Growth saves Enthralled. Hiccup yet again not touched. We said if Lulu's not hitting the combo, she can keep at least one member up. And they did just that. Mixture goes down. It's a one-way ticket when you go for the combo, and it is not enough to pick up a kill.
And they went for the wrong target. We were just saying that Rough Beans has no flash, but Enthralled having both the cleanse and the flash up. Yes, you get all the crowd control down, but Enthralled still full HP, burning both summoner spells to get out of that. And it's going to be a dragon going over towards the Ducky Getters. I like the fact that Lotus are looking for things. They teleport Robbie Bob up towards the top half of the map to try and find something off the play, while Ducky Getters are spending time hitting the dragon. But doesn't look like it's going to get them anything, and by the next time the fights happen, Rough Beans should have that flash up again. If you wait until the next dragon to fight another time, Enthralled will also have that flash. We have to expect that Hiccup going to be building towards a McHale soon as well. Lots of things are starting to go right all at the same time for Ducky Getters, right as Robbie Bob on the Nasus is losing the effectiveness that this champion has in the mid-game.
And Rough Beans at the tail end of the whole play, even able to get a turret right there. Some more gold into the Smolder pocket. Yes, the Nasus will stack and be a nightmare in the late game, but you can say the same thing for the Smolder, and I'll say it. I think Rough Beans stacking a little faster than Robbie Bob is able to at this point in time. Let's see if that's a third item completed. No, actually not. It's Probably going to be a
QSS?
Leandries for Rough Beans, I imagine, as that third item. But you're right, the QSS picked up as well. So don't have the cleanse, don't need it, though. You can also get away from Mixture's Engage now.
Yeah, it could be Leandries, could be a Rift Maker. Also see that one from time to time, but it is a lot of pressure coming out from the Ducky Getters. And, you know, I feel for Sushi in this game because Misfortune, very powerful champion, but doesn't really have the ideal targets. Sure, you could put your entire ultimate into Skarner and the Cassante, but Cassante will be like, what if I only took 20% of that damage? At the same time, everyone else is so far back, and you have to be really on top of things as Mixture. Mixture does have the ultimate, or the flash, coming up relatively soon, so you do have better reach in the targets that you want to go for. So we'll be really watching them because they're rapidly running out of time for Lotus.
Again, I think that if you are Mixture, not only do you need to get the carries, but you need to get Hiccup. If you don't lock her down, then that Lulu Wild Growth is going to keep anybody alive, even if they don't have the cleanse or the Quicksilver Sash available. So a lot of pressure on the Amumu player right now. Had a fantastic laning phase, but Mixture eyes are going to be on you. Can you make the engage happen?
It feels really tough to put all this pressure on a relatively new player, right? We have Robbie Bob, Porsche, and Dardoch also on this team. Like, Dardoch, sure, you can flash and try and go for those roots, but it's not going to be the same kind of instant lockdown. And Rough Beans and Enthrall can still shoot while they're rooted. But Porsche, you know, I never really thought of him as a great teleport flank player, but it's something we can also be looking for. There are other players who can try and make these plays happen. It's just a lot harder to do for them, so we just got to look for the players who can do it. And so the newer players, Sushi and Mixture, who have not had the same kind of experience as their compatriots, the ones who really need to step up. Like you said, though, Kangas, as a double elimination, this is not their only chance to try and make it through the entire promotion tournament.
But it always feels good to start off with a win and to have that extra life rather than having your backs against the wall the entire rest of that tournament. And I'll also say, Sushi, make sure, yes, pressure's on. Yes, they're newer players, but this is what you signed up for, baby. This is competition, and this is fighting for that opportunity to make it into NACL and prove that you can play and compete at the Tier 2 level in North America. They still have more opportunities to fight here, but those opportunities are getting fewer and further between because of the gold lead that Ducky Getters have now amounted for themselves. Baron's up in under a minute's time, and currently they are controlling the vision path in. If these ranged marksmen are able to play with enough vision and actually control the river, it becomes that much harder for Mixture to find that engage.
And with the Baron also spawning, the concentration of force that the Ducky Getters can put on the top side will work really well. Yeah, we have been seeing Dr. Calculus not necessarily reacting to Porsche in ways that allow them to push the waves out very effectively, but Dr. Calculus is definitely a position where you can go toe-to-toe with this Redectin at this point, and Porsche, even though they consistently have the push, has not been able to do any real damage to these structures in all of this split pushing. So, Dr. Calculus down the other side, Porsche potentially looking for a flank, but gets spotted out by the ward. Uh-oh.
Ooh, and Thrall could be in some trouble. Flash from Dardoch, but just misses
Wrong
the
person.
root. Bio now turns on to Mixture, who can't get the ult down. A lot of damage from the bullet time from Sushi. Will trade kills back. But look at Rough Beans. He's now the carry here with Enthrall down. Hiccup's going to reposition onto the Smolder. Can Rough Beans carry the fight? Sushi's walking forward. Doesn't have enough confidence. Flat views by Rough Beans.
Oh,
That's a
Dardoch.
big positioning tool as the burn damage is there. The passive of Smolder with these stacks cannot be disrespected. Will trade another kill back. At the end of the day, it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, and now Rough Beans, the sole user of the Lulu buffs, can be incredibly aggressive. Robbie Bob just finishes the back now. We did see that Porsche trying to find that engage, enthralled, actually going down with both the cleanse and the flash still available. And I'm a bit surprised to see the Ducky Getters moving over towards it. There is still a Christmas Sad Mummy available, and Robbie Bob not content to just let it go.
Mixture's gonna run in there. No smite available, so it's just gonna be Rough Beans' DPS, and I think they realize we're not taking it fast enough. Gotta get away. Dardoch is just spawning now. Now Mixture looks for the bandit shots, flashes forward for the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and that time they got Hiccup. You gotta get the Lulu. You're going for the engage,
Oh,
but
it's
now
wrong,
Mixture
though.
is the get out of jail free card for Dr. Calculus. Uses him to reposition and kills the enemy support. Dardoch is running onto the map, but he's still pretty far away here. Let's see if Ducky Getters have the DPS to take this down. Io's here, has the smite available. Dardoch getting close over the wall as Dr. Calculus trying to just
Porsche?
position here. Porsche jumping in onto the carries. Stuns
Oh.
up Rough Beans. But Rough Beans was out of the bullet time. Just barely on the edge of it and will survive. Zyra ultimate will do a lot of damage, but Dr. Calculus bought all the
So
space
low.
that Ducky Getters needed.
Oh.
The ultimate from Scarter goes wide, but Rough Beans has the damage. Flap forward. Robbie Bob's got no chance of survival, neither does Sushi the flash away. But the continued assault from Ducky Getters is just too much. Triple kill to Rough Beans.
Another triple kill for Rough Beans on this smolder. They have so many members left alive. The flank coming through from Porsche, jumping over the wall. He just instantly dies because, yes, he's able to get a stun onto Rough Beans, but you have to deal with both of the marksmen, and the rest of the team can't get to them at all. So watch as Porsche uses the ult to try and get all the rage going. He jumps over to Rough Beans, but the instant turnaround as Enthralled just
out of the
rips
range.
through that health
Just
bar.
out of the range. Oh my goodness. It looked like the bullet time was hitting, but the damage wasn't registering. That was a dead smolder if that bullet time was in range.
Oh, Enthralled also walking through the Spirit Fire, taking the damage from the ultimate from Dardoch as well. It's a miracle that these players all survived at such low HP bars. That could have been the turnaround for Lotus, but it just was not enough. 5,000 gold lead, 2 Mountain Dragons coming through, and a smolder that is still stacking. This looks like Ducky Getters getting ready to go to the next level.
They are on fire in this series right now. And I want to, again, give props to Dr. Calculus there, that while the Stranglethorns went down, Dardoch was trying his best to set up the team. Calculus just goes forward 1v3 and says, nope, you're not going to get onto the team. He's the most improved player voted. He's the second team all-pro top laner from the qualifiers. And in game 1, game 2, Dr. Calculus is showing up.
Looking fantastic. Rough Beans, another newcomer that is doing so well. And now they start sieging for this. Bio going in.
Bio trying to flank around here. Has
Robbie.
the Impale. They got Robbie Bob. Nasus is quite tanky, though. The turret finally goes down.
Oh.
What a curse of the Sad Mummy! But Dr. Calculus again! The hero play! He stuns up Sushi mid-bullet time to allow the team to play through the engage. Double kill to Rough Beans as they will chase for more. Enthralled gets that one, and Ducky Getters, they do it again! They might be lower seeded, but they are not lower in skill. They will hold the line game 1, and they will crush game 2. Taking down Lotus, going up 2-0 in the cities and advancing in the upper bracket.
Ducky Getters, it doesn't matter if the early game doesn't go their way. They still look so good later in every single one of these fights. They understand how to move around these fights super well, and Rough Beans showcasing that they can play on the front side of the fight, but also super good on the back side of the fight, this time with the smolder.
Yeah, as we take a look at the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost, there was a slight gold lead, less than the game 1. Still a bit of a comeback, but it didn't really feel like they needed to mount a comeback because they had the Smolder and the Kog'Maw that were doing pretty well the entire game.
The fact that Rough Beans really was just beating up on this Nasus, the first pick coming through for Robbie Bob, just showcases how effectively Rough Beans understands this matchup coming through. And even though Sushi and Mixture had a fantastic early game, Enthralled and Hiccup were able to turn this bottom lane around, which allowed them to have so much power later on in the game. Really good stuff. I was expecting a lot more pressure coming out from the top side from the Ducky Getters, but the bottom lane in particular really impressed me this series.
Their ability to bounce back from rough lane situations in particular, because yeah, at the end of the day, they did lose the First Blood back-to-back games, but it didn't matter because they were able to execute later in the game, and that's definitely worth more to get an actual game win. Whew. All right, well, with that said though, that is the series wrapped up, a 2-0 to start things off. Not necessarily what I expected, but the Ducky Getters and their fans will be happy about that. Advancing on in the upper bracket. We're going to send it to a short break before we are back with an interview from one of the victorious players right after this.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. It's me, Joshi, and I'm joined by the victorious mid laner coming through from the Ducky Getters, Rough Beans. So we got to start off, Mr. Beans, with you guys have a bit of an interesting name coming through. We got a bit of representation coming through, but where does the name Ducky Getters come from?
Our support Hiccup has some really interesting lingo, I'll say, that involves duckies. So we kind of just took it from her vocabulary. I can't speak English, but you know what I mean.
That's all right. I love the fact that there's all these cool names that always come through at this level of esports. But either way, we are already well into the Motion Tournament. You guys take some early control, and you started off this series playing the Galio, and then you transitioned to playing the Smolder, and these two champions play very differently coming through. So could you tell me about how the styles have evolved a little bit for your play over the past several months?
Well, honestly, most of the time I'm kind of a slave for my team. I play the Ivern mid, I play the Galio, I play the Cho'Gath, but I'm kind of a Galio one-trick now, so after that, I don't really have another champ to play. We were just going to flex the Smolder into every role, and just happened to be that Nasus was mid, so I ended up taking it in a minute.
Yeah, I remember that was a classic thing back when you were playing up for Seattle, where it's like, oh, you short race, and I can't remember the third guy's name, would just like swap lanes, like, well, this champion seems good in this spot right now, so it ends up working out. But you guys take down Lotus rather cleanly, and up next, you guys have CCG, a team that promoted through this tournament into the Challengers League last time around. Do you have any special prep that you guys are doing for this squad?
We haven't really started prep for them. We'll just crunch it the night before, or procrastinators like that. I will be fine though. I feel like everyone has like pretty underwhelming drafts, to be honest. Everybody picks the same things. So we can like cook up things and pick different things and just get a free win because they don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, you guys have definitely built up a very chaotic reputation for just going for these absolutely crazy fights and being really good at bringing more members to any position that you guys have on the map. Where does that come from? Is that a natural skill that you guys just have as a group of five?
Honestly, our jungler's just a crackhead who wants to perma fight, and our top laner is just the goat shot caller. So that's where pretty much everything comes from.
That's awesome. It sounds like you guys have really enjoyed playing together so far. But what are the expectations for the rest of the event? Because you have the CCG, and then I think a lot of people look at Dragoons Goons as kind of the team to beat. Where do you really rank yourself in the rest of this event?
I think coming into the second round of OQs, we didn't really know how well we'd perform compared to the first one. Like, we didn't know if we'd improved enough to beat the top teams. But then after that close series against Dragoons in the semis and OQs, we're like, oh, we can actually just win the whole thing and promote, which would be crazy, by the way. So yeah, I think we're pretty confident that we can just 3-0 sweep and get an easy.
Wow. That's a lot of confidence. I really like to hear that. Hopefully the Discord call is cheering you on. It's like, yeah, that's a good answer there, Rough Beans. But before I let you go, are there any shout-outs you'd like to give?
There's too many like individual people for me to shout out. So just shout out to all the fucking fans of the. Oh, sorry, shout out to all the fans of the Duckies. Sorry, Quack Quack can't stop the attack. Woo!
Gotta love all the fans, all the little Duckies. Gotta get them in a row. Thank you so much for coming on, Rough Bean. Congratulations on the games, and well done on a fantastic performance in the first day of promotion. We'll see you again soon to take on CCG next time around. But I'm gonna go ahead and throw this one to a short break, and then we will be back with our next series of the day with Dragoons Goons versus Polestar.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we're preparing for our second series of the day. Another best-of-3 fearless draft ahead of us between the number 1 seed and the number 4 seed. Up first, we got Dragoons Goons taking on Pulse Star, one of the newer additions to Tier 3 League of Legends this year. And Dragoons Goons coming in, I would argue, as heavy favorites here, Joshi. First of all, they got Dragoon, the guy who's qualified in, what, is this his third time he's trying to promote into
You always forget
NACL?
Kisno. It's the pair. It's the two of them. They've been coming
True.
together for a long time, and they are pretty much widely regarded as heavy favorites in this entire tournament, even with all the Challengers League teams that are currently participating. As we pull them up on screen, we gotta say that this squad looks absolutely stacked.
Yeah, I mean, a big reason we mentioned Kisno, we mentioned Dragoon, their history of promoting, but also Array as the MVP of the Open Qualifiers and just clearly the best player in the Open Qualifiers. He's even given us the esports pose right there. This man means business.
Yeah, he and Daption, they know what's up. I also gotta throw a big shout out to Daption, a player who has played alongside some of the most dominant AD carries in the OQ history back when he was playing alongside Arrow. Now he's playing alongside Array, and they are looking absolutely dominant. But their opponents today, Kangas, are going to be Pulse Star, and there are a lot of players who have been playing up through this roster who are looking quite good as well. In particular, Will and Prismal, some players who have had some experience in Tier 2, but unfortunately we are not going to be joined by Azog in the AD carry position. Instead, it is going to be Sage Wabe.
Yes, I believe that we do have an official confirmed roster swap here, as Sage Wabe had been scrimming with the team for the last week and a half. He's been a sub for the roster for this entire last OQ run, and is now going to be stepping in as Azog will be stepping away. So that's going to mean that Polestar probably a very different look from them than we have seen in the past. But with that said, we are ready for pick and ban just shortly here. So let's see how much it affects them, because in general, the way we've seen Polestar find success, more so around mid and jungle together, Will in particular being kind of one of their star players.
Yeah. Also, playing alongside Ariandel, who is formerly known as Descraton, if anybody knows all these old things. I'm kind of showing my age back here. One of the members of the UCI squad that did win CLOL, and I want to say like 2018, somewhere in there. But very strong player, known for a lot of the battle mages that had a lot of strength back then. And then, of course, Hoarder. You and I have seen a lot of Hoarder throughout the combines and the tryouts that we were seeing at the beginning of the year, earlier on, when people were taking a look at where we wanted to see all these new talent members go.
Yeah, as we catch up on the picks and bans here, I do want to give a quick shout out as well. We were talking about the win conditions of the teams. Array being the most valuable player, but I do got to say, I don't know who originated this image here, but I do want to bring something to everyone's attention. The way that the typical Dragoons Goons games goes is something like this. I'll resize it for everybody. I don't know who made this, so I'm not going to take credit, but whoever made it, this is incredible.
It looks like a Hawk kind of graphic, not going to lie.
It does kind of look like a Hawk graphic, but I don't know if it's actually Hawk that made it here. I'll resize it one more time. Oh boy, I'm excited to play a game of League of Legends. Solo killed 6 times. Dragoon has not had the cleanest performance throughout the Open Qualifiers, so we'll see if Array's carry is enough to get them through this.
Yeah, one of the things that we were oftentimes seeing with Dragoons Goons throughout the qualifiers is the fact that they just kind of screw around, do a little bit of oinking, as I've heard them call it in the past, where we just decide, you know, maybe we should stop, maybe we should remember that we are actually a bunch of quite strong players, and then they really turn things around in the back half. And hey, having a Smolder on your team is a really good way to say, oh, 30 minutes have passed, all right, it's time to start playing the game for real now that we have the Smolder.
It is that insurance that you have that make it to the late game and you will have a superstar carry, whether it's Sudsy playing it, Array potentially playing it as well. And I do have confirmation from production. It was Leanne/Cyanidance that created the graphic. So shout out to you. I got a good chuckle when I saw this for the first time. So there we go.
Yeah, he just looks so happy.
Oh, okay. Wait, no. We'll put it back. Sorry, I didn't realize we were going full screen. Boom. He looks, yeah.
Nice, we won.
Nice. That's what Smolder can do, everybody.
Ooh, but it's going to be Dragon on Dragon violence, as it is going to be Ariandel going with the Aurelian Soul. So both sides are going to be stacking up on these dragons. And then in the jungle, we do have the Maokai being played by Will and Kizno going with a much more aggressive brand. But that does mean that we still have a lot of champions left to figure out. Hoarder, I'm trying to remember, mostly played a lot of the Bruisers, I believe, from the last time I remember watching them play back in like January, I want to say. So we have been seeing a lot of growth over this past several months to get a bunch of different champions, but it's really hard to take down the Cassante.
I remember even Hoarder back during a lot of the off-season, tryouts and combines that were going on, given his honest effort to try and qualify into an NACL team. Happy that he was able to get scouted by a team like Polestar, who for the most part still has put together a very strong roster. Again, we're going to be curious of how the last-minute roster swap really affects them, though. From what I heard, again, it's been about a week and a half that Sagewabe has had to scrim with the team. Hopefully that's enough to get them on the same page, playing the Varus this time around. But you're right that the Aurelian Soul makes me think that now there's more onus on Ariandel to really step up and be that carry, which could be keys for success.
Ooh, it is going to be a Jace coming through. That's a interesting pick into the Cassante. You do have the range advantage, but it's also a very scary 2v2. The Jace plus the Maokai is good, but going into the Cassante and the Brand, especially in that long lane, you can get chased down very easily. So, a very bold pick already coming out the gate from Hoarder. We'll see if they are rewarded for it, or on the other side, we still need to see probably a bot lane, and oh my gosh, one of the best champions that Array has played throughout the course of his career coming through on the Ezreal, has a lot of range. And what is it going to be paired alongside? Daption is historically known for a lot of Enchanter supports, but the Alistar, the Nautilus, the Rel, all of these looking to be much more engage focused, which they do really need to get some fights started.
Yeah, they don't have true engage. They have a Cassante to be a space maker, but he's never going to be that consistent, hey, walk in, let's start the fight. Leona, she can do that. Solar Flare coming down is a great go button for the team, and that means Daption will have the say in when the fights actually start to kick off.
And then Prismal, the last one to select. Climber Extraordinary, by the way. Last time I heard he was doing V5, fair on that one. But this time around, he does have to try and find a way to get something on a classic pick into the Leona. It's very, very touch and go. How hard these two champions can hit each other in the laning phase in the game. So I really like the poke pressure that Polar are picking into this one, but they do have to worry about the just constant pressure of having a Smolder on the other side of the map.
Yeah, the Smolder can just become suffocating later in a game, but I still think that Aurelian Soul scales just fine into it. Of all the champions that you want to have in the mid lane, I'm happy that this is one that we get to watch again. Laning phase aside, I don't expect a lot of action happening early on in this mid lane, but the later the game goes, these two will spit out a lot of damage, and it's always fun to be on Dragon stacking scout party here. So also, I'm wondering how much Kizno's going to try and get done early on here, because I'm not seeing like a clear lane to play through or a clear like lane to focus on in the early stages of the game. Potentially just going to focus on full clearing in the jungle instead, whereas Will, the Maokai, in my opinion, maybe a little more ability to gank early on, lock people down, and try and get lanes like the Jace ahead or like the Varus ahead. We'll see decisions these junglers decide to make as we're loaded into the Rift for game number 1.
Yep. Also, Sudsy forgot to buy items, so he's a bit late coming out onto the Rift. However, up on the top side of the map, you can see Dragoon standing in a fairly safe position overall, but nothing really going to be coming out from the fact that Polestar over-indexing towards the top half of the map. Instead, just going to see if there's anything that they can do to help out the rest of their team, get Order into a good position early in the game, maybe take down Dragoon, because Dragoon is one of my favorite players to watch, because I remember the last time he promoted, he was like, yeah, I've been playing more Baldur's Gate 3 than I have been playing League of Legends, and I'm still winning. So you have to keep a lot of respect on this player.
This guy he's got the gamer gene, as we like to say. Dragoon is able to show up pretty much no matter what the meta is, no matter what his team around him is. And he's got a great opportunity to make another run here in yet another promotion tournament. I want to bring your attention to something I noticed there on the runes, is that Sage Wabe actually opting for Comet, indicating it will be another Lethality Varus. And I gotta say, Josh, just like the first series game one we saw with the Lethality Varus, it feels good into things like Smolder, Brand. Does not feel great into Cassante.
Yeah. It is, I think it's a little bit better this time around. Oh, just going in.
Adaption getting an early trade, but Prismal, nice double knock up there with the Grand Entrance.
Yeah. I do like the Lethality Varus better this time around because you have more squishy members in Kizno, Sudsy, and Array for Sagewabi to actually do the damage, and it is conceptually not that difficult to play a Lethality Varus, especially if you are a sub. But it does lose a lot of DPS. The worry does become, do you still have the damage necessary on the rest of the squad to take down Dragoon every time he goes all out? But Ariendel taking a lot of damage here in the mid lane. He's getting the stacks, yes, but maybe not the ones that he needs to get early on. You have a lot of time to stack up on this champion.
Yeah, he's just standing his ground and letting Sudsy also stack up here on the Smolder while getting a good amount of damage. I was saying we don't expect a lot of action early mid lane, but maybe I was wrong because Will's walking up, not spotted by Kizno. So Sudsy does not realize that there's an enemy Maokai on top of him. Realizes it now. First blood to Ariendel.
Yeah, a really inventive gank path coming out from Will. We know that there is a ward on those Raptors, but Will just walks the entire bottom side around to make sure he can find that fight. Big moment. Dragoon taking a lot of damage.
I don't know if Dragoon wins this one, actually. Yeah, Hoarder winning that trade. And Dragoon will have to try and continue to catch this wave under his turrets. But yeah, I mean, back to that mid lane, like you said, a very creative path from Will. Gets the first blood over to Ariendel, who can now teleport back into lane with a blasting wand completed. So we'll do a lot more damage than Sudsy will with that purchase.
Yeah. I look at Kizno down on the bottom half of the map. There's no one to really play around as his bottom lane has backed away. So a little bit of risk being taken as he goes to pick up this trap on the bottom side of the map. He is also well ahead of Will in terms of the jungle pathing, so no real risk taken overall. At the same time, Sudsy really like the fact that he held onto his flash so that he can do the escaping thing later on in the game. I'm a bit worried about Dragoon, though. I do have to admit here, King, is because being down this much early in the game as a Cassante is going to hurt. And yes, the Jace can get these big leads early on in the game, but Jace is still a very strong scaling champion because later on, when you get 3-4 items completed, your accelerated shock blasts are doing 800 to 1,000 damage every single time they hit a squishy character.
Yeah, and once you get enough items, you can even sometimes get 2 shock blasts off at a time. Through the acceleration gate, as Prismal makes a little path mid, and there you go. Sudsy had flash, has to use it. As Prismal pays a visit to help out his mid laner even more. The even CS is good, but Sudsy's got a big target on his back still.
And Sudsy has to know that people are going to be watching him as well, because he was the second All-Pro or second All-NACLQ team coming through. People know how dangerous this guy can be, and when you have these dragon-on-dragon action where you're both sitting there stacking, you really want to make sure your stacks are coming through faster. And so Ariendel, with all the attention being paid, should be expecting to repay his team later on.
Ooh, Dragoon, meanwhile, still struggling in the 1v1 versus Hoarder. We spent the entire early game here building this guy up. Can he promote a third time? Well, a reminder, he also has been notorious for his laning phases as of late. And it looks like this one also starting rough here. Down 15 CS as another wave will crash.
Yeah, he's now also showing up in the bottom half of the map in order to help out, showcase a little bit of presence. But also, look at how much vision control is coming out from the side of Polestar. This is very clearly something they have rehearsed. They know a lot about the top half of the map. Looks like they're getting ready to play for the grub, but Will also calling an audible.
Okay, Prismal's able to Grand Entrance away. Nice look from Daption there to stop the ward from going down, and that gives Kizno so much room to play for this dragon. Will's nearby, though. They have mid-push, but Ariendel's a little slow on the rotation here. Not actually going to contest for this dragon, but instead it's a play for bot. Daption looks again, locks down Prismal, knocked up under the turret. Daption takes 2 turret shots, plus the ignite means that one final snipe. Sage Wabe Welcome to the starting roster, picking up a kill.
Yeah, really good stuff there. We were talking about how easy it is for Rakan and Leona to just dunk on each other. This time, Prismal finding that opportunity. Like you said, the 2 turret shots really helping out the bottom side of the map. And overall, Polestar coming off to a bit of an early lead. This is, again, fairly normal going into Dragoon's Goons. They aren't necessarily the cleanest early on, but they have rock solid mental, and they are so good at coming back into these games later on, and they have the tools to do it. They have a very strong mid game with Array, they have a very strong late game with Sudsy. They just need to calm down and start playing as a team.
I gotta say, I'm actually very surprised that Kizno's on the Dragon right here. He's gonna get it, uncontested, but I feel like it's a little illegal. Like, his bot lane, Sport just died, your bot lane back, your mid lane back. He's alone on the Rift, but luckily enough, not punished for it, and can even invade and take away a blue buff. Kizno is just on the receiving end of a positive lottery ticket right there, I'd say, as he's getting fully rewarded for these decisions, and Will's a little slow onto the grubs.
Ooh, Prismal. Okay, they will spot out Kizno and Daption. They'll know that this is gone. And Kizno will just have to move on to this, while the grubs will go over to the other side. The Mountain Dragon, one of the most valuable single dragons that you can get in the game, is, whoa, blinds.
Yeah, I mean, don't hate the look right there. They had the ward that was just cleared, so they knew that there were 2 members nearby. And yes, Brand is level 6, but he's still squishy enough that Sabe Wabe with the Serrated Dur can do a lot of damage. But while that was happening, Array gets a full wave in bot and will take away at least 1 play, not a second one yet. But Sage Wabe did lose out on a little bit of XP and gold there.
Yeah, just the pressure that you can put, especially on substitutes, can really help your game out, because a lot of the times it's really hard for players to avoid, like, but what if this was Azog, right? Like, would Azog really be losing in situations like that? And so tilting those players is oftentimes a really good strategy for these kind of teams. And Dragoon's Goons, check it out now.
The quickness plus the grand entrance. Battle Dance back, but Chain of Corruption to lock down Daption. No flash available. Sage Wabe picking up a 2nd kill of the game.
This is also the other thing you can do. If you take these substitutes and you make them look really good, you help them get ahead on the map. Suddenly, it's really easy for these players to look fantastic. 2 kills already going over to the lethality bars, and the rest of the map is doing just fine at the same time. Sudsy doing a lot of damage here. Ariendel trades are right on back, man.
He's got the Sheen, but that's going to be a little bit of burst damage, not consistent DPS as opposed to the Blasting Wand buffing up to AP of Ariendel, so feeling good there. But yeah, that bot lane, I'm very happy to see Pulse's substitute AD carry coming in and performing at this level, because that was the big concern for the roster. How would they look with such a late roster swap coming into the most important tournament in the org's entire season, right? Like, this is their opportunity to get a qualification into the NACL, and that would be such a rough position for the team to be in if it did not work out. But so far, in game 1 at least, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah. I love watching Dragoon play this Cassante, because more than any other Cassante, I think he uses that E offensively. Oh, let's see though.
Slowed again. As the flash available does not flash away from the grand entrance. Mom comes down, but the bird is there. And Ariendel picks up another kill. Meanwhile, topside, All Out comes in from Dragoon, trying to take the 1v1 against Hoarder, and he's doing all right so far, but the flash from Hoarder gets over the Q from Dragoon, and now the backup of Will means that that will be a traded kill. Kizno picks up Hoarder, Will picks up Dragoon.
I think that's a better trade for the Dragoons. Goons coming through this time around, but they're fighting themselves down. 1,500 gold. They've got a CS lead in the bot lane. They got a CS lead in the jungle, but is more than made up for by all of these kills. And Sudsy tries to dodge out from the grand entrance, just not able to do that one, and unfortunately takes too much damage. Gets blasted by a star from the heaven this time around, and so Ariendel finding that lead, but also Dragoon, as he goes for this, ends up missing out on quite a bit of damage here as he throws down the ward. Just flashes in the wrong direction. I think expecting where it was that Hoarder was going to be going.
Yeah. Didn't even notice that in the moment. The flash right, probably just a misinput, you have to imagine. Because if you just flash onto Hoarder right there, you get the kill. And maybe even survive if Kisno gets in range of Will fast enough, but either way, that was a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. The mid lane, though, still going fantastic for Pulse. The fact that Prism was able to roam mid, get the kill into Ariandel. Already has the Rylai's completed. Rylai's was completed for the last kill. Now we're going for another one. No flash on Sudsy means that the Maokai ult is an easy setup. Ariandel on a killing spree.
That was a weird phase. I had never seen the Ahegao that Sudsy or the Smolder does when they die, but that was absolutely wild. A third death coming through on this Smolder. Ariandel just taking control. And I've definitely heard from members of Polestar that this is functionally the finals right off the bat. Every other matchup after this one is supposed to be easier. Uh-oh, Kisno losing the Scuttlecraft there. But Dragoon's Goons looking like they're kind of rolling over right now. There's no real play here for Sudsy. It's a lot of pressure now onto Array. The one member has a laning lead.
Do you think it translates? Dragoon's 6 deaths in lane. Do you think like anybody can cash that in and then still win the game? You know, it was a meme for a reason, but like, can Sudsy get the same meme? I don't know if it works like that. Dash going in, engage onto Sagewabi, has the cleanse and is just fine.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? It's only 3, so he probably needs to get solo killed 3 more times, and none of them have been solo kills. Right? They've all been ganks. So I think that's going to be the big questions. Like, you know, maybe if he just goes and dies by himself, it'll help them out a little bit more, because the problem is we don't have it on the screen, but Ariandel has got a lot of stacks. He might even have the big ultimate for the next time he uses it.
Gold lead on the mid is just huge, man. Ariandel's almost got a second item at this point. Yeah, 5.3k. Subsy's at 4,000.
Yeah, Array not even ahead of Sagewabe, about the same overall after the plates do go down, and just farming a little bit better, but those kills do a lot of work to undo some of that power. But Kisno sticking around. They have 2 dragons, but 6 grubs, the Grubageddon coming through for Polestar gives them a lot of pushing power, and Hoarder does a lot of damage to structures.
Ooh,
hello.
And Array's all alone. Flash and cleanse available, cleanses the taunt, and Prismal's just denying him any way out of there.
Wow.
Has to flash away. Array almost played that perfect, but it just doesn't matter. There's too much CC available, and Pulse do have the damage to kill him.
Yeah, an overstay from Array, one of the players we've been talking about, the most valuable player in all of the qualifiers. Just goes down. Like you said, though, looked really good on the way out. Survived for way longer than most other players normally would have, pulling a lot of attention towards the bottom. But it's 3,000 gold here for Polestar. This is generally where that monk mental that Dragoon's Goons pride themselves on needs to start coming through, because this game in the Challengers League should be over. But we've also seen even bigger leads come backable from all kinds of teams.
And let's see if Ariandel can get onto Sudsy yet again. This is just bullying at this point, man. He's got the flap. Actually, I guess he doesn't. Now he is flapping away, but still slowed down. Ariandel almost kills him. Didn't want to call down the ultimate. I might have been enough to kill. I'm not sure, but either way, Sudsy's just got no business being on the Rift right now.
Yeah, it's really tough. The little brother not having a whole lot to do up against his Star God. Aurelion Sol just in total control. We take a look at the plates real quick. Even though 3 plates did fall in the bottom lane, Array was only there for 2 of them, so he only gets 250 gold off of that. 3,000 lead overall for Polestar. And it is good for Dragoon's Goons that they do have the 2 dragons already, but the same thing that oftentimes applies to the Smolder is true for the Aurelion Sol as well. Normally, with the Aurelion Sol, you often have to expect to play for the 4th dragon onwards. So there's still plenty of time for Polestar to continue scaling in this game. The Aurelion Sol will do just as much damage later on as a Smolder will at an equivalent range.
I feel like they can even start contesting for the 3rd dragon at this point. It's up in 2 minutes, and you're just so far ahead. We do see that the mid turret goes down as Ariandel just back, teleports up, and did not spend any money. I'm pretty positive those are the same items that Ariandel had on the back, so interesting that he didn't get that off in time, but it's all right. I think he's still going to feel just fine.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
That's 2,200 gold in the pocket. It's okay. You know, we're just going to reset it again after that wave anyway, probably.
It's all right. Either way, he's still very strong. He doesn't need that to be ahead of the curve for most of the map. And I also, ooh, what the heck was it? Hubris? I don't see this item built very often.
Yeah. Oh, that is.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I didn't even see that either.
Scoring a takedown against an enemy champion within 3 seconds of damaging them generates a permanent stack and grants you 15 bonus attack damage for 90 seconds. So,
And the important part is you get a cool little statue back by your fountain.
really looking forward to the statue that Sagewabi actually builds up. It is a item that you don't tend to see all that often, but when you're having a game this good, you can start getting it stacked very early on. Now, you just got to start baiting Dragoon's Goons into going for all of these fights while they're down 4,000 gold.
It's a win more item, but if you're ahead, it can help you get even further ahead. See if it works out for Sagewabi. What a statement from the substitute 80 carry coming in and picking up that item, as now Daption looking for Prismal. Hard to lock down the Rakan for very long, as Kizno will actually find the stun right there, gets the brand passive on him. Prismal's got to walk away.
Yeah. A lot of damage, but it also comes at the cost of the Solar Flares. That's one of the main tools that Dragoon's Goons have to start a fight. Like you said, Polestar should be strong enough to actually play for this next dragon, which is why the Dragoons are going towards the top half of the map, trying to prey on Hoarder, pick up this top lane turret. And the response coming through from Polestar a little bit late. They're not yet starting up the dragon either, so this should just be a turret for mostly free.
Yeah, I like the idea. Hoarder had a good Spidey sense right there to get away, but I do agree. Will's going in, Dragon's up, but we're taking the fight instead. Will could be in trouble, though. He does not have the team behind him as of yet. Shoeshot Barrage will hit, flash forward with the stun from Daption, but look at Prismal! Look at Ariandel! Prismal locks every single champion down, while Ariandel can get in for the damage, flashes away from Dragoon, repositions over the wall, and now the front to back has been redrawn. Ariandel's damage is just insane. The Singularity already getting massive. Breath of Life as well, just shredding through the health bar of Dragoon. Prismal dodges out the last bit of damage right there, and Polestar win the fight.
Yeah, Kizno definitely looked like he thought like he had the damage to take down Will, but several members walking out with very low HP bars and not going down. The gold lead continuing to extend for Polestar. They got the top lane turret, but the fight immediately afterwards going desperately wrong this time around as Daption goes back in. Watch out Kizno. He has his ultimate this entire time, but he never throws it at a single target. And by the time Ariandel is here, there's just way too much damage coming on the other side. No flash available to this brand. No real way to get in range of champions that are able to build that own distance. But here, another opportunity where the Pyroclasm maybe starts bouncing around, maybe takes down Will, should at least get you the kill onto Prismal based on how much damage you actually do to him over the course of this fight. Definitely a couple missed opportunities here that go in Polestar's favor.
But I gotta say, Ariandel is still, in my mind, the hero of that fight. 4-0-1, has 2 items completed. Dark Seal now stacking up as well, and just repositioned so well there, flashing away, then Astral Flight to still get out max DPS onto everybody, or at least onto Dragoon there. And eyes are going to be on Ariandel's Dragon, not on Sudsy's. The Smolder has fallen so far behind. You're at 157 stacks as we're getting close to 20 minutes into this game.
That's Sudsy like isn't that far behind, partly because Rough Beams was so far ahead of the curve, but now Ariandel is like, he has got to be super accelerated on this Aurelion Soul. You also know that you got to get 75 each time for the big ults, but they kind of stack up, right? You just start stacking the new one after using the last one. As we get a Baron spawning on the map, the damage that you can do with the Aurelion Soul and with the bars, even though it's lethality, is going to get a whole lot of damage. And as Sagewabi and Hoarder take down the mid lane turret, they're engaged.
Yeah, Prismal's going to go in to start things off. Follow up. Kizno's in a lot of trouble. That time the Pyroclasm does come down. A lot of damage burn on everybody, but it is not enough to get a kill. Maybe Hoarder will fall. The burn is enough. Ignite from Daption does grab that one, as Pulse got a little split there on the counter engage. Dragoon's Goons pick up a kill.
Yeah, finally finding a little bit of gold back, but it's on to Hoarder, and it goes over to Daption. It's not the place where you want to be putting all of that gold. Still, though, gold lead remains around 4,000, so I really want to see Polestar actually push this advantage a little bit. Yes, the raid on these 2 items, but you have so much control over how he's actually moving on the map. You still have lots of tools to hit him from very far away in all of these fights between Sagewabe and Order. And Ariendel can even play at the max range that Array can oftentimes throw all of these auto attacks out. Polestar, this is the opportunity to showcase that they are good enough to end the game before Dragoon's Goons have an opportunity to come back.
They got a 3,500 gold lead on the path there. They already got one of the dragons, so they're denying the stacking from Dragoon's Goons. Picking up the third dragon of the game. Next one's going to be up in 2 minutes, but Baron is on the Rift, so we're at the point now where if a big team fight does break out and one team majorly wins, that could be a potential objective, but with the scaling and the stacking of each team, I don't know if they're going to be that incentivized to go for these early fights. But important to note here, a lot of the Manazunes finally picked up here. We have 2 completed. Sudsy's almost close to theirs, and same with Sagewabe. So the 2-item spike for pretty much all the AD carries. Very close.
Well, we're looking at pretty significant range issues coming out, in particular for Sudsy and Array. Yes, the Qs are decent range for both of them, but you're getting outranged by the Aurelion Soul, the Jace, and the Bars, especially since the lethality Bars, and now Dragoon has to be very careful, but so does Will.
Yeah, Dragoon walking up. Prismal can get over that wall just fine, as Will's backing away as well. Dragoon's Goons hovering multiple members near here, but they cannot stop the turret from going down. The rotation of Pulse defending Sagewabe as he shoves in with Ariandel to get that turret.
But Sudsy on the other side of the map, even though they have no grubs, will be taking down this bottom lane turret, getting a little bit of gold, cutting into the gold lead that Polestar has had so far. And the experience that this team has had will give them a lot of pressure over in the side lane. Sudsy uncontested, and Polestar leaves them only one real option, is to hit the Baron.
And they're starting it up. I said that it would probably come down to a team fight to do this, but they're just going to use it as a magnet to pull in Kisno, who's all the way on the bottom river. And that means that there's a lot of time for Bulls to actually burn this down. They're going to get it. Just a Baron take as 5 Dragoon's Goons were not there fast enough, and they even lose Daption. Pulse get the Baron, they get out with a kill. What a heist.
Yeah, the Rally Cry Baron buff going to come through, get them even more money to try and teleport into the mid lane. And it's going to be enough to keep the mid lane turret alive at the same time. The gold lead continuing to stack up for Polestar. This is supposed to be the favorites of the tournament that they're playing against. This is supposed to be Polestar's hardest matchup of the entire event. And they're looking fantastic so far. They're winning top to bottom in every single role. And now they're coming right on back to start dragon stacking right up against Sudsy.
Yeah, I mean, if you heard the Tier 3 broadcasters talk about the form that Polestars would be coming in with this roster swap, you'd think it's a miracle for them to even be in this position, but they're playing some pretty clean League of Legends as of right now. The ability and willingness to just go for that confident of a Baron play, I don't even know if they had vision on Kisno in the bottom river, but he was nowhere near that, so they actually had way more time than you would expect to just burn the Baron down, and they get heavily rewarded. Now they can continue a siege here on the bottom side after picking up that dragon. Will could be in some trouble, but he's gone for the tankier Maokai build, so he's actually going to be just fine.
Yeah, Ariendel is here. There is a siege mounting. They have a lot of good siege tools for Polestar, but oh, Ariendel not quite going in. That's an ultimate coming out from Will.
Nature's Grasp.
Dragoon on the other side of the map. He's going to be trading these turrets.
Okay, Nature's Grasp only adaption, and there's no follow-up there, and you're right, Dragoon is trying his best to trade. The Baron-empowered minions are not enough to actually siege and take a turret, so I like the look from Polestar to get the objective, but they haven't actually accomplished much with it yet.
Gold lead remaining steady at around 4,500 gold now, as they do pick up the Rally Cry Baron buff, but not necessarily getting as much as they would have wanted. As the game stalls out, we are getting very close to Sudsy getting access to that ultimate. A very different build coming through from Sudsy as compared to Rock Beans playing the same champion earlier in the day. We'll be going for that rapid fire cannon next, so you actually can start playing up against characters like the Bars and the Aurelion Soul with the range that you do have. But it is still a very tough battle for Dragoon's Goons.
Now we're hearing confirmation from our observer, Kai. Thank you for letting us know that there was vision on Kisno, so that was a calculated Baron from Polestars. 30 seconds left on it, as they now have people up in the top lane. Maybe looking for a siege there, as Hoarder's actually hitting mid. All right, so they are able to crack a turret. I was a little worried they might not get one with the Baron, but they split the attention of Dragoon's Goons. Say either you answer top or you answer mid. You cannot stop us on both fronts. Oh, 10 seconds left on the Baron. I don't know if it'll be much more. They do throw the Nature's Grasp and the engage from Prismal with the damage over top from Ariandel. The combo comes through from Pulse, and they crush the fight. They will get another turret, and they can look to push for even more.
Oh my gosh, so much damage onto Kizno. It's only going to be Sudsy who has the HP bar to even try and contest this at all. He's already got the execute comes through. That's going to be an inhibitor turret going down. The Relic Right Baron buff at the very end. Coming in super clutch as we take a look at how much extra gold they build for themselves. Look at how they were kind of bleeding out actually after getting the Baron, and then out of nowhere, another 2,000-3,000 gold pouring into the coffers of Polestar. They have control of the map. They have everything they need. They have a 3-item Jace. I would love to see how much damage the Accelerated Shock Blast actually does at this point, because it is absolutely crazy the amount of damage that they can do at range.
Also absolutely crazy the amount of damage Ariandel is able to do right there. The Skies Descend, set up by Will and Prismal. This team is operating like a well-oiled machine, and they are comboing off of each other's engages beautifully. Specifically, Prismal and Ariandel are playing together exceptionally well from the early roams mid to the mid to late game team fights now, and it's a Ray that could be hunted currently. He has the ability to get away from this fairly easily, but now Nature's Grasp will land on Dragoon and Daption. Daption just dead! Nice. He's the tank, he's the front line, and he's out of there. Dragoon now, the remaining front line, will try and do something over the wall and will take down Hoarder, but they also lose Kizno. Dragoon's Goons, they lose 2 members and only get 1 in response.
As Hoarder, again, they're not finding these so crucial shutdowns that they really need to try and close the gap. But the catch, you do get 2, you only lose 1 coming through for Polestar. Now you got to make sure you don't lose anything on the rest of the map. Something that Dragoon's Goons have done very well is they just show back up on the map, constantly asking, hey, you're going to defend this turret? Oh, you have to use a teleport to do it? Okay, we're getting little bits and things back and forth. And one of the few things that is in Dragoon's favor right now is the fact that it's a Chemtech Soul. It's probably the weakest dragon that you could possibly ask for. Getting 4 of them, it's cool. You do get stronger because of it, but it's nowhere near as impactful as if this was a Hextech or an Infernal Dragon coming through. So Dragoon's Goons really dodging a bullet and having a lot more time to try and scale.
I mean, it still feels like that's glass half full type of mentality right there when the glass is actually at 1/4 full. They are still behind quite a bit of gold. And yes, Smolder is starting to come online. You're at 3 items now. You do have enough stacks to have that burn damage, but it's still looking rough. Let's get another look at this replay, though.
The biggest thing here is that Kizno is just so far forward. Sure, Dragoon and Daption might be able to live in these environments, but when you're this far advanced, you can see that Prismal just goes on in, finds multiple members, and Kizno with no flash has no way to get out of this one at all. Hoarder gets kidnapped on the other side and will end up going down, but there's just so much damage coming up from the rest of Polestar that you can't go for any further engagements.
And now Ariandel soloing the 3rd Dragon while the rest of the team prevents Dragoon's Goons from trading for a Baron. It looks like Daption almost got caught out there as we came back to live. So the Dragon Sagan continues for Polestars. And the story of this game is going heavily in their favor. The underdogs, the 4th seed, coming in against the heavy favorites. So many people just looked at Array alone and said, oh yeah, he just 1v5s pretty much every other team in the promotion tournament with the form that this guy's on. Lane phase did not go their way. I know that Daption was the one on the receiving end of a lot of the deaths, but the fact that Sage, Wabi, and Prismal were able to outplay that 2v2 so consistently really flips the script on its head, and now the series is just wide open. You know, it's looking like a win for game 1, and it's looking like a just solid performance from Polestars across the board as well, meaning that heads are going to scratch. How do Dragoon's Goons try and bounce back?
Yeah, the objective bounty is a start to come in through here, but we're seeing how much damage Hoarder is doing every single time. It is impossible to try and go for these long, extended engagements, and watch how much damage Hoarder will do if this Shock Blast actually lands, even to Daption.
Yeah, he is the focus right now, though. Solar Flare along with the Zenith Blade, and Hoarder's out of there. But I believe the Baron was taken. No, it was not. They peel off the Baron. Instead, they will trade kills. It's Hoarder for Daption to start off, but Dragoon's health bar is getting real low, real fast. Knock up onto Sudsy. He almost burned through, but not quite enough. Will gets onto Array. and he's out of there. Same with Dragoon.
Oh.
Damage dealers are in trouble, though. Look at Sudsy. Can he run the fight? Double kill sniped by Sagewabe as the young AD carry, the substitute, outplays and gets out with his life.
Sagewabe barely staying alive, protecting that massive shutdown. Both Ariandel and Sagewabe, 7 kills and 0 deaths, making sure that they're not giving over any kind of gold to their opponents, and trading up or trading even once again. So the Baron's still available. We still have a Dragon coming through, and Ariandel looking so good on this Aurelion Sol. A classic pick for this player, coming through and just really showcasing that whatever Smolder can do, Ariandel can do better.
707 on the Dragon. Still stacking up even the Sinner's book right there. As look at this wave. Kisner's clearing out the jungle camps. The inhibitor goes down. Curious if that's one of those intentional moments where they say, hey, now we can stack up the Smolder even more because supers are going to be pushing in. It felt like there might have been a window to stop that from going down. We'll see if that actually affects very much, because at least on the top side, that's where Baron's going to be anyway. But I also just want to give a shout out. Sagewabe. Learn this guy's name. Subbing in at the very last minute, as actually we'll get back to that because it's Porter maybe caught out yet again, but no, he flashes away and still lives. Porter's got a magnet, but that time he was ready. He knew that the enemy team was going to look for him, and the team was ready to back him up. Array has to use Flash to get over the wall, but the same cannot be said for Kisno. Double kill to Sagewabe as the substitute AD carry has been unleashed and is delivering in game number 1.
I think I know what it is, Genghis. Polestar very wisely avoided solo killing Dragoon this game, and so you're able to just slowly bleed this one out. 10,000 gold ahead, 30 minutes into the game. They're going for the end, and Kisno and Sudsy, most of the team's damage is not there. It's got to be the MVP of the qualifiers to turn this one around.
Can Array pull it off? It's not looking likely, but here comes Daption to try and give him that space, and what a skies descend from Ariandel. That covered the whole frickin' base right there. The turrets are melting. Porter's onto Array, and he's got no shot of defending. And Polestar pulled the upset off. Game number 1. They take down Dragoon's Goons.
Yeah, Ariandel finally dies at the very end of the game, but who cares? The Nexus is dying at the exact same time. The KDA is the only thing that suffers a really dominant performance overall. They had a game plan to make Sudsy sad, and man, did it work.
Yeah, that Smolder did not have a lot of time to stack up early in the game. Got to kind of critical mass about halfway through towards the end, but by that point, I mean, like, we saw that, Skies just said. That hit just everything. That was ridiculous from Ariandel. And again, Sagewabe showing up here and having just a fantastic debut in this promotion tournament here. He was, of course, you know, scrimming with the team for the last week and a half from the reports that I heard, but stepping into a very high-pressure situation, the peak of this team and their opportunity to earn a way into the NACL, and delivering with, you know, flying colors here. Well done.
Yeah, also got to give a shout out to Prismal as well. Really outplaying Daption quite a bit in the early laning phase, allowing Sagewabe to build up as much of a lead as he did, allowing them to go for the early game hubris, which allowed them to win more and more as the game ended up going on. So the mid lane, the bottom lane firing on all cylinders in this first game and really pushing them towards this first win. And now they just got to find another one in order to try and end this series quickly before Dragoon's Goons can bounce back with their mental.
And I mean, this is such a big statement for Polestar, who were, again, just such heavy underdogs coming into this bracket. There was not a lot of people I heard talking about the teams here of like, okay, who are the favorites? Who are the dark horses? Ducky Getters, maybe the dark horse that can make the push. Dragoon's Goons are almost guaranteed to make a deep run. Nobody was talking about Polestar, but Ariandel in the mid lane with this team wins our player of the game for that performance. I think, like you said, everybody really carrying the weight. Prismal helping get Ariandel ahead. But not on the Cassante. I think these might be the wrong stats, but you know what? The name, just look at that. Pulse Ariandel on the Aurelion Sol, just popping off there.
Yeah, really good stuff coming through as we are cycling through all the possible names and champion combinations that we could get through on the backside. Either way, really good stuff to Ariandel. Congratulations on the first game. Now you just got to do it again, and that's always the hard part.
1-0 on the scoreboard, but you're right, it is a best of 3. Dragoon's Goons can attempt to bounce back and 2-0 their way on a reverse sweep here, but Polestars only need one more to advance in the upper bracket. We're going to send it to a short break before we are back for game number 2.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back as we prepare for game number 2 in our second best of 3 series here in the promotion tournament. Team Pulse get a first game win and are up 1-0 in the series. And this is no longer just a stream covering the games. This is also a honor system to hold Grapes accountable for this tweet. Grapes, have you sent the money yet? Because this was the confidence level in the tier 3 broadcast coverage on how well Pulse would do. $20 to a random comment. I wish I'd actually had that up and I'd not just screenshotted so I could scroll down and see how many people commented and who could have won that. Maybe it's
That's
not
true.
too late. Go get a comment in on Grapes' Twitter right now. But that is the level of upset that a lot of people consider that game 1 win.
We have to ask the most important question here, Kang, is there another $20 on the line? Will you get another $20 out of the Grapes bank account? I know he's got a new job.
Double it and give it to the next. That's what I think. If they win the
Give it to the
series, then
next.
it's $40.
Oh, wow. That's going to be a big opportunity. But so far, Pulse, they look very good. And also, we got to fess up a little bit. We definitely thought it was patch 14-16 for these games, but it is in fact
out us
patch
like that?
14-17. Because it makes a lot more sense. I was like, nobody plays Lethality Virus on 14-16, but it's the wrong patch as we go into the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost coming through this time around. And in particular, Ariendo, Sagewabe, big performances in this last game are really taking Sudsy in particular, making him miserable in that last game. So One Dragon very clearly came up on top and looking real good.
About double the damage right there. As Aurelian Soul showing Smolder who's daddy. But look at Varus in the bottom lane as well. Sabewabe, the substitute AD carry coming in and just smashing that lane against Array. The MVP, the one that everybody was saying is just clearly the best player coming out of the OQs. And I think credit where it's due. The sub carrying his weight, but also Prismal. You highlighted him during the post-game breakdown before we sent it to break. And I want to reiterate that again. I think Prismal was a big part of why they were able to win that laning phase.
Yeah, Prismal looked really good on this recon, not only finding a couple of opportunities in the laning phase, but we also got to see him jumping onto players like Kisno later in the game, staying alive throughout so many of these fights, really showcasing how aggressive you can be on recon while still being safe. So fantastic stuff there, getting Ariendel ahead, helping out the rest of the team. And the biggest thing about this is by winning game 1, you earn yourself side selection for game 3. Even if they lose this next one, they will get at least one game of that all-important blue side this time around. And Polestar looking very strong so far, so I'm looking about whether or not they can repeat some of those performances they put in the first part of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be on everyone's mind. Can the consistency land for Polestars as we're ready for pick and ban of game number 2? So we're going to hop over there. But I want to give a quick reminder for everybody before we actually see the rest of the bans come through here. If you give a quick little Leaguepedia search or Liquidpedia search, however you want to, for Sagewabe, this is what's going to appear. This is how new this player is to the league. We don't even have a photo. I don't even know what they look like. And we don't have one for their roster photo either. So if anybody has one, at me on Twitter, so that way we can get some eyes on this player, because that game 1 performance was incredible. And I think that shows a lot of promise for this roster going forward.
Yeah, really liking what we see from Sagewabe so far. Really good stuff on the Varus that is being played on the right patch in this way. So we'll see what Polestar wants to do as we get the Aurora banned away yet again. This time not going to be making the same kind of decisions that we saw in our first series of the day. And instead, a lot of pressure from Polestar getting put onto Array's champion pool. Makes a lot of sense. You need to protect your sub. You want to make sure your sub looks as strong as possible. Prismal did a good job first time around, but now we have to see how deep the champion pool actually runs.
Yeah, we see Sagewabe Of course, will be the name down there, not Azog. We didn't have time to update that one, but they're focusing 3 bans away from Array to give that comfortable laning phase to the bottom lane. I do like this look and this strategy from Polestar. Not only because you're giving your sub a more comfortable lane, but you're also targeting the player, the guy on the enemy team that has been their superstar carry. But now it's Sudsy given another carry opportunity here. It's not the Smolder, but it is the Azir Blue 1.
A more classic champion from Sudsy for sure. And one of the big things about Azir that you will see is way safer than Smolder a lot of time because you do have access to that dash. However, if you can force that dash out, that is a massive mana commitment coming out of the Azir. And Ariandel going back towards one of those battle majors that really made him famous back during his days on UCI and shortly after when he first became Ariandel. And now, just this amount of power that he has, the amount of pressure that he can put on the lane, and the gank setup that he has for Will on the Xin Zhao does mean that Sudsy is once again set up for a very dangerous lane.
This has been the 1-2 punch where Polestars has gotten a lot of their wins. Will and Ariandel linking up and just winning the 2v2 in the mid-jungle combo, and this is a fierce 2v2 combo to start things off with. Let's see what Kisno's reaction is and response is. As I don't know if there's many junglers that I could pick here that they could pick here that would really turn this around. It looks like maybe more focused on just a team fight scenario as Wukong has been locked in.
Yeah, especially with the Azir, there's not a jungler that you can pick to make the 2v2 easily winning. You have to rely on outplaying your opponent just because of the extra damage output that the Syndra will have in this matchup and how much more consistent her crowd control typically will be. So Kisno picking up this Wukong, they have a lot of tools for displacements in these upcoming fights, and as Dragoon goes over towards the Renekton, we're not seeing the classic Dragoon champion so far in this series. However, there might still be time if Dragoon's goons do win this one.
Yeah, we usually expect Dragoon to at least pull out something wacky, but so far it's been pretty standard picks. Cassante in game 1, and now that the Cassante has been banned due to Fearless, we're going for Renekton here. Cassante is oftentimes the handshake matchup, but Jax is going to be the answer for Hoarder this time around.
Yeah, this is a very strong top half of the map that Polestar have already drafted for themselves. They have really good skirmishing power. They have a lot of crowd control with gank setup to make Will's ganks work out very well. Now, they have to continue putting bans towards the bottom side of the map. They need to make sure that Array is uncomfortable. They need to make sure that Sagewabe is in a good position because the top side of the map can carry this game. They just need something that is going to go even at least on the bottom half.
Yeah, the Santa made it through all the way to the second rotation of bans right there, so that is taken off the table. And I think that you are right. I expect another 80 carry ban coming out from the side of Polestar here. Really make Array go deep into that champ pool. And then you can also pick your 80 carry first for Sagewabe. And then that's essentially 6 80 carry bans from your opponent.
Yeah, one of the things that I do generally look at on this team, though, is the fact that Prismal, he's really good at the recon historically, but after that, he really only plays some of these engaged champs. I don't really remember ever seeing him play enchanters, partly because he's been going back and forth between the AD carry and the support role for a while. But if you just pinch that really hard with the Leona already gone, he doesn't have as many tools he can fall back on that are easy to play.
So you're thinking maybe a Rel ban, could be an Alistair ban, because if you ban one of them and then they go for an 80 carry, you can just lock in the other engaged support once it gets back to your side here as you are on blue. And it's instead the Braum, so not an engaged champ, but something that can prevent the engage.
Yeah, I think this actually forces the Alistar pick to come through from the side of Prismal because he only has really showcased the Rel and the Alistar as remaining champions in his pool, and you do not want to pick the Rel while Daption can pick the Alistar. It's a really tough combination to pull off, and so it's going to be forcing the Alistar to come through from Prismal here.
Okay.
That is a champion that you can try and get through, but also you don't really have the damage to take it down so far in Dragoon's Goons.
I mean, Azir, eventually, once you get the Rabadon's death cap, you're going to be able to do a lot of damage, but we'll see how long Prismal's able to survive until that moment. Now, I do wonder, do we need an engaged champ for adaption, or can we go for something that can abuse the short range of the Alistar instead? We've seen the Lulu cropping up in past series, but no, we are just going to go for the Kaisa and the Rel combo. So they have more clear primary engage out of the Rel and something to follow it up.
Yeah, this is a very good champion coming through from Array, something where he has a lot of agency in these fights, looking for the moments. This was true of the Ezreal as well, and the Ezreal generally a better laning phase pick than the Kai'Sa has been historically, but this time around it is going to be Array with the dive tools available, and Sage Wabe going with the Xayah this time around to keep themselves safe. So I really like the draft that Polestar has come up for themselves, and it puts a lot of pressure in this game on Sudsy in particular to try and make some of these big Emperor's Divides happen, and Daption, who's not necessarily known as a strong flanking player, to actually go for those flanks.
It's feeling like 2019 meta scene Kai'Sa versus Xayah in a lane against each other again here. But I think a lot of it can come down to, yeah, who gets those engages, and like you were saying, Daption, maybe not exactly the playstyle we expect. There's also defensive options. You can get headbutted away. Crescent Guard from the Xin Zhao can come up huge in those types of scenarios. So I think it'll come down to execution. How can Goons get on to the opposition, and how can they play around their carries more efficiently than game number one, where things fell apart very fast? Let us know who you're rooting for in chat. Spam Goon if you're a Gooner. Spam PLS if you want Pulse to win.
Is that really how you wanted to say that?
You know, it's how it came out. So
It's how it. Yeah,
clearly that's
we're
what
not getting
their
better.
fans
We're
would
not
call
getting better
themselves, right?
here.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of
Yeah.
Dragoon Goons. It doesn't. Either way, as we start looking at the rest of this game, it does look like a really natural slam dunk coming through for Polestar as we do set up for this potentially last game, not only of the series, but also of the day. Polestar, they have a very strong mid lane. They have a really strong scaling tools in Ariandel Syndra and Hoarder on the Jack, so you have the ability to play the entire map. But that is something that we saw the Goons doing really well at the beginning of the day. They did a really good job of trying to split the map, using Dragoon and Sudsy, and even Array at certain points to pull the members of Polestar around. And they took a little while to respond to it, so the Jax being very strong in the side lane might alleviate some of those issues they were having in Gen 1.
Which could signify maybe some plays to try and get this Jax online earlier than otherwise would be into pure 1v1. We see Will starting on the bottom. Camson would be pathing top side here. So let's see how much Hoarder wants to trade aggressively. If you just Giga trade against the Renekton as the Jax, and then you have a Xin Zhao to dive a turret, you can actually sometimes look for early kills onto the Renekton. It just comes down to if you're confident to pull it off, and if you are set up to pull it off.
Of course, yeah, it's a really big skill learning how to play low health lanes if it's not something that you're generally used to. I'll admit I am terrible at playing low health lanes. I really like playing high health lanes where it's like, oh, the jungler shows up, okay, we're both going to just walk away. But Hoarder, very comfortable play when both of them are at relatively low HPs, and they're going to be spawning out Kisno. Oh, they won't. The ward has expired on the Raptor, so they will not know exactly where he is, but you can see the jungle tracking they pinged out on the Wolves, so they have a pretty good idea on where he should be in his jungle path.
But Hoarder has been aggressively trading onto Dragoon as Dragoon tries to heal back up there with the rage stacks. That does signify that maybe they want Will to try and impact this top lane early. Dragoon sustains actually huge though on this Renekton as he'll get more damage on a Hoarder, and the waves coming in, so Dragoon actually has a window here to get a ward down. The play is off. There was a short window there where I think maybe they could have actually pulled it off, but Hoarder takes too much damage.
But the other major part is that they weren't able to spot out Will as he moved around the map. There was a ward in the river that Sudsy surely had placed that did spot out Will, so Dragoon not only had the health advantage, but also knew exactly where Will was, so really shouldn't have been under any threat whatsoever. Small engage.
Ooh, real big trade right there as Daption just misses the Q onto Sage Wabe, and Array takes up a huge amount of damage. Prismal is doing a great job game one and now in game two early on, just finding these early trades, but a flash from Daption gets onto Sage Wabe. Gizno's here, it's just gonna be a trade of flashes. 80 carry for support.
Yeah, I just got a message from Grapes because he says go Polestar, really hoping that Goons drops the series so that he has a chance to cast them later on instead of just winning their way through. So we have at least one more person voting for Polestar in this next one. We are seeing already that Hoarder is doing a really good job CSing. It looks like he might have been able to establish a freeze against Dragoon up in the top side of the map, and we see that Will is up there as well, and that means that Dragoon potentially in a very dangerous spot as Will is heading north.
Ooh, but Dragoon almost just solo kills Hoarder right as you said it. Talk about a caster curse.
No
now
cooldowns.
running past the wave. means that Will's going to have to be the one to tank up all that damage. Dragoon is walking forward. He's going to look for the kill onto Hoarder. Has the flash available, knocked up. Cannot find it. First blood donated to the Jax.
There you go, just like you said, Hoarder very quickly coming through with some of that support from Will, and this Jax, if it starts getting ahead, becomes a massive problem, but still not a solo kill this time, King. It's really good for Polestar because it's not a solo kill. You're not going to win anyway, but it doesn't happen.
True. We know it has to be solo kills onto Dragoon. It's like the same type of energy as the Yasuo 10 death power spike. It's the Dragoon 6 solo kill power spike. But if it's jungler intervention, doesn't count.
Doesn't count. And so now Dragoon having to use that teleport to get back into lane, down a wave and a half. He will deny some, but Hoarder's already ahead. The back stop, that's actually really dangerous here for Hoarder.
I don't know. Oh, okay, he's starting it off. We'll tank up 2 turret shots. Hoarder not feeling Giga Chad to flash stun him under turret, but will still just go for the back anyway.
Yeah, Hoarder level 6 off of that. Dragoon still only level 5, and because Dragoon has spent so much of his HP trying to keep Hoarder in the lane, will not be able to stick around once Hoarder teleports back. He has to full shove that, and ooh, look at this, Prismal. Is he caught or catching?
I think he's just trying to buy space. Even if he goes down, that's all right. Ariandel will try and keep the support alive. The dragon has been secured as Kisno actually goes forward, just headbutted away. Sudsy following up with the Shurima shuffle and the double stun from Daption. Will fall down to Ariandel, but a double kill over A. Dragoon's Goons walk out with more.
A much better performance immediately in this game coming out from Sudsy, finding his way in instantly with the Shurima Shuffle, making sure that Prismal was being caught, not doing the catching himself. Find themselves a small gold lead right away in this game, and as Prismal, I mean, he ended up buying a lot of time, just like you called out, but the Dragon was finished, and that means that Polestar comes right on in. And just going in to kill Prismal puts him in the perfect position to immediately Emperor's Divide the entire team right on back into the rest of his waiting teammates. Daption goes down, but still, 2 kills to Array, the best player, now the most fed one as well.
That was beautifully set up. Sudsy with the Emperor's Divide, shoving back 2, and then Daption hitting the Shattering Strike onto both. Gold lead now over to Dragoon's Goons is back to live. Kisno's going for early grubs. We'll pick up 1. And then turns attention to the Scuttle instead. Will is now here, but there are 4 members of Dragoon's Goons here. Will might have to flash out of this pit, and he does. Yeah, Pulse, we're not ready for an actual contest.
Yeah, Will losing that flash, Kisno also being level 6 means it's a very dangerous contest. Now, Kisno has not yet put a skill point into his ultimate. We can see because the Cyclone, okay, there it is. He does end up doing it in the right. Now Daption looking at Ariando, does have the flash available on the Syndra, should be okay. But again, Dragoon's Goons walking away with 3 grubs and getting an extra flash out of it.
Feels good to be a goon. As Kisno is also ahead 3 camps over Will right now in the clear speed. The Xin got the kill for his top laner, but has not accomplished all that much else. So we'll see if Hoarder's able to pay back in kind. Hoarder is kind of the rock that is holding things together for Pulse's early game.
Now, I gotta point something out. Sagewabe is just recently became a higher level than Daption in the bottom lane. This is a lot of experience currently missing on that guy. I didn't see exactly how that happened. Dragoon, that's a lot of turret shots. But at least he gets the wave underneath the bottom side. But Sagewabe, he had a lot of base stats playing AD carries with those levels. The fact that he's down nearly a full level as compared to Array, who's about to hit level 7, is a very dangerous position to be.
Not the way that the laning phase went in game number 1, that is for certain. Sagewabe will now get a little bit of solo XP because Prismal goes for a back, hits level 6 before his AD carry. And now the lane top side could be in some trouble. Hoarder trying to trade back onto Dragoon, who pops the Dominus. Continuing on, Conqueror stacked, gets flashed out of Hoarder. And asserts himself in this top lane. Does he go for the dive, though? Will is here. This would not be the time to dive, Dragoon. But does he read that? Just 1 auto onto the turret. With the 3 grubs, has a little bit of damage over time on there, and we'll get 1 plate.
Yeah. Still getting the flash, getting the play out of it. A good trade for the ultimate of Dragoon. Have to be happy with that one. But at the same time, the bottom side is really starting to bleed. If we take a look at the amount of gold that is currently in the game, there's a lot more on Array than there is on Sagewabe. Currently about 1,000 in favor of Array on a character that has a lot more agency going into the rest of this game. The one worry that you do kind of have for the Dragoon fans is the fact that the eponymous captain currently behind.
I like how Daption actually outplayed that one right there. I was watching to see if Prismal could get the headbutt, but not going to happen right there. Yeah, I mean, just echo the sentiment. I think on Array's next back, he's going to have a completed item, which is very bad news for the side of Pulse here, as it seems like they're turning their attention elsewhere, trying to play away from the Kaisa. Prismal's on the map now, hovering Ariandel, trying to get more stacks onto this Syndra. And like you'd highlighted before, I think Jax being still slightly ahead, even though, yeah, you lost the flash. You know, you are still scaling here as the Jax and will be able to just crush the Renekton later on in the 1v1 of the sideline.
Yeah, it's really tough in this position because Hoarder is going to be able to have control of the side lane for a long time at this point because he is already so far ahead. Sudsy can kind of try and match him, but because he's going for the Fleet Footwork build instead of a Grasp of the Undying style, it's a lot more difficult for Sudsy to survive every time Hoarder jumps on top of him. And you only have access to the Emperor's Divide once in these long lanes. You do not get to do it a second time, and Hoarder can just jump over and over. Now, dive.
Oh, wow. Hoarder just doing a lot of damage. The Dragoon takes up 2 turret shots himself. This Dragoon will pop Dominus. I like the attempt from Hoarder, but Dragoon was laser focused on the wave. Was not even worried about the kill necessarily, just wanted to get the CS.
Yeah. Now the Dragons are on the other side of the map. Sagewabe and Prismal trying to defend their own vision, but Will moving up top side says, I'm not interested in that whatsoever. They can have the mountain. We can move over towards the grubs and be ready to fight for that as soon as they spawn.
Yeah, you don't want to contest the completed item static shift Kaisa in this type of situation. She is just going to be stronger than your own Xayah, so it makes sense playing to the top side instead as we teleport Hoarder in there. Dragoon's going for a reset and will probably teleport back as well, but Hoarder will have the opportunity to get a wave in, create that priority for his jungler to go for these grubs.
Yeah, not quite a whole black cleaver coming through for Dragoon just quite yet, but we're also seeing a huge shift coming over from Dragoon's goons, making sure that they don't lose all of these grubs. They just need one more in order to get the little guys on their side.
Will gets a singular grub, but does not have the backup from the team to go for more, nor the confidence to make it happen. Sudsy's actually the one that teleported top side, and then Dragoon walked bottom lane. So there's always the threat of the Renekton teleporting in to join the fight as well, but that will be 5 grubs picked up here by Dragoon's goons. It's not Grubageddon, but still feels pretty good.
Still feels good, and if I've learned anything from Timon and Pumbaa, 1 grub is not a meal make. So ultimately, it's it's nice. Hoarder does appreciate it a little bit, but still, you got to get the whole Hakuna Matatas going in order to make sure you can take down all of these turrets.
That's all you learned from them?
That's all I learned from them.
I learned to stand downwind from your friends. Or rather, stand so they're downwind from you. Sorry, I had that reversed. Remember that bit?
Yeah. Pretty sure that's the opposite way. You have to stand downwind from your friends. They're
Well,
downwind.
isn't wind where the wind is... If you're downwind, the wind is coming towards you.
Yeah, so you want to be downwind.
No, you don't want to be on the receiving end of that.
Well, oh, well, I guess it depends. Like, you know, I have a lot of lactose issues, so I generally want
Yeah, so
to
I'm not
be-
going to stand downwind from you.
Yeah, okay. We're looking at it from different perspectives. I understand.
Ah,
Yeah,
true,
yeah.
true. Understandable. All right.
Either way, at the very end of it, we are still seeing that Dragoon's goons have a small lead, not a big one. Now Array in trouble.
Ooh, exhaust in onto Array. Focus down the Fed carry, but he tries to outplay. Has the barrier, has the flash, use the killer instinct. Array, I mean, he can try it back here, but he will go down at the end of the day, and it's Will with the shutdown gold. Nice find from Pulse.
Yeah, very shocked. I did not realize that Sagewabe had the exhaust this game, but he just walks up, uses the exhaust on Array, and buys time for the rest of his team to get in range. And now, Trism moves towards the top side, also going to stop it.
Yep, there we go.
All right, well, he doesn't actually stop the back, but he thought about it.
Should have hit the cowbell. In that moment, Prismal, it's worth it to hit the cowbell at least thrice before banking.
Yeah, because we saw it for sure.
Yep.
Either way, Array does get caught, gives over that shutdown. It's a small one, but does give a shutdown over to Will, who really needed that gold. Array is still the strongest player on the map, but we haven't talked about it quite as much, but Ariandel getting that 1 kill in the fight beforehand around that dragon does leave him as the other richest member on the map, and we got to see exactly how powerful he was on the Rallying Soul in the last game. This is a character that also scales very well, because later on in the game, as you slowly build up those shards by hitting opponents with multiple spells in short succession, you're able to get a free rapid.
Flash from Daption gets flashed at the Sage Wabi, who did not have the Feather Storm, but now Daption, that's a one-way trip right there, brother. As he gets stunned up, Ariandel getting even more fed. You were just talking about the mid lane mage player for Pulse. How about 2 kills in the mid game?
Yeah, that's a lot of Cinder Bucks that you're currently getting right there, skyrocketing your way through towards the next level. But Sudsy up on the top side also picking up some normal bucks, you know, the League of Legends bucks, in order to buy more items. And Ariandel comes towards the top side, has ults.
And a lot of damage too. Look at that burst. Hasn't even completed a second item, still stacking up his tier. Not even at the Seraph's Embrace yet. But getting there, and this Syndra will only become scarier as the game goes on. 3 items might be around the time where you really peak in damage. You get that death cap as well as your break point of 120 stacks for that execute, but even without being there, still doing a lot of damage.
We'll see exactly how Ariandel continues to play this one. One of the things that we have been seeing is Goons. One of the things that, like, we've looked at teams like FlyQuest and Fear and Blue Otter in particular. They had really good early game plans, whereas Dragoons just, you know, they lane, they hang out. Whereas now is generally the time of the game where you expect them to be like, oh yeah, we do have a lot of experience. We do know how to play these mid games. We haven't necessarily seen that evolution. The last play that Dragoons went for, like you said, they just gave over Daption, and now Dragoon.
Oh,
okay.
Dragoon himself teleporting in, has the flash available, still stunned up by the counter-strike of Hoarder. Trying to heal up with the Conqueror, stack it because the team's right behind him, so he thinks maybe I can turn this. Nice that he did not have to burn flash there. Thought it would have been a lot worse than it actually was.
Yeah, Dragoon got the slice, but not the dice, so now the rest of the Goons are going to be backing off. They say, hey, let's go for these structures instead. They have the Rift Herald available, the distraction card effects, but they're turning onto Hoarder and Prismal.
Big flank coming in from Pulse. Hoarder goes back in onto the front line. They're able to take a lot of damage. It's just a meat grinder. Everybody throwing themselves at each other, but it's Pulse walking away the victors. Will with the Crescent Strike able to absorb a lot of the damage, and Sudsy did not find the right Emperor's Divide there to fully set up the sweep. Pulse win the fight, they'll get the dragon.
Prismal just taking way too long to die in these fights. The Unbreakable Will really making it impossible taking down on the Crescent Guard. Also from Will, just comes through. They can't do any damage to this front line whatsoever, even though the damage is there. If you can't actually do it to targets you need to, it doesn't really matter. And we'll take another look at this one because it looked like the Dragoons Goons were trying to set up to turn onto Prismal and Hoarder. However, they have a lot of crowd control. They have a lot of durability between the two of them, and so the Getters were trying to do the Gotters, but they got in this entire fight because Will comes in and just completely takes control of the next part of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Cyclone was nice, but like the Emperor's Divide only has one person there. I feel like Sudsy went for a repositioning because he was afraid of the back or the front line diving him. But at that point, he wasn't even the target, so it's tough to say. But if Sudsy had played that one better, I think everything could have been different. End of the day, though, it is Pulse walking away with the team fight win. Not the gold lead yet, though. There are going to be more opportunities here for Dragoons Goons as they're holding on to just barely the remnants of a gold lead.
Yeah, Dragoon also has to be careful here again because we see Prismal coming around. Dragoon has no flash this time, and Prismal has the Unbreakable Will. It's not ridiculous to go for a dive, but not going to be trying it whatsoever this time around. But still, sticking around because you know how dangerous Hoarder can be on this Jax later on. Prismal knows he is not unawarded and also knows there's not really a play for the Dragoons Goons on the rest of the map.
And Dragoon has a good spidey sense here. Not going to give the opportunity of a kill to the opponents. Prismal's sticking around because Will's coming down, though. You said the opportunity for the dive is there with the Unbreakable Will. Having the Xin Zhao on top, does give you that extra bit of damage that you would need to
running
actually
out.
get the kill. But yeah, the backup's coming. It's arriving from Daption. They even have teleport from Sudsy, as teleports will be charged. But now it's actually trouble for Ariandel, who's teleporting into the fight, so that means that they have to go in. But that's a shuffle from Sudsy that they needed. Dragoon's Goons punish the attempt to pulse, and a double kill to Sudsy. Array jumping in with the ultimate available, trying to seek the prey, but not able to find him.
That was a turn played from Polestar that was completely turned around from the Dragoon's Goons. All the tempo in the world from the other team, but it comes out too late. If they tried to go for this a wave earlier, it could have worked out. But just like you said, as Ariandel gets shoved underneath the turret, nowhere left to go. Multiple members caught with a wall and a hard place. And then as Kizno goes in, tries to find even more off the play. They don't actually get any more kills, but they will end up getting the bot lane turret. And so now we're over 2,000 gold lead for the Goons.
The fact that Sudsy just teleported at the perfect time, Ariandel did not have flash to get out of there. You're just stuck as the Syndra. There's really no way to outplay that unless, I don't know, Prismal maybe just saves headbutt for Sudsy as soon as that teleport completes. That's really the only way to get out of that situation. They're not able to execute, and Dragoon's Goons now find themselves a bit more of a gold lead, 2.7 thousand.
Yeah.
As the Baron has now spawned onto the Rift, so that could be a focus for either of these teams going forward. And I mean, we talked about the scaling of the Syndra. I think that it's also important to talk about the scaling of something like the Azir. Not going for the Death Cap third item, which is the huge spike, as we stopped Fairy Seeker's arm guard. But still, I think Azir can do a lot of work in a fight or a game like this where there's not that much range on the enemy team.
Yeah, the big worry that you have with the Azir is it going to be hitting targets that you want to be hitting? It's going to take a long time to chew through Prismal, even with the amount of damage that Sudsy can put out. And of course, if you're not close enough to Xin Zhao, you can't do any damage to him. So Sudsy at this point has a lot of the range, but we're going to need to continue to see these more aggressive Emperor's Defies to group up the enemy team, allow Array, Isno, and Dragoon to also help out with the damage duties. And they are currently only one dragon in, but I would love to see the Goons set up for that next one. Polestar, they have to be a little bit calmer. They overplayed that last turn, but they will have another opportunity in the next 40 seconds to try and take another one.
We have 40 seconds for Dragon, so let's take inventory of who we think is going to be in the lead for a fight there. We have flashes available for pretty much everybody on Pulse's side, save for Will. Same story for Dragoon's Goons, save for Kizno. So the junglers are actually the ones in the most danger for this Dragon contest if we do have a fight for it. But we see Steris completed for Dragoon himself, whereas Hoarder has yet to pick up a second item. So the top lane a little bit ahead. Everybody else about even. I'll give props to Sagewabe for being down a decent amount of CS, but still picking up that second item to try and match Array here.
Yeah, Sudsy and Ariandel definitely strong. Remember Hoarder.
Okay, Daption looked for the crash down, but now the engage from Prismal onto Sudsy. The Azir has the flash, has the Emperor's Divide, and Prismal has to flash away. Hoarder says, I'm going back in, though. Flashing in, locking down everybody, but Sudsy untouched. Sudsy still free firing as Sagewabe walks forward, has to use the Feather Storm. Dragoon teleporting from behind. Ariandel will get one in response, but there's Sudsy's engage. Goes for the shuffle, gets the kill on a rampage.
Sudsy once again being the difference maker in this last fight, setting themselves up in a perfect spot to also go for the dragon in a moment. We get to see that Sudsy and Array taking turns, moving into the positions where they can actually hit Xin Zhao. Oh.
Ariandel thought that maybe I could take that one, but Sudsy winning out the extended fight.
Yeah, no flashes burn on either side. Everybody holds their nerve. Array already starting up the dragon. Let's take another look at this. Hoarder definitely in a bit of a rough spot. Takes a bunch of damage right off the bat, and Prismal thinks that they can continue it by jumping onto Sudsy, but he doesn't have any damage backup. Sagewabe and Ariandel not here at the beginning of the fight, and it takes a while for the damage to be ready to go, and as Hoarder jumps right on in, it gives time for Dragoon to teleport because of how far they have to reach. Losing Daption doesn't hurt their damage output, and it just means that Array and Sudsy are free firing.
As we're back to live, Hoarder's in a bit of trouble here. Teleport coming in to help him out, but it's very far away. But he does jump to the wave and is out of there. So, all things considered, not the worst. As big poke there onto Daption. Ooh, even more. Will doesn't want to take the Wind Becomes Lightning, though, so allow Daption to get out of there. But that's the teleport used by Ariandel just to try and save Hoarder, means that is down. Sudsy also had used teleport at some point, maybe just to get back to the lane based on the timer right there.
Yeah.
I imagine that happened during the replay.
I'm really curious to see how many stacks Ariandel is currently sitting at, because this is where we should be getting close to when the Rabadon's passive comes online. So it will be a lot of bonus damage as they start building a bit more Magic Pen. But as this starts to come online, that's where you put a lot of pressure onto Array, where you start looking for things like maybe you pick up a Banshees, maybe you go for a little bit more of a Wit's End style of build coming through from Array to just keep yourself alive in these longer fights. But until that execute, until the Rabadons really is online, Ariandel not necessarily the biggest threat to Array and Sudsy just quite yet. It takes a while for the assassination opportunities to come online.
And with the Blighted Jewel, might be going for like a Void Staff or something before going straight to that Death Cap. So going for the Magic Pen as opposed to the pure AP damage. And we already have a third item completed from Sudsy. So Zonia's up. Opted to not go for the boots, so able to finish the items faster, and also just 4-0-4, you are ahead on the Azir. Ariandel spotting out that this Baron is being taken. They drop the control ward over, so they see it, and now engage onto Daption. The Rel is the focus, but look at Dragoon. He's buying so much space for the support as Kisno looks for the Cyclone, but Sudsy trying to find the engage, does not get it. Now ulting defensively as Hoarder lives. Sage Wabe barely alive, but Array into the backline, exhausted up. Sacrifices full health bar to kill the 1 HP enemy AD carry. Is it worth it? The stun on the Will, no follow-up. Sudsy can't get in there. And yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day. Blinking health bars for Poles.
His team just couldn't back him up. They were just too far away. Array tries to make it happen, but this is a very, very chaotic fight where a lot of looks happen, but not a lot of finishers come through as Sage Wabe takes a lot right there. Like you said, Dragoon making a lot of space, but Ariandel comes in, big stun, stops a lot of the pressure. Sudsy doesn't actually get the Emperor's Defy because it's canceled by Will, and as Hoarder comes through, the rest of the team cannot help him at all. Another block as Will tries to jump over the wall. So many things stop in this fight, and Array, the one player to try and go in, trade his life 1-for-1, but Kisno just doesn't have enough left in the tank.
That was literally 4 Void Seekers. That Sage Wabe did not take damage from anything but 4 Void Seekers of Array. 4 in a row. He did not miss one in that chaotic fight. Array is on one right now. Again, trading your life and the tail end, maybe not advised, but the impressiveness of being able to snipe out Sage Wabe cannot be understated.
Yeah. Looking for stacks. Oh, that looks like it's fully stacked at this point. That should be both the execute and the Rabadon's passive coming online for the transcendence of this Syndra, which means that it is a very dangerous champion. The Crypt Bloom also here, so do have the
Crypt Bloom.
Yeah, the magic penetration coming through, but 2 dragons apiece with a minute left until the next one. We are seeing that Dragoon's Goons doing a bit better job splitting the map yet again, as they do have the pushing going off on the top side, and Sudsy can continue to push it with the teleport.
I love the Crypt Bloom as well. I was thinking, I mean, you build a Magic Pen. This one makes sense to keep your front line alive, because outside of Alistar, when he's specifically ulting, you don't have like a pure tank front line. So something like Crypt Bloom will help a Jax, help a Xin Zhao stay alive for that much longer in a fight. If you're able to get the resets, get the kills, and get the big heals for everybody. Right now, though, it is still a 4,000 gold lead. Oh, Sage Wabe was getting hit by another Void Seeker there. As the Baron is still the focus. The Goons were not able to get it last time around, but they will start it up again.
Yeah, I can imagine just hitting that, just a lot of trauma as Sudsy just wailing away here. Polestar does not have a flash on Will, so he has to use the Blast Gun to try and get in, but as a teleport comes through from Hoarder, what does the Dragoon's Goons get out of this? Well, they get positioning on the Dragon, as Dragoon himself now in position to interrupt anybody trying to walk into the river.
Prismal's the only one that can do this safely, so he will walk forward. Easy pulverize, headbutt back into the team, but that's where Dragoon wants to be, and they have the engager Daption. Cyclone over the top, but Sage Wabe's untouched. Sage Wabe can free fire in the fight with Ariandel. The damage dealers of Pulse are doing the damage, but Array can reposition as well. Sudsy had the Shuriba Shuffle in the bank the whole time. game, sets up a double kill for Array at the tail end of the fight.
Coming back in this game with a vengeance, not happy with the performance in game one. Another big Shuriken shuffle, and this one looking like it's going to end the game. They have a small wave available, and we do see that Prismal trying to stop the next one from coming through, but 15 seconds on Will, and the Goons looking to take it to 1-1.
Well done from Dragoons Goons to hold the line. Their tournament upper bracket run will not end here, evening the series. 1-1 and giving them a shot at taking the series.
Really good stuff from Sudsy in this game in particular. Really underwhelming in the first game, but this time around finding yet another Shuriken shuffle to turn around fights that were looking so even. And as we take another look at this last fight, like you called out, Dragoon suddenly ended up being in a place that he was pretty okay being, as Prismal says, I think we can kill this guy before the rest of the team comes in, but Daption already turning around, finds a big ultimate, forces some early defensive tools out of Sage Wabe right away. And yes, he gets to free fire for a while, but so is Array, so is Sudsy. And even though Hoarder ends up finding a kill, the fact that Sudsy still finds another moment after the stun comes down just means that there's nowhere left to go for this backline damage combo.
And Ariandel played that about as well as you could ask, hitting so many multi-champ stuns, but at the end of the day, this guy, the mid lane opponent Sudsy, stepped up multiple times, not just at the end there, but multiple times. There was that one whoopsie Emperor's Divide that I mentioned. I was like, all right, Sudsy, what can you do better? Maybe they heard me because, yeah, the rest of the game was impeccable.
Yeah, really good stuff. 92% kill participation, a ridiculous number for a mid laner. Sudsy really showcasing why this year has been a classic pick for him over the course of his career. And that's going to be taking this series to a third game where Sudsy really looking for another opportunity to continue going through. He, Gizno, and Dragoon still looking to continue trying to find their way through the promotion tournament because they were not happy with game one. They need to find another way to turn it around.
Congratulations to Dragoons Goons mid laner for picking up player of the game, and that is a 1-1. I think a big part of that, I'll say before we throw it to a break, is that Sage Wabe on the Xayah, very different look than on the Varus. And like you also said, Prismal not on the Rakan, very different looks. It seems like game one, we saw a lot of comfort in the bottom lane, not as much comfort in the bottom lane for game two. So let's see if Polestar can bring it around and close out this series, or if Dragoons Goons will continue their favorites of the tournament upper bracket run. We're going to send it to a short break before we're back for game number 3.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamard.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Developmental.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are preparing for Game 3 of our Best of 3 series here in the upper bracket of the promotion tournament. And also, more importantly than that, our Grapes Watch. We have an update on the tweet. We have an update. He asks double or nothing. What do we think, Pulse? What do we think, Jubes? Are we actually double or nothing in this? Because I think he should just pay it out.
Yeah.
I mean, the bet was one win, and they got the win, right?
Yeah, it's cowardly. Come on, Grapes. We got to pay that one out at this point. You already put the $20 down. You can lose more, but I don't think you can win it back at this point. So we'll see as we jump down and see what the real cost is for Grapes with a post-game breakdown presented by the real cost, because this one was way more one-sided. I think this was a lot closer to what a lot of people were expecting this kind of series to look like, but that said, it's not as though it was an easy ride. The first 18 minutes or so, you can see that there's a small lead coming through for Dragoons Goons, but it took a while for them to really take off, and that's really where the player of the game, Sudsy, started finding his moments.
Yeah, Sudsy had a pop-off performance in the second half of the game. Early on, Array was getting very ahead of his lane opponent. Sagewabe had a fantastic game 1, but a reminder, this is basically an emergency sub. Maybe not full emergency. He had a week and a half to scrim with the team, from what I'm hearing from the team, but it's still not an ideal scenario for them coming into this tournament. Game 2 is more of what we were concerned could happen, where bot lane is not able to get a foothold in the game. Bot lane's very far behind, and despite having a performed last team fight, just didn't have the items or the damage to really carry in that moment. Also, top lane, Hoarder was getting leads early on, but I mean, Dragoon actually did a great job equalizing. I was very impressed with how Dragoon was able to make sure that things didn't fall apart.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, ultimately, Dragoon hasn't necessarily been the major component of a lot of these wins, but he's still creating enough pressure off in the side lane that he's not a full passenger, which is always the major part that we're looking at in these games. And so now as we get a swap from sides between Polestar and Dragoons Goons, we do see a very similar draft strategy coming out from Polestar, where they're just trying to limit Array's ability to play. And with the Rumble and the Nasus already banned away, trying to also limit what Hoarder and Ariendel have access to.
Yeah, I still like this call from Polestar. I think that you're getting a 2-for-1 special, limiting Array as the primary carry, and also at the same time giving your own substitute AD carry a more advantageous and comfortable lane position. It's Kindred. Blue 1 for Will locked in. Now, this is a champion that he has been known for, but interesting to see such high priority in the draft phase.
Yeah, definitely something that has not been true on 14-16. 14-17, we're seeing a little bit more of it from what I understand, but it's just a very confident pick coming out for Will, nonetheless, to get it right off the bat. And you can see that Dragoons Goons having a little bit of a pause, not really necessarily knowing what to expect. That looks to me like the kind of things like, yeah, we're always going to pick Zyra, but what do we want to pick after that, right? This is a very powerful pick coming through for Kisno, but you have a lot of options, and Dragoon isn't really known as a Gragas player, at least from what I remember, so you don't have the very natural counter picks that you oftentimes see going into the Kindred.
And I'm actually just making sure I have the correct information right here. The buffs to Kindred, your attack speed buff on your Q up a little bit, but the big one is your E, the Mounting Dread. Higher damage scaling with your bonus AD, and also shorter cooldown at later ranks. So that's the change to Kindred. See if that's enough to really give it that blue 1 pick priority. Camille is comboed with it as Sagewabe pulling out the Zeri most likely, although technically could still be in that mid lane too.
Yeah, we do see that Camille is going to be a very classic pick. It was banned away from Hoarder, I believe it was in Game 2, and now going to be blinded up in the top side. This champion has really risen in priority over a while, and with Jace, Jax, Renekton already all off the table. Now we get an opportunity to see what the response is, and it looks like it's going to be...
I mean, this is a Dragoon champ. There we go. Darius Locked in. This is what we were hyping up in game 2, saying, okay, we haven't seen Dragoon on a Dragoon pick yet. Well, there you go, everybody. Patience is a virtue, and you are rewarded. Dragoon pulling out his iconic Darius.
Yeah, the Darius is going to be coming through, and this is another very big confidence pick going on to the other side. So we are seeing that both Will and Hoarder, when they are pushed into this position, they will reach into those pockets, and Dragoon down to do the exact same thing. And this is a character that currently playing into the Zeri and the Kindred is really going to struggle to try to do damage to those. This is absolutely a pick that is very focused on the laning phase and can also be put really far behind. So as long as Polestar doesn't pick a bunch of melee champions from this spot, I'm really worried for how this Darius is going to perform in the rest of the draft.
That's a great point. I think the Dragoon's Goons realize that too. They're banning away the Ziggs, one of the longest range champions in the game, so that's not available either for Sagewabe or for Ariandel, because a reminder that Zeri still can be flexed from this position here. So I'm expecting another ranged ban from the Goons, as it's actually Nautilus banned out from Pulse and instead Braum, so more support focus in the second rotation here.
I mean, another champion that is very good into the Darius, you just slow him down quite a bit, and Darius really hates slows. There's not a ton of slows on the side of Polestar just quite yet, but there are enough that you can really limit his mobility. He relies a lot on having move speed in these games, so we'll see what else it is that they want to try and grab. There is probably a jungler and an AD carry, but we have seen a Blaze Olive play this Jhin in the mid lane as recently as yesterday, I want to say. So it's been a very recent opportunity to play this. The Goons have not locked in where these champions can go.
Let's see how they want to pilot things this time around. Yeah, the Jhin flexible here. Wherever that Zeri ends up, they could just choose to have that. So I'm expecting support pick. It's Poppy. So they're still playing it kind of coy. Outside of top lane, there is a small amount of flexibility that they could actually opt for, depending on what pulse lock in here.
Yeah, it's definitely, whenever we see these kind of super flexes coming through from a team like this, it becomes like, it's like these are all decent in every single role, but it's not as though it's like they're going to be absolutely crazy if they do end up in one position. I really like the idea of Adaption actually playing this Poppy, because it is a champion that has a lot of roam potential. You can try and shut down the top half of the map and let Array just farm underneath the turret, because the Bard is not the best diver, especially until he hits level 6.
Sure, but what he is good at is playing for range. Like you had said, he provides speed ups for your team, slows and stuns, as well as that ultimate onto something like a Darius, low mobility, and Karma locked in alongside of it.
I mean, that looks like a mid lane thing. This has been something that Ariandel has done in the past, so putting the Zeri down into the bottom lane. And it is a very supportive pick. You do a lot of damage on the Karma, not as much these days as you have done in days past, but this is a lot of tools to kite out Dragoon. Dragoon is going to be pretty miserable on this Darius unless he gets really far ahead. We also get the lock of the Corki, so tells us where a lot of these champions are going, but the Poppy and the Zyra technically still flexible. I almost wonder if you make Kisno play the Poppy from this position and Adaption play the Zyra, but this isn't a flex you generally see very often. People have not been playing the Zyra in the bottom lane in a while.
Yeah, Zyra support, it takes, I think, you too long to get to your item power spikes, because that 2-item to Leandri's plus the Ryla is really good, and as support Zyra, you're gonna get to that maybe eventually, but it's really about the 1-item spike, so I like it more in the jungle just because you can actually get the resources, even if you can abuse the short range of the Zeri. But I think that Poppy in this lane could struggle. Zeri has mobility that you can block, but you're getting outranged by the Bard in particular, and depending on how the Bard plays it, if you know what you're doing, you can just stop the Poppy from ever walking up and trying to heroic charge your Zeri. So let's see how Sagewabe and Prismal are ready to play this one in the bot side. They won lane game 1. They did not win lane game 2, but they have the opportunity this time around. But eyes will definitely be top lane with Dragoon piloting his signature champion in the Darius. Damage chat, who you think's got it? ELS and Pulse and GOON. You're a fan of Goons.
Now in the bottom side of the map, Polestar, they're going to be moving in force, but they start sweeping after the ward has already been has already spotted all of them, so not going to be spawning out exactly where any of the members from Dragoon's goons are. Instead, they're going to be trading vision on one half of the map towards the other, not finding anything right off the bat. And so understanding where Will's path is during these games is going to help out quite a bit, because Will, on this Kindred, has historically been a very big anchor, and you need to know what part of the map you're starting on, who's under threat when, and also, while we're talking about that, you have to look towards the top side. Hoarders opted to go with Teleport Ignite as compared to Dragoon's double movement spells in the Flash and the Go. So Hoarder potentially under very big threat if Gizmo comes top.
Yeah, we'll see if that gives Hoarder enough in the 1v1. Also, a quick little note aside there. So you said Pulse kind of looks like please, right?
Yeah.
Like PLS. Do you think that means we call fans of Pulse pleasers?
Yeah, the Pleasers and the Gooners. I don't know if this is the route we want to go.
It's a perfect matchup.
Yeah.
Perfect matchup here as
hello.
Already Dragoon gets behind Hoarder in the top lane. Not quite sure how that had happened, but he also takes a turret shot. That's not what you wanted to do there.
Yeah, that turret
boy.
shot hurts quite a bit, and you can see that there's a lot of pressure coming through from Dragoon. He doesn't really even deny a lot of experience from his opponent. That turret shot, a little bit of a disaster for making this early play work. That was an impressive stun to actually land on Array there, but it is still going to be a lot of pressure back and forth, and you can see that Dragoon, knowing that his opponent doesn't have any movement spells at this point in the game, he's going to have to be very careful with how he tries to play it. Dragoon does hit level 2 first, trying to control where Hoarder's allowed to.
Hoarder actually taking the Biscuit delivery system, so helping him sustain in the early stages where it's going to be the scariest. I do like that pick, because the later the game goes, the more I'm going to favor the Camille, but in the earlier levels, the ability for the Darius to stack up is terrifying. Also just able to farm up, whereas Hoarders happen to look for scraps here. But the bigger thing is this invade from Will. There's no spotting it out, but will try and contest. Will instead just turn his attention onto the buff and does get it. So successful steal right there. Blue buff acquired, but now over the wall, Daption lands the heroic charge, taking a lot of damage back from Sagewabe, who aggresses forward. First blood picked up by this area and a flash over the wall to get away.
Yeah, really surprised that Daption didn't choose to flash to safety in that fight, because Sagewabe still had the penetrating Qs going through, getting a lot of damage down onto Daption, and it's not blockable by Gizmo. So as the fight ends up breaking out, even though Daption goes very aggressive for this, they try and find the kill. It ends up just forcing a couple of flashes, and here Daption tries to hide in the brush, but it's too easy to hit the entire thing. Ends up landing multiple people, and by walking out of the brush as well, trying to pick up that shield, ends up getting himself killed, where you probably could have traded 1-for-1.
I think he also just autoing in the brush with the shield gave away. That's a tough one to tell in the moment what exactly was happening there, but Sagewabe happy to pick up the kill regardless. Now Dragoon, gotta be careful here as Hoarder's got some backup. Will's gonna help him get this wave in. Hey, that's a good guy jungler right there. Wave's in a bad spot. Let me give you a hand.
Yeah. As if
take
this
the
is
cannon.
Rafa, he definitely smites the cannon here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's the real mark. Oh, and he even walks away. Will, honor that man. That's a for honor right there.
Great stuff. Still, lots of pressure coming out on the map so far. Will's done a good job creating some of these early plays. Took away the blue buff from Kizno. Also helped set up for that early kill going over to Sagewabe. And now, Dragoon's Goons, one of the places of strength that they have relied upon so much throughout their qualifiers experiences has been the fact that Array looking fantastic across so many of their games, but this time around still falling a little bit behind the rookie, the substitute coming through, who is definitely overperforming just about everybody's expectations.
Game 1 was exceptional. Game 2 was more of what we kind of expected. But what about a first blood start here? Cole already picked up, stacking up. Sagewabe has been given the keys to the kingdom here with how the start of laning phase has gone. It's not like a massive gold lead for the team, but at an individual level for the AD carry, you're going to feel fantastic. Dragoon, though, holding on top side on his signature pick, walks up onto Hoarder, apprehends him back in, slows him down, and Hoarder actually trades back all right there. But Dragoon is very far ahead in CS. The wave will crash, so hopefully Hoarder can get some of that, but otherwise, Dragoon's been having a really good job in this lane.
Yeah, Dragoon is pretty significantly ahead in terms of levels. As you see some scuffles happening in multiple parts of the map, but Dragoon is going to hit level 6, and so he wants to make sure that Hoarder does not have the HP to walk up to him, and he can threaten a dive. Unfortunately, Porter knows that too. He just backs away and makes sure there's no opportunity for such a play to happen from Dragoon, and ultimately everyone on the map just kind of takes a breather. We can see that even with the kill coming through, the Dragoon's goons are building up a decent lead, partly because of how much more money Dragoon has built up than Porter so far.
I'm trying to keep my eyes here. Ooh, so you're be taking a lot of damage. Keeping my eyes on the CS numbers of Hoarder there, because the wave has been caught and he's still down about 2 waves of CS. As Dragoon will run back onto the Rift, but the grubs started up here by Will. Already claims 1. Ariandel could be in some trouble. Gizno inking mid lane, does not commit the flash. Ariandel gets out of there safe. Oh, does he? Flash engage from Daption, and Array gets the kill.
Nice to give it over towards the AD carry, and Dragoon also walking in, slowing down the grub takes and allowing Gizno to pick up the 3rd one as they move towards the top half of the map. It is worth noting Will has gotten, should be, I think it's 2 stacks already on the Kindred stacks, because we do see it on the Grump already coming through on the other side of the map, but Dragoon already finding some opportunities to shove around the map, but now he has to be very careful because Will looking to take revenge.
Yeah, Will knows that Gizno pushed him off of the grubs and was going for the last 2, or the last 1 there. But he thought maybe I can play for the top instead, but the ward is there. Dragoon placed one early. They're even going to see Prismal, so this is known information. Dragoon can play very safe because of that, so will yet again just help shove the wave in.
Ooh, I thought that third shot was going onto Hoarder, but ends up going onto the minion. Dragoon takes a bit of damage, but the wave does get in, which will save Hoarder a lot of grief later on, but it's also a lot of commitment from both sides of the map towards the top lane. There's not a lot that either side is going to be getting off of this. Also in the mid lane, Fuzz is doing a really good job out farming Ariandel. It's not always the easiest thing to farm as is Karma. You don't have a lot of base AD, and you end up putting a lot of spells into the wave, which doesn't necessarily kill minions all by itself. So Dragoon's goons are walking in with a bit of a gold lead, even though the kills are still only even. And now as we start paying attention towards the bottom side again, we can see that Daption clearing out a lot of vision to try and set up for a dragon as well as the first grub.
And the fact that Ray picked up a kill as well with the Deadly Flourish kind of equalizes that first blood kill that Sagewabe got. So, yeah, I got to echo that statement that Dragoon's goons are feeling okay about how things are going, specifically in terms of just the laning phase. Let's see if that dragon's actually the focus, though. Vision control does belong to the goons, but Hoarder's in a 1v2 as Sudsy came up. Actually, really nice of Hoarder to back off there. There's a world where you try and outplay, but as soon as you see the Corki, quick decision to say, nope, I'm out of there.
Yeah. Definitely a rotation to try and make sure that Dragoon does not get put in a really awkward position, because Sudsy being up here is under a little bit of threat if you don't know where Will is. Now they do know where Will is, so Sudsy should be alright, but as he moves down towards the bottom half of the map, Dragoon not going to be able to affect this dragon at all. It is a fairly late take on the dragon, but it will be going over the face.
Yeah, and the shove from mid, Ariandel has priority. And an earlier roam from Prismal meant that even though Will was on vision, the goons knew that this was happening. Does not matter. Just because you have information of what your opponent is doing does not mean you can stop them. So, dragon stacking begins for Pulse, but it's only the 1, and at 9 minutes means that that will be a delayed soul potential. And it's not going to be a Hex Soul either, as that will be the second dragon spawning.
Second dragon coming through, being a Hextech, like you said, means that there's no Hextech soul available, but that means that we are still likely to get some pretty good ones. Just about everything left is going to have a big effect on the game. And with Bard still roaming around, you can see that Sagewabe unsure if he's even allowed to hang out underneath this turret. But at the same time, Sudsy has to be careful because Horde looking for a dive.
Sudsy has flash available, but Hextech Ultimatum would lock him into place.
A lot of turret
Valkyrie
shots.
to get to safety. They still have the minion wave, but Hoarder's taking a lot of damage. And it's just going to be a plate picked up. Well done, Sudsy. Not giving up a kill.
Yeah, still maintains the flash as well. Has the teleport coming up shortly to get back into lane so he can burn his mana, clear out this wave, and then reset. But Hoarder spending a lot of time down in the mid lane will end up picking up most of the wave up on the top side. But Gizno instantly knows as this Camille comes right on back low.
Took more than half the health on that dive attempt. It wasn't from the turret, it was just from Sudsy. So Dragoon saying, thanks mid laner for giving me a nice little matchup here, but doesn't get the apprehend.
Here it is.
Hoarder's alive for right now, but everybody's coming up. Will is nearby, but not close enough for this Kindred ultimate to try and keep him alive. A nice engage from Daption right there. Follow up from Kizno, easy peasy. And it's Poppy with the kill.
And Dragoon, really a big beneficiary of all of this because the side lane are really going to be going over in favor of the Goons. And we can see that this time around a much stronger game plan seeming to come out from this side of the map as they are consistently trying to help out the top side, making sure that the Darius is strong. He's already picked up 3 plates so far and has time to pick up a couple of more.
As we say, a nice look at the plates here. I was just going to see where is the gold line on each team. It's 1,000 lead for the Dragoons Goons, but who's actually been the recipient of it so far? Surprising to see Sagewabe still at the top. I guess the first blood kill really helping out there.
Yeah. As we take a look, though, we do see the Grubs going over towards Full Star. Nolts.
Emperor Faye, there's no wall to stun it up on, and flash out of Sudsy means that there was never a chance anyway. Sudsy gets out.
Yeah. It is going to be the Grubs going over towards the other side, and it is just a very isolated situation down in the bottom lane, but 4 Grubs getting picked up by a Full Star. They're going to be getting their 5th one as well. Already have Twitch chat on their side. So they're doing a good job controlling the neutral objectives in this game, but I'm a little bit worried because I don't see obvious, I mean, I see some very good scaling, but I don't see obvious ways to get these fights started. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto Prismal in particular. Otherwise, you're just hitting Hoarder at the other team like a Pokemon and hoping that he survives long enough to actually allow the rest of your range champions to follow up.
There's a lot of damage that Hoarder's going to have to deal with as he goes in. So yeah, job's not going to be that easy. And a way to get damage out otherwise is use the range of a Kindred as you stack up, but only 2 stacks currently on the champion. Has not been able to find a lot of invades. Has not been able to actually stack up the Kindred early on here. Now, I've heard from a lot of junglers that it's rare that you can accelerate your stacks. So you kind of have to just blow up the game and get ahead, which is not expected on the Kindred. So it's not that this is necessarily a bad stacking or super behind the curve. It's just the reality of the situation. They do not have an accelerated Kindred, so we'll have to wait longer before you're able to outrange things like the Zyra plants.
Yeah, a lot of the time you just, like you said, you get them as they come. This is the situation where you end up being closer range than your max range with the Kindred a lot of the time anyway. But Ariandel, pretty good trade.
Big damage.
Still, it's one of those spots where Full Star, they have, it's a strong composition, but it's not always the easiest thing in the world to play because you don't have super easy engage tools. You're relying on a lot of picks, and Hoarder has not really done a better job than the Goons in setting up side waves to threaten structures.
Hoarder's about to hit this top turret, but the fact that Dragoon has not had teleport and has not even given up a plate, pretty telling of how the top lane has gone. Hoarder's not even going to walk up and try and take one right there. Nice binding, though. Tempered Fate, maybe ambitious. Teleport coming in, though. They want Daption, and it's just going to be a flash away for the teleport of Ariandel, who actually joined up with the rest of Pulse. Dragon spawning, though, so it seems like that is the focus. Big poke from Ariandel, as the Malignance has been completed, so extra oomph as well as extra cooldown. Curtain call onto Will. 2 shots hit, 3 shots. That fort's going to do a lot, but he is able to dodge away.
And both top laners are currently here for the play. Dragoon,
Oh, look at Dragoon. He's just focused down. He was not ready. Whoa. The rest of the team was not there, but the Keeper's Verdict almost saving his life. It'll be traded as Hoarder goes down for Dragoon.
Yeah, but we get to see both the good and the bad of having this Darius on your team. You can do a lot of damage, but he doesn't have the ability to interact with these range champions. Daption, interesting flash.
Cool route onto the mid laner. Sudsy almost goes down, but Daption repositions, and it's just a slaughter. Double kill to Array, and one picked up by Kizno for a double himself. The Goons slaughter Pulse.
All of a sudden, they just find everything all at once, and this Zyra looking very good. Just finds the ult onto almost everybody on the other team. We're going to take another look at this play. This is the first part when Darius is still alive, but as the ult goes out from Array, the big thing is that Darius just walks really close, doesn't necessarily know that the Camille is right around the corner, suddenly takes a massive stun, and as they are just stuck in one place, there's enough damage on Hoarder because of the rest of the team that end up managing to trade 1 for 1. After that, though, Full Star, they don't really have control of this area. They get a lot of damage onto Sudsy through the wall, but they allow Kizno to find a really strong opportunity, just walk up and ult the entire team.
Yeah, the Strangle Thorn strangles the life out of Pulse in that team fight. 2 double kills picked up by Dragoon's Goons, as well as the Dragon, denying the stacking now from Pulse, and they find themselves with a 2,000 gold lead at 16 minutes in the game.
The richest member on the map suddenly is Array, but again, gotta give props to Sagewabe, currently the second richest player. He's been doing a fantastic job coming through as a substitute in this game. I know there was a lot of players looking at Sagewabe and just saying, yeah, this team is a little bit doomed because they're not playing with Azog, but he's stepped into big shoes and doing a fantastic job of it.
But I still think that the bigger story here, outside of just Sagewabe coming in, is the fact that Pulse themselves are at all competing with Dragoon's Goons. This has not been a blowout by any means. They win game 1. Game 2, they had opportunities in it. Sudsy just put on a monster performance at the end. And now game 3, it's even closer. So Pulse Stars, what a showing from them here, stepping up against the #1 seed from the OQs. I know they're only 3rd seed overall, because of course we see the 2 NACL teams that will be defending their spots higher and awaiting the winner of this. It will be AoE, watching eagerly to see who their first opponent will be, but just gotta say, happy with how both of these representatives are performing so far, given expectations. Dragoon almost locked under the turret in the Hextech Ultimatum, but is able to just barely get away.
Yeah, good stuff from Porter to try and make that happen, dodging out on the Q, but it is a really big commit. He does get the health tray, but you can see that Dragoon is going to go over, check the fruits. Does he find any? Yeah, he definitely finds some fruits there. He can go right on back towards the top side and can continue to push Hoarder around. This matchup has not gotten easier just quite yet. Generally, when Hoarder completes the Ravenous Hydra is when things start to become okay, right? You start to be able to actually fight the Darius, but it has not happened just quite yet. And instead, doing this until the next Dragon, the Goons will have a lot of control because Sudsy will also have the Muramana done by then.
Yeah, fully stacked tier. You just need the gold spent at this point for Sudsy to get there, and that's a big old spike. That Gatling gun's going to start to do a lot of damage at that point, and we see the lane assignments here. Sagewabe trying to catch his mid-wave here, while it's still Karma in the side lane, who will basically just be hitting waves. The big side lane threat for Pulse is Hoarder. Like you just highlighted, he's getting close, but just not there yet. So it doesn't feel like Pulse have many moves to do, and instead it's the Goons that are making a move here onto Ariandel in that side lane. Ember Fate will land here, and it'll only allow 1 turret shot onto Daption, but the Goons find their play.
Yeah, really good stuff. A bit of a tragedy that ends up going over towards the Poppy instead of either Kizno or Sudsy, but hey, you take what you get enough pressure on the map that you should get this bottom lane turret at the same time, continue to extend the gold lead. And Dragoon's Goons, like we said, the big question was going to be, you know, will Sudsy have the gold necessary to get the Muramana? Definitely will at this point before the Dragon actually spawns, and they had to pressure the mid lane, the top lane, and the bottom lane. They're just winning across the entire map.
And we're teleporting in Sudsy. There we go. Spent basically 2,500 gold right there as a Muramana completed. As now the Goons will also fight in the camps here, and I think they just took that one away.
Yeah, Kizno got it.
Well, yes, got no jungle to clear at this point. He's down 20 CS to Kizno, who's stacking up a Dark Seal. And the Kindred pick, I gotta say, so far not looking inspired for a blue 1 priority on Will. I believe he's at, okay, no, he actually just got 4 stacks. So we do have 4 stacks Kindred. That is the first breakpoint, but still very slow in stacking those, all things considered.
He's very aggressive here. Ends up bailing out on that play. Dragoon still looking to run out Hoarder, but he's got a lot of people he's got to contend with.
Tempered Fate's available. They can either use it on the turret or they can use it to try and catch out Dragoon. Hextech Ultimatum will give them all the setup that they need. Dragoon's trying to stack up, flashes away, Apprehend back in, but he goes down. Curtain has been called as it's Daption jumping in on the Will. No Lamb's Respite available. I'm sure if he's used it yet this game, Will goes down.
Ends up dying as also more pressure in the mid lane, so Sudsy trading up for the rest of the team. Uh-oh.
Oh, and on a ward there, Daption's gonna find the enemy top laner. Hoarder goes down. Kizno with the credit.
Kizno picks it up, and the Goons are just trading up. They find themselves in the perfect spot to hit the Baron next, and it's fantastic because they do this so fast, they do this so healthy. They have the double marksman. Kizno has access to the ultimates to just throw down so many plants if he really needs to, but the mid lane turret gets traded over. The Dragon will go over to Polestar, but still, the biggest prize going over to the Goons.
They're picking up the Baron here as Dragon is traded, but Pulse, that is a trade down. The Goons feel fantastic about how the last couple of minutes have gone now with the 6,000 gold lead, and Baron buff will allow them to expand that even more, as this is more of what we expected to see from Dragoon's Goons. This is how I had heard about the way that they play. It's not necessarily about, you know, a domination early on, especially when it comes to top lane. We see Dragoon has been kind of the focus, even though he's winning a little bit of that 1v1, struggling when everybody else arrives. But the team just plays so well. Their fundamentals are so good, and they're able to play for things like this. Dragoon buys so much time, and the team just collapses.
Yeah, you can really see Dragoon's brain going to overdrive as he starts to try and play this one, looking for the opportunity to hit multiple people with his Q, and unfortunately, just not able to get enough damage to actually throw out the ultimate against Hoarder. It might have actually just straight up killed them, but it regardless buys enough time for the rest of the team, and unfortunately, Hoarder getting a little bit greedy with the back cycle on that one, caught out by Daption, giving even more money over to the Goons, and now, ooh.
All right, Dragoon is taking the Herald in. That could be scary, but now he bounces away pretty far. There's no clear engage follow-up from Pulse.
Yeah, with no Tempered Fate available, there's no real way for them to make that play work. And the Rally Cry Baron buff already 2,500 gold. They get the 2 kills off of taking down that turret there. And now as they move over towards the mid lane, you can also just throw plants down in order to buy more time to hit these structures.
Siege is beginning for the Goons as Dragoon is in the bottom lane. Everyone else is mid, and Dragoon apprehends Ariandel, takes a big chunk of damage right there. The Modern-powered Q, but is still just focused on the wave, focused on allowing the team to play with the pressure that he's created. This is where Dragoon's Goons shine. Like I said, the fundamentals, waves are crashing at the same time. They're pulling Pulse in 2 different directions. Hoarder showing the fun that you can have with Camille there in Spectator Client, but the Goons' curtain has been called, and they're still focusing up on that turret. Suji takes a big chunk of damage. Tempered Fate has to be flashed. That's a Summoner Spell down now on Dragoon's Goons mid laner. Now, Magical Journey, they're focused onto Dragoon himself. Flash forward with the Cosmic Lightning into the wall. Prismal makes the play happen. Daption follows up like a psychopath and gets punished for it. Sudsy has the Valkyrie away. No flash from the earlier play, and he will go down. Lavender Spite keeping everybody alive. Pulse find back-to-back-to-back kills.
I've been hearing about this from the Salty Runback guys. They say sometimes Dragoon just goes and dies, and then sometimes Dragoon dies they're really good deaths. This time, his team tries to bail him out when they see a full collapse from the side of Polestar, but they get there so late. Daption, the only person in range, decides to go in and just gives his life over for free. Imagine these guys hitting the mid lane turret. Instead, Polestar, the beneficiaries of an overreaction, trying to make sure that you cannot leave the captain behind.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you just stay on the wave that's currently under mid turret, say, all right, bye, Dragoon, you're dead. We're going to take an inhibitor and then back off. But no, you're right. They tried to help out Dragoon, and they lose out for it. They still have a gold lead. It's still 5,000. Don't get me wrong. They're in a very advantageous position. We see that little bit of dip there. Concerning. And if they do that a couple more times, that is giving Pulse a window back into the game.
They're going to have to do that probably 2 more times in order to really be back in the game. Right now, it is still giving their scaling tools, Sage Wabe and Hoarder in particular, to continue scaling into this game. But Sudsy just able to have enough wave clear up on the top side of the map.
Oh, look at the bait.
He has to be careful. He knows at least one person's there.
No, that didn't land. I don't think the rocket landed.
Now he knows.
Okay, well,
He suspected
now, do the Goons want to go for much more? Curtain Call again just for the slows, and Tempered Fate as the counter to deny. Deadly Flourish will land a root, and that is enough. Prismal caught at the very tail end of the play as Dragoon's looking for the flank. Ariandel will spot it, and now it's going to come down to wave clear for Pulse.
Yeah, there's no more Baron buff available, but with a minute left until the Dragon and little bit more than that until the Baron as well. The Goons don't have any real reason to let up the pressure whatsoever. They send Dragoon down towards the mid lane. Gonna be whacking away on this turret. Will find that one, but the rest of the team just needs to hold the rest of Polestar here.
Goons are continuing the siege. Big damage from big range, as it's Hoarder that almost goes down right there. Adaption is fine if you trade the support for the enemy top laner. No trades at the end of the day, though. Dragoon will just get the mid turret and ghost out of there. Running fast. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Looks like that's where the Goons want to go next.
Yeah, it looks like Dragoon must have tried to go for something on Sagewabe, who is defending the mid lane. Doesn't end up getting it. Mid lane inhibitor turret does die, but now as the Goons come back onto the map, they get the full resets on the wards from Daption. They come out there, and again, Zyra, the best champion in the entire game at setting up for all of these objectives. Not really possible for Polestar to try and walk in through that whatsoever. And with no Baron left to contest, the only thing they can do is send Hoarder topside to try and pick up a turret.
They can at least get vision down because Baron's up in 30 seconds. So if you want to consider that also an advantageous play, maybe. But as I say that, they're not even doing it. They're not clearing wards. They got like one ward down over on the other side of the Baron pit. So it really was mostly just gold onto Hoarder right there as Ariandel will clear out this bot wave. And now we will have another Baron fight. The Goons are much faster onto the map. And now they can clear out any of the vision that Pulse had down, start up that Baron pretty much on spawn.
Yeah, remember that the Zyra makes any Baron take incredibly healthy because of the number of auto attacks it takes the Baron to actually clear through all the planets. That's part of why Kisno currently sitting in the pit, trying to make sure the siege spawn where he needs them to so that he can get even more damage coming through. Uh-oh.
Finding Hoarder would feel great too. Bit of poke damage right there as he'll walk away. But you see how hard it is for this comp of Pulse to actually face check. This is why I wanted them to take that time to get the vision down. Hoarder says, screw it, I'm just going in. Tempered Fate onto 2. In the air is Dragoon, as now they're able to knock him away. Keeper's verdict from Daption trying to keep the team alive. Nobody's gone down on either side. That was a very precarious position for Pulse to enter, and they do not walk away ahead of the play. Hoarder could try and back and TP to a play, but instead staying on the map. The Goons are just committing to the Baron, and Hoarder's going to TP bot lane instead. So Poles are just saying, all right, take the Baron. We're going to try and get as much gold on the map as possible.
Yeah. Honestly, Hoarder just jumping in there with the hook shot, a little bit psychopathic. Like, that's the kind of play where you have to know how many people are there, but they didn't have vision for that play. He just goes on in, a really good counter trade on the map coming through from Pulse, but are they going to lose members on the way out?
Oh, they're going to get caught on the way out. Pulse lose their top laner. They get the turret. Now, can they get away? Kisno's walking forward. We'll get a slaughter prism, I believe. No, he is getting out of there. Stop the backs because Dragoon has the Baron empowered wave, and he's walking it into the top turret. So Dragoon's Goons will just continue the chase. Pulse are going to have to try and get back now. Yeah, I think that turret and that inhibitor are just gone. They cannot find safety to pull off their recalls.
They end up getting a couple of turrets. They end up trading a little bit of gold back, but the top lane inhibitor is already going to go down. Ooh, Darius not sticking around. Dragoon not comfortable in the fact that his team is chasing them. So it ends up being a very far push coming out from the Goons, but the fact that they're not getting any inhibitors, a little bit worrying here. If the teleport does come out from Sudsy, they take it a little bit slower, but it also gives time for Hoarder to respawn.
Moments like that, I actually would have loved to see Pulse take the 5v4. They saw Dragoon hitting a wave topside. There's no teleport up there. Tempered Fate from downtown will stop the back. Is that Kisno? It is. Enemy jungler got a little out of position. Now big damage coming in from Hoarder, but the Stranglethorns might just keep Kisno alive. He's able to run away. One more shot from Hoarder gets the shutdown as he continues the chase. That's something for Pulse.
Yeah, good ultimate coming out from the Tempered Fate, but as we take another look at this, it ends up not being all that bad, as they do end up getting multiple structures, like we said, in the mid lane and the bottom lane. And even though this long chase ends up coming through and they are not allowed to back, they only lose the turret ultimately. Darius not building a item composition that will allow him to really shred through turrets, and without the grubs, it ends up taking them a long time to actually find all of those. I think that might have been the shortest portal of all time as well.
Yeah, I'm just noticing that. And I think it put him on the other side of the wall, too. I'm pretty sure he went on the top side of the wall.
Gotta love Bard, man.
Bard's so funny, dude. Sometimes the Rift just doesn't want you to live. But yeah, all things considered, end of the day, Pulse did get some gold in their pocket for that, especially on the tail end with the kill on the Kizno. But look at all of these wards deep in their own jungle. Anytime they approach anywhere on the Rift, really, the Dragoons Goons will know what they're up to at this point in time. Luckily, though, there's really nothing to fight for. It's a minute until Dragon's up, so we do have a little bit of time.
Yeah, and we can see that the Baron buff doesn't really get any gold lead for the Goons. They are still sitting at around the 7,000 gold lead they've been sitting on for about 7 minutes at this point. They can play for the upcoming Dragon, but they really want to try and get something with this Baron buff. There's multiple inhibitors that are open.
They're looking at the top one right now as they avoid the Tempered Fate. Prismal is kind of the only engaged tool. We don't have anything like an Alistair, like a Nautilus, anything that can just say, we're going in now. It's going to have to be some kind of tricky flank, some kind of play on a side lane like this. Warder's going in onto Dragoon. Is at the point where he can do a lot of damage. Hextech ultimate to dodge the deadly flourish, but the curtain's been called, and that's going to be a lot of damage onto Hoarder over the top. Daption again with the kill with the reset for Dragoon! Unleashed in the fight! Give him a double, give him a triple kill! The reset city for the Quadra! And what a way to close out game number 3. Dragoons Goons, a slow start to the series, but they will finish 2-1, toppling Pulse.
A statement coming through from Dragoon at the end with the quadra kill. Not finding a single other kill in the game until the very end of it. Really fun stuff to see Dragoon finally have some success on his signature champion. But overall, a really good performance from Dragoon's Goons in this last game. They started off really slow, but like you said, comes in at the end. We'll take another replay to take a look at Dragoon's glory and figure out who stole the pentakill.
Actually, it was Daption.
It was Daption.
Of course. Daption took way too many kills this game.
Yeah,
I mean, he
a lot
played
of them.
very well. But he got a lot of the kills. It was the first kill, too.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yep.
That's a big tragedy. At least Dragoon does get the reset, does still have access to the ultimate, so he does just go absolutely nuts in the rest of the fight. But it is a really tough one at the very end. As soon as the Dragoon Darius starts rolling, it really does not stop. Trying to keep taking Magical Journey away, but not enough.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the team is named after one of the players and does show up at the very end of that game. Props to Pulse for giving them such good competition, but this is why a lot of people said Dragoons Goons are one of the favorites to make it out of this promotion tournament. There's 2 NACL teams that are coming down to compete here. There's 4 teams from the OQs moving up to compete here. Dragoons Goons is one of them that a lot of people are saying they are the real thing, and I think that, again, just the fundamentals of how they played that game is a big part of that across the board. Everybody kind of carrying their weight.
Yeah, really got to look at this last draft and say, well, we gave them a lot of trust with the B1 Kindred. Does not pay it back, but that's all right. It is a double elimination bracket, so they will have another opportunity, but that means that Dragoons Goons should be playing up against AOE as their next opponent, playing up against the Challengers League teams, and everybody seems to be thinking that Dragoons Goons is still the big favorite in this tournament, so they just need to win, I believe it's 1 more in order to actually make it in.
I believe
no, 2
so.
more. 2 more.
2 more? All right, well, we'll take a look at the bracket in a bit later on, but that was the post-game breakdown brought to you by The Real Cost, and it is Dragoons Goons advancing in through the upper bracket, like you said, facing up against AOE next tomorrow. It's going to be a very quick schedule. This tournament is going to go by fast. So, speaking of, we're going to send it to a fast break before we get back with an interview of one of the victorious players right after this.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamardin. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for our Rally Cry post-game interview. I have the one and only Dragoon, of whom the team is named after. Welcome to the show, Dragoon. Always happy to have you on. I want to start off by asking about that series because you got put behind early. Game 1 not going your way. I want to hear your thoughts of how the series played out and maybe how Pulse pushed you further than a lot of people expected.
Honestly, I think game 1 was like a big draft issue. I think we kind of like really just played into what Pulse's strengths are. Like Ariandel's Ace Soul is something that we thought about and talked about. We thought the draft would pan out a little bit better, but like we ended up playing it, and I mean, for most players, I feel like you end up playing a draft and you're like, this feels awful, or something along those lines. I don't really think it was that awful of a draft, but it's more so we're just giving them what they're really good at, or what their strength is. And I think we just had a little bit too much ego going into that game 1 draft. I think as soon as it became a bit more standard and more of our style, which is like game 2 and 3, I mean, it was a lot easier to play out the games. It was a little shaky though.
Yeah. Agreed. Are you aware though that because I mean, if you're saying it's a draft mostly, maybe a little bit of ego, are you aware that you're down now putting Grapes down $20 because he bet 20 bucks that you wouldn't drop a game?
I do remember seeing that on my second monitor, like, you know, as we were getting into like game 1, and I was like, actually, maybe we should toss game 1 to make him go down 20 bucks. I mean, I didn't want to say that on broadcast, 'cause, you know, that's a little sketchy, but you know, maybe that's what happened after all.
Maybe that's what happened. You know, we like to make Grapes eat his words a little bit here. But there's another thing I want to show you because I'm curious your thoughts. First off, have you seen this meme? Do you understand this one?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay, all right. Do you feel that? We got a Josh jump scare right there. Do you feel that this is accurate to how this last series went, or do you think you carried your own weight a little bit more? Because you did get the quadra kill on Darius at the end.
That is true. That is true. I don't actually think that's how this series. I don't think that's represented by this series. Maybe some of the earlier series this season. I will admit.
Okay.
I kind of had some sketchy circumstances. I'm not sure if you see my Twitter and my my setup picture, but there was a couple weeks where it was quite hard to play some League of Legends for myself. A lot of it's kind of IRL circumstances. But if you're curious to see how I was playing, if you just go to my Twitter, shameless plugin, there's just a picture of me on a setup, and it's like my setup's like on cardboard boxes, and it's so funny, honestly.
I'm gonna go look that up right now, and maybe I can get it on stream here in the time. But while I'm doing that, I mean, you talked about playing and how you've been playing. Let's talk about that, because you are just the mercenary. You and Kizno are the mercenaries of the promotion tournaments. So I want an explanation. How come you just keep going into the promotion tournaments after winning so many times, qualifying into NACL, but find yourself back in the promotion side?
Well, I would say the first time I promoted, kind of not playing kind of sucked, but it was kind of just how the team ended up being. Supernova was, at the time, like a little bit of a dumpster fire. I remember that my boy Kizno got kicked, unfortunately, and it ended up being just me left on the team after like the off season. At first it wasn't really a management issue. It's kind of just like, you know, my boy Azog, shout out. He just graduated MU, like bro couldn't play anymore, and it is what it is. So the roster kind of just fell apart. As for Lit, I think that season was just tough. I think we kind of had it was just a rough season, to be honest. And then we ended up demoting, and it kind of sucked. But I think me and Kizno were performers on that team, and I think we keep showing it. Kind of sucks that we didn't get like a really good foot off the ground last season, but like this third promotion, well, hopeful promotion, was kind of just, it was the off season. I wasn't actually even sure if I was going to play, and then we just had a gang of 5 people that were really solid players that were just open. I mean, we're pretty much orgless. We're pretty much coachless. We just kind of play as a gang of 5 people, and we're all solid players. I mean, I don't think anybody can look at any of us and think that we're like bad players, even for tier 2 standards. So that's how this team got created, at least.
Well, I can say, Dragoon, we're happy to see that you're still competing and that you're still in the leagues going forward. Wishing you the best of luck going forward, not only in this tournament, but also in your career. But I know that last year we talked a lot about how you had been grinding more Baldur's Gate 3 than League of Legends leading into the tournament, and you still promoted anyway. So I got to ask a final question. What are you grinding right now? What's your current game that you're playing more than League of Legends?
So actually, I think I wanted to play more League of Legends going into, you know, the season, but I'm not sure if you guys can get my setup picture, but it ended up being that like playing on my keyboard was the most miserable experience ever. So I ended up like
This
defaulting
is it.
to like
I got the. Yep. This is what you're
Yeah,
playing with
it
right
was
now.
this-
That is
I-
ridiculous.
I ended up defaulting to just like it actually was miserable playing League of Legends on that setup, like because I obviously can't lean back in my chair. So I ended up just playing like my other Steam games because I could at least be in a controller and hang back. Obviously, going through Elden Ring DLC, amazing piece of work there, and I've actually been going back into Baldur's Gate for honor mode. You know, I had to up the ante a little, but those are the games that I've been up to, and I mean honestly,
Okay.
it's kind of good stress relief.
I gotta say here, actually, production, can we one-box me again? Because I'm just gonna blow it up extra big right here. This is exactly what he's working with right now. That is ridiculous.
That was
and I
what I
gotta
was
say,
working
not
with.
to put you fully on blast, also 0-5. Just gotta say it's consistent at least.
Wait, no, that's Dash's KD.
So,
That's
well
not my
done.
screenshot.
Oh, this
I was
isn't.
1-4.
Okay,
but
all
did
right.
the
I just
most
kind of
damage.
assumed. I just kind of assumed that, you know, that was your power spike, right? All right, well, Drew, I want to give you the floor. Any final shout-outs that you want to have for anybody at home watching or anybody that's been giving you support?
I mean, shout out to my brother. He's finding time to actually watch a lot of my games, even though he's had a lot going on. He basically moved out, got a house of his own. Not to like get too many of his details out here, but I find him watching all my games, even though like he has his own life going on, you know. And you know, I think it's kind of just that like sibling thing. It does feel good knowing that like he watches my games, and you know, it's just solid. Obviously, shout out to my girlfriend. Every you know, just that significant other always watching as well. It's just those people that watch every single game, and it just feels good to know that you actually have like fans. Like even like the people that I don't like personally know. Like I'm sure there's some people that watch every NACL broadcast, even if I'm obviously not playing those NACL broadcasts or like maybe even on NACL 2. Like I think it's good knowing that like sometimes you go back in the VOD, because I promise you, like every competitive player goes back in like the VODs of broadcasts, like goes back and looks at chat, and sometimes you see like the same names hyping you up, and it's nice knowing that you have fans like that.
Shout out to the fans, shout out to the family as well, and shout out to you, Dragoon. Thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us here for our post-game interview. I'll let you get going because you got another series right ahead of you to get prepared for, so we'll wish you luck and bring back on Joshi now to close out the day. Awesome to see Dragoon. I cannot believe that's his gaming setup, though. That is atrocious.
I've played on similarly terrible things in the past. Luckily, they were short-lived while I was like waiting for like desks to come in, but it is not fun. I do not blame him for going 0-6 in some of those games in order to come back and make them work, but they end up bringing it back out. He has a normal setup now. He's able to play like a normal human being again, and he ends up finding a win.
Well, they get the win. That's the important thing. Polls made them work for it, though, but at the end of the day, the favorites did advance in the upper bracket. Speaking of, let's take a look at the updated bracket, because I believe that we'll have that updated for tomorrow. I mean, we continue this tournament immediately with our upper semifinals with the Duckies advancing over Lotus. They will match up against CCG. And with the Goons beating Pulse, they will match up against AOE. And you see Lotus and Pulse still have a second life. They move to the lower bracket where they will look to make a deeper run. But you were right, Josh, that it takes 2 more series wins to qualify into the NACL for the teams still in that upper bracket.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the winners of these next 2 are going to be playing up against each other, because CCG versus the Ducky Getters and AOE versus the Goons. I feel like both of those are ones where we could be very excited and could be very hotly contested. And then, of course, whoever loses those 2 series going down towards the lower bracket, because Polestar and Lotus still have opportunities to try and make it in. They just have to do it the hard way.
The hard way. The hype way is what I like to say. It's way cooler if you make the lower bracket run. They're setting up for the narrative, you know?
There you go. Well, hopefully we'll get to see both of them come through. It would be a great storyline if Dragoon and Kisno qualified for the 3rd straight split in a row.
That would be poetic. But that also will be it for today's broadcast. Like I said, we have the upper semis tomorrow. It's going to be a rapid-fire tournament bracket here for the promotion tournament. But thank you so much for sticking with us, everybody, for day number 1. Thank you so much, Joshi, for being my incredible co-caster, everybody in production for keeping the gears rolling, and especially the players for showing up every single day to give us the entertainment and to show their drive to make it into the NACL through the promotion tournament. We'll be back with more NACL tomorrow, but for now, everybody go give Music an 07 because that is who we're about to raid, and we'll see you tomorrow.